welcome to the iRASTE Conference. It's organized by CSIR, CRRI, INAI, and Intel. So I'm Varma Konala, I'm CEO of INAI, and I'll be your MC for most of the sessions today. And after that, Mukti from CRRI will take over some of the sessions. Right? So the conference has taken its name from this project iRASTE, right, which is a multidisciplinary, multi-institutional project, and you'll hear more about it in the sessions, right? Chief Scientist Dr. Velmurgan will talk about it, but that's just one session, right? We also have a compelling agenda that you have in front of you. There is a lot of very interesting projects and interesting sessions lined up for you, right? So after all that, in the evening, Minister Gadkari ji will be here, so we'll finish up with that at 5:30 as a grand finale. So we'll get started, the traditional lighting ceremony. First, I invite CRRI Director, Professor Parida ji, to come onto the stage. And then our keynote speaker, Mr. Kapila ji, please. So we'll get started with the lighting ceremony, right, sir, if you can. And I also want IGIB Director, Dr. Souvik, and Professor Sigdar and Dr. Gangapadi also to please join the lighting ceremony. Please. नीचे एक ऊपर एक आप कर दीजिए Thank you, sir. Please be all seated. Thank you. To start with, so I request Professor Parida ji, right, to address the audience to begin with.
Good morning, everyone. Esteemed Shri K.K. Kapila ji, who is the keynote speaker for this session, Professor P.K. Sigdar, Chairman Research Council of CSR, CRI, Dr. Gangopadhyay, former Director, CRI. We have, I can see Ms. Rajni Gandhi from Tax, my colleagues from Transport Planning, Environment, Traffic Engineering, Safety, the entire iRASTE team, Dr. Velmurgan, Dr. Ravinder, Dr. Mukti Advani, and all the colleagues, those who have been very actively associated with iRASTE Nagpur, presently being extended to iRASTE Telangana, and other colleagues from CSIR-IGIB, our students, ACR students. Dr. Nilima is also there, who conducts typical those driver training programs, and all other invitees and delegates. I extend a very warm welcome to you. Special welcome to Dr. Souvik, Director IGIB. The premises we are using. In fact, we organized all our 1 week, 1 lab major events here in this particular premises, being our neighbor. And I'll tell that this conference, I mean, on 21st, we had a session at IIIT Hyderabad. So that was where we shared the details of our iRASTE initiatives. And the project is now being extended to iRASTE Telangana. So it has been possible because of collaborative efforts of many institutions. We have Intel, INAI, then IIIT Hyderabad, CSR Central Road Research Institute, Mahindra, currently Uber, and other infrastructure company also part of this initiative. Traditionally, whenever there was like identification of black spot and remedial measures, initially it used to start with a infrastructure-oriented approach, and largely the safety experts were within the domain of civil or transportation engineering. It was missing many components. It was missing many disciplines. So this particular project has been designed in a way to bring in the various disciplines, to bring in the expertise of different disciplines, and with a key focus on the deployment of technology and engineering. There is substantial emphasis on advanced driver assistance system, driver monitoring system. So you try to understand the way the drivers are driving and what kind of corrective actions that can be undertaken. And in fact, on the basis of Nagpur study, it has been possible to identify the gray spots which requires corrective measures in terms of geometry and other interventions. And the day-long session, besides the presentation on iRASTE, we have very eminent experts in this particular discipline. So it's going to be possible while we share the details of iRASTE, but also to get perspectives of the key experts of traffic safety. The target in front of is a very, very challenging target, like reducing the accidents to 50% by 2030 seems to be a very challenging target and requires participation of multiple stakeholders. And I'm sure you will enjoy the deliberations, and the inputs of all will be very critical for finding out, for charting out the progress of iRASTE in its subsequent editions. So thank you all for your attention and participation in the event. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Parida ji. Right. As you mentioned, iRASTE is a multi-institutional project, right? We have 6 different institutes who are part of the consortium, right? So there's a lot that needs to go together to do it, right? Dr. Velmurgan will talk about it later, right? Now I invite Professor Dr. Souvik to please say a few words.
Good morning all. On behalf of CSIR Central Road Research Institute, as well as on behalf of organizing committee, also on behalf of Institute of Genomics and Integrative Biology, I welcome you all for this very interesting conference which is going to held throughout the day. So any conference is not just collecting of people or gathering of people. It's basically a celebration of intellectuals, celebration of collaboration. So I believe today the people from different sector or different ages will come and to learn new problem, new challenges, will deliberate, will contribute, will try to find out a solution of a problem that our next generation is going to face. So India is a large country and we have some kind of special challenges also. But each and every challenges also gives us new kind of opportunity. So we have a climate problem, we have, disadvantage of advancement of technology which we are very slow to adapt. So, being a large country, road is also very important to solve all these problems. One of the important component to connect people. Road allows us to connect city to city, not only city to city, but village to city. And when the road is concerned, our safety also is important to take care. So I believe all these points of safety will be discussed today. There will be participants of different areas with different diverse type of knowledge. They will exchange their knowledge and curiosity, and at the end of the day, we will come out with some kind of new solution for the problem which we are going to face. With this, again, I welcome all of you for this exciting day. With this, thank you very much.
Dr. Souvik. Dr. Souvik, please be seated. Thank you, Dr. Souvik. Although this conference is focused on road safety and iRASTE, right? INAI also works on healthcare-related issues, and we have very close collaboration with IGIB, and we do a lot of projects, right? Thank you, sir, for all your hospitality and help in organizing this event itself, right? So let me move on to our keynote speaker, right? I don't think there is anybody in this room who probably doesn't know about Dr. Kapila or his accomplishments, but still I'll do a brief intro for the few people who might not know, right? So Mr. Kapila is the CMD of Intercontinental Consultants and Technocrats Private Limited. It's a leading multidisciplinary company with a presence in 47 countries. Right? He holds fellowship to the American Society of Civil Engineers, New York Academy of Sciences, and Institute of Engineers. He's won many accolades in India internationally. Few of them are the Star CEO of the Year, right? Shri Award from the President of India, World Lifetime Achievement Awards and Outstanding Achievements in Infrastructure Development instituted by the American Biographical Institute, and International Bentley Awards for Excellence in Road Design by Bentley Systems. So he's the President Emeritus of International Road Federation and the first non-European unanimously elected to this position. So he's been passionately pursuing various road safety initiatives, especially in the developing world, in line with the UN Decade of Action. So, Mr. Kapila, sir, please.
Dignitaries on the dais and off the dais, delegates to the conference, students. My journey for road safety started about a couple of decades back. It became more concentrated from 2008 when I was elected as the Vice Chairman of International Road Federation, Geneva-based organization, which works for safe road and safe mobility across the world. In 2010, I was elected as the first non-European Chairman of International Road Federation, a position which I held for 9 long years, which was the maximum one could do. And thereafter, they said, we are not going to leave you. So the board of IRF bestowed on me the title of President Emeritus, which I am today. Road safety, as you all know, is a subject which has been bothering leaderships across the world because the severity of loss of life, economic loss are so high that it's extremely painful. Statistically speaking, 1.3 million people die every year on roads, which tantamounts to about 10 jumbos crashing every single day. Yet, we do nothing about it. In 2010, 100 transport ministers of the world gathered together in Moscow and expressed concern that there is a need for the world to do something about road safety. I happen to be one of the non-ministers in that ministerial meet. After listening for about 3-4 hours, leader after leader speaking, we must do something, it is very serious. I said, gentlemen, with all due respect, we need to set a target. Abstract will not work. Merely saying it's a serious problem, we need to do something will not work. Let's set a target. And then a target of 50% reduction by the year 2020 was set up, which came to be known in the world as Decade of Action Plan. It was reviewed in Barcelona in 2015. Lot of effort was made by different people, different governments, different NGOs, many of which were set up because somebody lost a family member. Governments tried to clear black spots, gray spots. Some people went in for education. Some people went in for helping the accident victims in trauma. But these were all one in effort. Nothing was ever done cohesively, collectively on any road ever. And that is why in 2020, when these leaders met again in Stockholm, they said they need another 10 years to do it. And so today the target set for 50% reduction in road accidents and fatalities in the world is December 2030. But what are we doing for it? Are we doing enough? Is a question which one needs to ponder, find an answer, and move on. On 9th of February 2021, IRF launched a 12-webinar series covering all the 5 E's. These are engineering of roads, engineering of vehicles and policy corrections, education and mass awareness, enforcement and emergency care. These global webinars were very well attended, and on average, we had more than 500 participants in each webinar. We collated the recommendations of these webinars and forwarded them to the various secretaries to the Government of India. For instance, the engineering of roads was sent to the Secretary MORTH, as well as Director General Road Development, Government of India. The second was sent to the Chairman Central Motor Vehicle Rules Committee, CMVR Committee. And also a copy was sent to the Joint Secretary concerned in the Ministry of Heavy Industry. The third one, which was education and mass awareness, was sent to Secretary Education and Secretary Information and Broadcasting, because mass awareness is his subject. The enforcement, which was the next, was sent to Ajay Bhallaji, the Home Secretary, and the Law Secretary, because the enforcement may require some corrections, some modifications in law. And the last one was sent to Rajesh Bhushan, the Secretary Health. All of them were requested to please go through the recommendations of this global webinar and finalize action plan of road safety so that we can launch the road safety action plan for the country. But as you know, it's not easy to move and shake the secretaries to the government of India. They are very heavyweight people. We haven't yet succeeded, particularly with the Ministry of Home. Rest 4 are moving. But the pace is slow, and so it is really disheartening. But I have an attitude of never give up. And so I am following them vigorously. Lage raho munna bhai is my philosophy. छोड़ना नहीं है. एक दफा पकड़ लिया एक काम तो उसको खत्म करना ही है. And I have committed to myself that I'll reduce road accidents and fatalities in this world, not only in India, by 50% before 2030. Now, looking at the other side, I had made this statement that if you work on all the 5 E's, it will work. Somebody might say, what is the proof that it will work? So I started a validation program. I requested Gadkari ji to write to the 7 chief ministers of the worst affected states in India. These are Maharashtra, Madhya Pradesh, Rajasthan, Uttar Pradesh, Karnataka, Kerala, and Tamil Nadu. And we requested them to please give us about 200 kilometers of road stretch on which we will work on all the 5 E's, and I assure you that we will reduce road accidents and fatalities on these roads and make them the safest road of your state by working on all the 5 E's. I thought once we do that, there will be no better validation required. Then we are on the track as what to do is clear. I'm pleased to tell you that we have already completed this exercise. We have done a detailed road safety audit of all these roads and passed on the audit corrections required to the National Highway Authority of India because all these stretches were national highways. Some of them have already been attended, while others are being attended. On the correction side, for the vehicular corrections, we have got this in place, and the policy corrections in particular, we have requested the states to take up. These are, you see, what happens is when the trucks and buses are high-bodied. They are from the ground. Their body starts very high. So unless you provide front underrun protection, side underrun protection, and rear underrun protection, you cannot save life. So we got the amendment done in the CMVR committee, where I am one of the key members, that all the new vehicles which are coming now are coming with this correction. They have these front underrun protection, side underrun protection, and rear underrun protection on them. But we have a very serious problem with all the existing vehicles which are in more than 1 crore. What do we do that? So I said we must retrofit these in those trucks and buses. And for that, I have requested all the states to issue instructions that please, if you want to drive through our state, you must have these within next 30 days. And in case you don't have them, we will impound your vehicle, get these fitted at 2.5 times the cost, charge you impounding fee, and then release your vehicle back to you. So this will ensure that we have this correction in place. Similarly, we have the provision for providing retroreflective tape on all commercial vehicles on all the sides, white in front, orange on the sides, and red at the back. But you must have seen most vehicles have just patches. Nobody provides proper tape, nobody provides proper tape of quality, because there is a standard laid down which should be, the tapes must conform to which, so that the reflectivity is proper and the vehicle can be seen even if it is parked at night on the side. You will not have accident, because whenever the other vehicle is approaching, he can easily see that there is a vehicle parked there. Similar thing I have mentioned for this, that please provide them. If you don't provide, the state will provide them, charge you 2.5 times, and so on, as I narrated to you for the front and under and protection covers. So such measures, when taken, I'm sure will help to improve the accident scenario considerably in a very short span of time. Then we came to education. And in education, we have got corridors of 2 kilometers on either side of those roads, the 7 roads which I mentioned to you. On either side of 2 kilometers on either side of those roads, whichever schools were there, we sent our team for imparting road safety education to the children and the teachers alike. And we had special session for the teachers so that they can continue that education while our people leave for the next institution. This exercise has also almost been completed, except for a couple of areas where the schools were closed for examinations or otherwise. But it's almost 97% all this work has been done. We also have created a road safety anthem, which is a 1-minute anthem, which is in all the 23 Indian languages and 10 foreign languages. And road safety anthem in Hindi will be played for your listening player now.
सड़कों पे सावधानी पहली प्राथमिकता है, नियम का पालन करना है भैया, नहीं करनी है मनमानी, गुस्सा नहीं करना, मुस्कान फैलानी है। दाएं देखो बाएं देखो फिर दाएं देख के पार करो, पैदल सड़क पे जो हो हेडफोन न यूज करो, थोड़ी सी लापरवाही जीवन भर का है रोना, चौकन्ना रह कर ही चमकाओगे हर कोना, सड़कों पे सावधानी पहली प्राथमिकता है।
We have emphasized on the schools to play these every day in the prayer meeting. We have also requested the industries to play this every time a shift changes. You all know there are 3 shifts in most of the factories and industry. So my request has been that please play it before a new shift starts. So if the people listen it every single day, it's bound to make an impact on their mind, and we will be able to create that mass awareness which we are looking for. You will be surprised that the maximum advantage of this has been taken by the Chinese. In China, every factory, every industry, it is sung in Mandarin, it is played in Mandarin before every shift starts. We, the people who have prepared it in India, are still struggling to get this implemented, played in most of our factories. It's so sad that it is available, yet not being used, played in the same manner as one would like to have it, to create mass awareness. I've requested the Information Broadcasting Ministry to please relay it in these programs in the states, because it is available in all languages. So in the state, every state has a program of Doordarshan, please relay it. And I again from this forum appeal to them to please do so post haste. Moving further to enforcement, we plotted police stations on 2 kilometers corridor again, 4 kilometer corridor, 2 kilometers on either side of the road, and identified the police stations in these areas. We approached the police authorities and got the police nominate people from each police station, and they were brought to Faridabad at Mr. Rohit Baluja's institute, IRTE, where they were given training for 2.5 days on traffic management and a half day on accident data collection. This has been done in the entire, in all the 7 states. People have come, they have been trained, and they have been sent back. And this has all been done by the membership of IRF or the CSR of companies. Not a penny has been charged to the government. These people have only been asked to spend money to come up to the Vino and go back. But the IRT charges and their stay charges have all been borne by the IRF from the membership. Then coming to the health side, what we did was we plotted 5 kilometers on either side of the road, all hospital and medical facilities which were there. And these medical facilities were visited by our medical team. We have paramedic team trained in the Safzang hospital, and then they have been imparted 3 weeks of intensive training at the AIMS Trauma Center to learn the nuances of trauma. These people have visited these institutions and created a gap analysis. What is existing there, what ought to be there, and then what more needs to be done. And we have informed the health authorities in each state that this is where you need to address. We also trained in the bystanders on these roads. Almost 4 bystanders in every kilometer have been trained in first aid trauma care. We have created a new trauma training program, because earlier we had in the country number of training programs floating, John Hopkins, Red Cross, AIMS. So we said nothing doing. We need one training program for trauma in the country, and that has been done in association with the Ministry of Health and WHO. And this was released in 2019 by the then Health Minister. And today, this trauma program is being used by several countries in the world, because it is on the website of WHO and can be downloaded from there. So on this program, we have taught these people who are living on either side of the road, so that in the event of an accident, they can come out and help the accident victim. Another initiative which we have taken recently is we have come out with a motorcycle ambulance. This is an ambulance attached, a literal ambulance, complete lying down position, attached to a motorcycle. The intent is to provide, it is like an ICU on the wheels. It has every facility which an ICU provides to a patient. You can keep supplying him oxygen, you can keep checking his ECG, you can give him whatever injection is needed, saline is needed, whatever. And this is done with the intent that the cost will get reduced to about 10 lakhs or so from the other ambulances, which are 60 to 70 lakhs, and we as a nation cannot afford them. But this I'm sure we can afford, and we will make it possible to provide at every 20 kilometers on all national highways, all state highways, and all district roads. Once we do that, we cover the entire country. These are at the moment being test checked for roadworthiness, and I'm sure we will be able to bring them on the road by end of November. Within this year, you will find motorcycle ambulances moving on the road. We are also taking yet another initiative. We have asked for a 5-acre plot from all states to prepare what you call rehab centers. You see, one is a trauma center where you give the patient the medical assistance, and he is treated and then sent home. Now, when he goes home with one leg missing, his one hand not there, he's totally demoralized man. He feels he is a burden on the family and the society, and rightly so he is. So my intention is to have these people in these rehab centers, where we will help them to do whatever they can. Somebody is an accountant who has worked, who was working as an accountant before he met with an accident. So why not provide him an opportunity to work as an accountant there? This we are doing along with Johns Hopkins Institute of Medical Institute of the US, and they are our partners in this collaboration. And I'm confident that once these are established, we'll find that our accident victims no longer feel that they are unable to take care of themselves. They will become self-supporting, they will no longer be a burden on the society, and they will live with dignity, and that's what we need to have. Each accident victim must live with dignity. We cannot put them in peril, because it happened for no fault of theirs. It's an accident is an accident. So these are certain initiatives which we have taken, and we will continue to move on them. And I would only appeal to you is to join hands with us in this collaborative effort by becoming members. You can become individual members of IRF, and life membership is something like 1,25,000, which is not very much. But come and join this effort, and I'm sure together we will be able to help several crore people to live safely. Jai Hind.
Thank you, Kapila ji. Spent a lifetime advancing road safety, right? So I think we have a lot of projects here who are taking this 4E approach, and everybody has their own way of implementing these 4Es. So next we'll hear on how Project iRASTE is doing it, right? To do it in a faster way and a scalable way, right? So we have Velmurgan ji, right? He is serving as a chief scientist at CSIR-IGIB with a long history of working in road safety audit, and traffic engineering. Right? How you're, okay. So he served as a champion for CSIR-sponsored research study titled Indian Highway Capacity Manual Indo-HCM. Right? This study was successfully completed in 2017 and was released by Honorable Minister Gadkari ji. Right? So we'll have Mr. Velmurgan just speak about iRASTE now.
What do you check? Yeah. It's coming. What about there?
सर प्रोजेक्टर नहीं चल रहा सर डिस्प्ले भी है
No, what about there?
सर वो प्रोजेक्टर नहीं है
And then how people will see?
सर ऑन
All right, ठीक है, for them. Yeah, good morning, sir. Hope it is visible fine, no? It's fine, yeah, thank you. So, good morning, everybody. So, I am just going to make a small presentation of this particular project. As for some of the people who don't know about iRASTE, just this particular acronym, we coined it considering the we wanted to use artificial intelligence. That was because when INAI approached us through the society meeting way back in 2021, so we felt since artificial intelligence we are trying to use, and also we want to use our engineering expertise, and also we want to use the other aspects like related to enforcement issues, how those things will be done, and also more importantly awareness which need to be there. So all those things have to be gelled together. So that's why we thought we will start with this artificial intelligence, this iRASTE, we made it that intelligent solution for road safety through technology and engineering. And this term we coined it during our collective decision, which Dr. Mukti Adwan is a person who has coined this particular term for that project at that time. So now coming to this particular project, I'll be just giving the overall presentation outline that I'm trying to understand as actually Kapilaji has set the tone in terms of how the crashes is important, and also India is contributing for major type of crash. I'll be just talking something briefly about it. Sorry. Yeah, it's visible, yeah. And also I'll be talking briefly about the state where we are actually doing Maharashtra and Nagpur, and also that how we went about in approaching this particular part, and also about the different vectors which we have conceived as part of this thing: vehicle safety vector, mobility vector, and infrastructure vector. And also because to showcase to the people, if at all you implement something, how much benefit you can actually get out of it. So we thought we should try to bring out the whatever solutions we conceived, if we went about in implementing, what will be the economic benefit which can accrue. That also I'll be talking. And presently, lastly, I'll be ending with a couple of things about the status of iRASTE Nagpur implementation plan for action plans, also for the gray spots. And now what is the summary forward? This is our entire team, which has people from a different perspective are there with us, both academia persons, industry personals, representing both IIIT and INAI, and also people from our own CRRI, and also Mahindra and Mahindra, who has really contributed quite a lot about how the driver training can be enhanced, and more importantly, some stakeholder who should be receiving and who should really accept it. So we taken NMC as the major stakeholder, so that way we went about it, other than V4. And this is the crash. See, I just try to tell in many forums, it is crash thing, whatever our Kapilaji's vision or many of our vision, it is actually bringing the, coming down, at least in India in terms of number of crashes. But the 50% what we are thinking, that is not being achieved. That may be the major cause of concern. You can just see when we had joined this bandwagon itself in 2011, what was our crash status, and now what it is, leaving alone this outlier due to COVID 2020. So, but the only major concern which we are facing is that if you see the number of deaths, which has remained almost stagnant. That is the so that means the number of crashes are reduced, but if at all a crash is occurring, it is resulting in multiple deaths. That is the really a cause of concern which we need to, so that means the roads which are being built may be having engineering problem, or may be having issues related to non-engineering issues, or maybe you are not providing proper facility for the people to cross, or people are misusing the road, or people are actually overspeeding. So many other issues are there. As we know, road crash is a multi-dimensional factor. So that is the thing which as we are trying to do it in the 5 years. So this is the scenario which all of us know. I need not have to again and again tell. This is the, we are just seeing that 150,000 around that range only. It is stagnating for the last almost 10 years. So it has not shown any kind of dip. And this stats I need not have to tell, which we, as by the end of this hour, we will be having 18 deaths per hour will be happening, unfortunately, in our own country, and which is resulting in 1 death for every 4 minutes. And also, more importantly, people at the age of between 5 to 44 are getting killed. So that is also a very, very important concern. And this is what, whatever I just told you, it gets actually reinforced with the number of deaths per 100 road crashes. That is really a big cause of concern, that the year which we joined, 28.6 deaths per 100 road crashes has come down, has gone up to 37.3. So that is the really one which we need to see. And see, that's why I try to sometimes think we need to really do a threadbare analysis of different states across the country, why some of the states are continuing to contribute for more number of crashes. Generally, my feeling goes that more industrialized states are more number of good number of national highways and state highways, and nowadays expressways are there. They are contributing for more number of crashes, also deaths. So that is a thing which is actually happening in the case of Maharashtra as well, unfortunately, because the 37 deaths per 100 road crashes in the national data, whereas Maharashtra shows 46. How it has fared in different things, if you try to see, it is no better at all in terms of their 5th rank. That's why Mr. Kapila also told the 7 states where they have taken model corridor for implementation is because of that thing. So that is a number of, I need not have to dwell much on it, just I am trying to give you an overall overview about it. How the accepting this COVID year, 19 and 20, it has shown a stupendous increase in crashes also. And that is, and in deaths it is 2nd ranked. So, and if you try to see their overall crash, it has come down from what it was to what it is now. But the point here is the last 5 years data, where we are trying to take a very much very focused approach. Are we able to get a reduction which is expected, which is not happening? That is more so in the case of the persons getting killed. So that is what we are finding here in terms of the this last 11 years data also. It has shown that increase, though the crash has actually come down. So that means that what are those type of roads which are contributing? That's why in Maharashtra and all, if you see national highways and state highways, they are contributing for the major chunk of the things, and especially NH and NHA. So that is the major, because there the more vehicle kilometers of travel is expected, and similarly state highways. So this is the scenario which we are finding at the state level. So this is again the people who are getting affected are the ones which are the basically the people who are might is always having lesser number of involved in fatalities, but the other vehicles, the people who are getting involved in the fatalities are more starting with the pedestrians, bicyclists to some, because the proportion is somewhat less nowadays, but the pedestrian is the biggest chunk of people, and also more importantly two-wheelers, because many of the people have shifted from bicycle to two-wheelers in many of our things. Similar is the case in the case of injury also. If you come to the city where we had done this particular work, because we started our work on sometime in June 2021. So like the number of fatalities has shown some sort of stagnation only, even our efforts fully, because has not started paying any dividends in terms of overall fatality reduction. And similarly, the injury reduction also. So that's what we actually can say at this point of time. And the modal split again, as with the national scenario or the state scenario of Maharashtra, the two-wheelers are the major people who are getting killed. And other than that, actually you can see here how much is the people at the different age group level are getting killed on the Nagpur roads. And also very interestingly, for a city-like scenario, wherein we see compared to the traffic volume which we see during the daytime, the night time, that is hardly 15 to 20% of the traffic only flows. But they are contributing for 60% of the crashes. So that means when the lean traffic is there, people are actually overspeeding, or maybe there is engineering issue is also there, multi-factored issues are there, which is contributing to this thing. So to address this thing, we started this our journey, and initially with the overall perspective of three-vectored approach, wherein that, as I mentioned, artificial intelligence was the major focus. So that's why vehicle safety has been taken on board. For that very purpose, we tried to install artificial intelligence enabled camera on any vehicle. So we chosen probe vehicle as a bus, primarily because of couple of reasons. One is bus is one thing which runs on the same corridor time and again, and we would be in a position to get the data again and again. So that's why we went about having that particular thing. And also, if you want to put it on a car or otherwise for that matter in taxis or things like that, they run as per their demand or as per their requirements. So that's why you cannot get a fair way of data. Whereas in buses, they are going to run on the same route again and again. So that is the reason we have chosen bus. And it's a simple concept which we went about it. And this particular ADAS system, Advanced Driver Assistance System, which works on the artificial intelligence enabled cameras, have 4 distinct alerts, which gives, I'll show you as we go along. So, and the mobility analysis safety, with this particular data, we thought we should use it in a more meaningful manner, because the data, one is that live data can be communicated to the driver, and second is how this data can be used in a more meaningful manner for understanding the locations where it is running and again. And thirdly, that our traditional engineering approach, which we need to do it on the identified locations to start with. What sort of engineering measures which we have to say, that's the so-called black spots. So this is where we coined the thing in the intermediate one, gray spot. And during the course of our journey, we felt awareness is one important thing we should try to have. So that's why we roped in, starting from Ashok Leyland Driver Training Institute and now Roadmark Foundation in a very big way. So all these people have communicated, and also Mr. Nitin Gadkari happened to even chair one particular session where we have done the different programs about this different Samaritan law and other programs. I'll just show you that thing as we go along. So overall thing is which a 50% reduction we wanted to do. So for that, as was shown, we tried to use the three, starting with our expertise of infrastructure engineering and Intel and IIIT and your NI center expertise on vehicle engineering to be used, and the education through NGOs, and also enforcement issues through the Nagpur police, and the emergency care through the NGOs again. So that way we went about it, and for that very reason, like vehicle safety, in our journey of iRASTE Nagpur, we are use the advanced driver assistance system, and in iRASTE in Telangana, we are trying to use driver monitoring system also. So wherein we'll get the further updates about enhancing the safety things from the driver monitoring. And also, this is a mobility thing, Grace Part 1, and infrastructure engineering, we try to do the DPR, detailed project report. And so in a way, I would like to say, all these 4 E's are interconnected with the iRASTE model. So we expect, because we are in a position to monitor the day by day, quarter by quarter, how the corridor is behaving, we would be having accurate monitoring so that the police enforcement agencies can utilize this data in a meaningful manner if they really go about it, using it to its effectiveness. So I'll just show you that that vehicle safety thing, how we are done. So it's as I mentioned, 4 distinct alerts are there, starting with the forward collision warning, and your pedestrian collision warning, and headway monitoring warning, and lane departure warning. So all these 4 alerts, we thought, considering the road, type of road where it is there, that alert has to be used, so logically to be used. So considering that part, these 4 alerts will come live to the driver in the form of audio cum visual alerts. So this is the your alert which is getting, and we try to install it in 150 NMC buses, and about which covered 979 drivers of ADAS installed, and 150 non-ADAS NMC buses also. They are also given training about it, about these things, so that as and when they keep using, there is a possibility of they would be also trying to follow the things. And since as I mentioned you, that the vehicle keeps running day in and day out on the same corridor, and the driver is running on the same corridor. So that in terms of vehicle kilometers of travel, 65 lakh kilometers data has been analyzed, which is actually stored at the back end, and which encompass 12 study periods. As you see here, 12 study periods, June 2022, our journey started, and up to May 2023, every 3-month data has been analyzed like that. And 1,100 drivers have been trained in defensive driving, and out of that, whoever has performed best, who are complying with these alerts in a more better way, they have been identified as champions. So that way they are also rewarded, so that we expect many such people will really come. So this is the 4 alerts, if I try to use it: unsafe headway, so but and pedestrian collision, lane departure, and forward collision. So we found at least in the pedestrian collision, consistent reduction is there, and whereas in forward collision also some reduction was there, again there is a minor increase is there. Whereas in lane departure and headway, we have to understand the fact, on a highway, on an urban environment like Nagpur, these 2 alerts cannot be used, considering that people will not, you can expect about 50, as I'll be showing in subsequent slides, the proportion of 2-wheelers is something in the range of 55 to 70%. And also the other type of vehicles which are moving, auto rickshaws are there, and also cars and buses proportion are there. So considering people will not be using the lane departure, adhering to the lane departure in a proper way, and also similarly headway monitoring. So these 2 things we felt, being an urban environment, even if somebody is not complying, maybe because of our driving behavior aspect. So that's why these 2 were not subsequently used for the gray spot modeling, whereas these 2 alerts, pedestrian collision, forward collision, has been used for the our subsequent modeling purpose. But the major takeaway out of it, 7 out of 10 drivers recorded above average scores by March 2023, the data which has been analyzed in the 12th study period. And lead operator, especially there are 3 major operators are there. On their buses we have put, and we found one of the traveler has who has installed the buses since September 2021. He has shown 31% reduction in the reported road crashes considering ADAS installed buses. The ADAS installed buses were specifically analyzed. So we found there is some sort of materially resulting in some sort of a reduction. And in a summary, I just want to say, including the school buses, 250 buses are equipped with CAS devices, which includes 50 school buses as well. And the 1,001 drivers have been imparted, and 70% of ADAS enabled have shown sustained improvement. About 150 drivers have been identified road safety champions, and risk score available for every driver monthly, because this data can be effectively used by the operator as well as the person who is operating on behalf of NMC. They can try to see each person's score sheet. Then accordingly, he or she can be monitored. Because why I am telling she, you have to understand the fact in state like Tamil Nadu, couple of lady drivers are actually the drivers for our city buses or intercity buses. So it's so there is no gender barrier is there these days, and 31% in road crashes observed in the lead operator since June 2021. And performance of other 2 operators who are operating on behalf of NMC, we are presently doing it. So this is the thing which what it has come down from their value. And coming to the mobility safety, as I told you, out of the 4 alerts, 2 distinct alerts we used it. So what we want, what the major USP of this project is, we are expecting, because the vehicle is traveling, bus is traveling again and again on the corridor, there is a possibility of identifying, other than the identified black spots, there could be some other locations which can turn out to be a black spot in the foreseeable future. That particular thing we are calling it as the gray spot. And this is for validating this gray spot model, for validating our approach rather. Like we try to understand the road network detail, FIR details, black spot details, and ADAS details have been used, and they have been plotted on the GS database, and weightage was given for the CAS, and then calibration, validation with the existing black spot was initially done, so that the logic can be carried forward, and the gray spot identification has been done using the appropriate static and dynamic data. So this is the way we expect the accurate and more scalable than manual surveys, because we expect the data is available online to the road owning agency, whoever want to go about in understanding whether, or the operator like NMC, they would be in a position to know how the each location is behaving. This is the model which has been developed by a couple of our MTech students under our overall guidance from CRRA and other colleagues. So we found one major thing we wanted to see, the static information like the on an intersection area, there could be the issue of intersection, because as you know, intersection contribute for 35 to 40% of our road crashes and fatalities. So considering that fact, the junctions could be one of the major culprit, along with the length of the roads in a particular section. So that's why, and also we try to understand the dynamic variable, like the, as I mentioned, out of the 4 alerts, the 2 alerts have been used for the intersection scenario, FCW and PCW, that is a forward collision, and PCW, that is a pedestrian collision warning. The pedestrian collision warning does incorporate 2-wheeler coming in the path, or a bus or a cycle coming in the path of your probe vehicle, like a bus. And similarly for mid-block locations, we are expecting the things are slightly different, because the time gap between alerts and the speed between the alert, speed of the vehicle at that time of movement. Because mid-block, as we know, the vehicle travels at relatively higher speeds, which is ranging from 40 to 60. So because even though there could be a speed governor, hardly it works in many of our things. So that's why the speed is one of the major factor we wanted to consider, and also the road width. So these are the three parameters used for identifying the most unsafe corridor on the road network of the Nagpur. So we found 5 distinct corridors which has been included in our executive summary and which will be communicated to the road owning agency about these locations to be one of the things to be done other than the intersection area. Intersection is around 20 major intersections have been identified, which can turn out to be a black spot in the foreseeable future. And this is the way we went about in doing it. Like one thing, see, as I told you, just before I go to the next one, we thought mobility analysis we had done in the Nagpur in this fashion. We try to see which are the locations based on this model, which is very severe, or mild. So, and most unsafe corridor was done. Whereas in the case of initially we are in the process of building the models for the state of Telangana, where 3 distinct highways are chosen. The highway environment is largely different from what you get on a urban road, primarily because the speed variation is high and lane departure warning is there, and which are very distinct in nature, and also the pedestrian collision warning will be very mild there. So, and also the other aspects like headway monitoring is one of the important parameters which need to be studied. So those things are being studied, and based on that we are identifying the different locations. Just giving a snippet of it, Dr. Ravishekar and Mukti are working on it. And this is the so in a nutshell, I want to say grace path map is an important thing which can be available in the road owning agencies location, where they can directly use it as for making the interventions. Because many other things, a simple education enforcement emergency car can do. You need not have to do a full scale engineering at all the locations. So that is what it is expected. So if you are able to properly, as Mr. Kapila was mentioning about educating and the corridor of people. So similar thing it is expected, because time and again the alerts are coming during specified time periods. During the school opening time or closing time could be there, or during the hospitals are not provided certain basic measures at that location. So those kind of minimum things can also can do wonders. So that way we can get to know when those alerts are coming, time period based alerts. They can be utilized by the road owning agency or by the enforcement agency if this map is coming on their things. So that way on ground impact can be properly analyzed. So in summary, the AI model predicts some potential. This thing has been developed by iRASTE team. The reports active black spots, potential black spots, and improved spots, if any. We are also pioneering ADAS plus driver thing on selected highways in Telangana to give insights on near miss road crashes due to driver faults. This is a new dimension we are trying to bring under the iRASTE Telangana project, which our team is working. So this is the major corridors which has been identified in the Nagpur as the 5 major corridors other than the junctions. And lastly, the infrastructure safety, and then I will talk about the last part about awareness, and then I will complete it. The infrastructure safety, we went in because at that time IRC document of 131 was not in place. Based on the MARTH protocol, we went about in identifying the black spots, which are, so that we found out of the 117 locations, Dr. Ravindra and his team was involved in identifying the list of black spots. Out of the 117, we found 38 locations are the black spots. And these locations are 8 are mid-block locations, 30 are intersections, which are spread over 5 different divisions. NHPWD 18 and NHA 3 locations, NMC 5, PWD 4, State Division, World Bank 8 divisions. So these are the various distinct problems. It could be an issue of engineering geometrics, or as you see here, large area at the intersection will lead to road crashes without any proper treatment, or waterlogging at a certain locations, poor upkeep of the road, construction zone poor upkeep, absence of road marking, or otherwise school area without any crossing facility, and encroachment at the intersection area, and leading to distance, side distance visibility issues. And these are the 38 locations which along with the lat long we identified, which is the, and just I will give you, I will run through some of the things. It is known to many of you about the, if it is a mid-block location, how the treatment is expected. Because as per the team, Dr. Ravinder and I have done, 8 fatalities and 17 injuries and 25 crashes have occurred during the last 4 years in this particular corridor. So considering that part, we went about in giving for the 1 kilometer stretch, we have done the map prepared through total station, and we try to understand what all the issues are there and try to showcase what all things are expected. These are all the typical problems. I need not have to go through in. And also we wanted to, for doing engineering intervention, we need to understand the traffic flow, which was monitored over 12-hour period, and also speed data was collected, and the composition data was obviously collected. And the 1 kilometer stretch was taken up in terms of and what all measures are expected. Pictorially was shown to the road owning agency in our report, where we try to give to them what all are expected on that location, a simple measures what can be put other than the proper engineering measures, and school zone treatment what is expected. All those things are given. This is a total map for a 1 kilometer stretch for a mid-block location was made. And similarly for an intersection, couple of plans are also were developed if there is a land available, because we wanted to avoid the conflicts on a junction area. If 32 conflicts are there on a junction, which can be reduced to 8 if you are providing back-to-back U-turns. So like that also we tried in certain locations where right-of-way is available. So like that, this is one particular junction wherein fatalities and injuries and crashes are there this much, and the geometrics issues and other issues about the poor footpath issues and other issues about the proper engineering measures are also, like traffic control devices are missing. For that also traffic data and volume data and speed data was collected, and this is one option where trying to do it with the engineering solution in terms of 32 conflicts to be addressed with the signalized junction. Other thing is, this is the way it can be pictorially shown to the people. And other option in this location, we wanted to have back-to-back U-turn on the major approach, because right-of-way was available. You can see here, there is 2 back-to-back U-turns were suggested. But if you provide back-to-back U-turn, there is a tendency for the motorized traffic to get continuous movement. So that to be taken on board. For that, we try to keep a thing like at every 90 seconds, 25-second signal will be opening only for pedestrians to cross at the junction. And also we try to work out the bill of quantity for these kind of things, so that economic design improvement, what it is, that can also be worked out. This is what I just told you, that is given here. And this is the economic benefit we wanted to understand. A couple of papers were published out of it, wherein we tried to, as black spot was identified as per Marth definition, and subsequently proposal has been worked out, and which has been done based on the IRC 131, identifying, rectifying the black spots, and also its benefit cost analysis has been done, what is suggested in IRC 131. So in that we tried to refer international literature about if you are trying to put a hump, or if you are trying to put a TBM, that is transverse bar marking, or even the effectiveness of edge lines and the median thing, channelizing islands, design improvements and U-turns, everything was how much its effectiveness, what internationally has been established, and the cost factor was taken based on these international studies, and then we try to bring in the effectiveness, so that the road own agency can be told for 4 typical locations out of 38, we demonstrated this effectiveness. For that, we took on board the fatality cost, grievous injury cost, and minor injury cost from the published literature of socioeconomic cost of road crashes. And then based on that, we try to give reported fatality reduction, how much it can be there for 2 typical intersections and 2 mid-blocks. So that benefit on return, you can see first year rate of return itself 1.42 to 2.71, whereas benefit cost ratio we expect is 5 to 10. So that way economic internal rate of return is huge, we can expect, because of the life saving is to the extent of 40%. So this is the overall summary of it. Significant return on investment can be achieved using these things. So that is what actually we brought out here. So this is the measures, how much it is implemented. Unfortunately, if you see that I tried to show you lastly, it is poor implementation. The Neary Point is one of the major locations near to our sister laboratory, wherein just only the transverse bar marking and signal has been posted. Nothing else has been done. And the speed breaker also has been put on that location. Though we suggested TBM, they have put this one. But the point here is the implementation is not comprehensive in nature. And the Vadamna location is one thing, we try to do it in a more significant manner from our thing as a research point of view. We wanted to see that location, thickness of the TBM, how it can matter. From 5 mm to 10 mm is presently given in IRC. Whether if you increase it to 15 or 20 mm with 6 or 9 rows, how much it can matter. So that also we try to study it and to how much it, and also we try to put the road studs at that location and box marking at the junction area, 30 kmph speed written on the road. So these kind of measures have been we ourselves have done from using one of the private companies' help. We try to do it. So that way we found 15 or 20 mm gives a sizable reduction in speeds which can on a black spot location, and also the dot pattern marking on a zigzag on a curve outer edge of the sharp outer edge curves, or otherwise at the median openings, zigzag openings, the zigzag markings can give a good this thing. And similarly, red and white zebra marking, this is also emphasized in IRC 35. If you try to put it on a crash prone location where pedestrians are crossing, how much it can bring in. So these are the things we try to showcase it for this location, and by putting it and mixing zone marking and all those things. So this is the statistical analysis we did. Just in a nutshell, I want to tell 10 mm, up to 10 mm thickness, it doesn't give any sizable speed reduction. Beyond 10 mm, for all vehicles, there is a sizable reduction in speed. If it is identified crash prone location, we can think about putting. That's what we are trying to recommend to IRC 35 when it is revises. And this Chickley square, some basic measures are done. Only TBM has been put of 5 mm or 10 mm. That doesn't really matter at all. And these kind of speed, the accident prone area signboards are there. So this only this marking is there, but not the geometric improvement, which is very, very important. And similarly at Mahesh Daba location, just putting this kind of 5 mm thickness, 10 mm thickness doesn't really bring down the speed. We recently did a study, and that also, this is similarly is the case with another location. And similarly, just installation of accident prone location, about 10 black spots were done by the road owning agency. That too not as per IRC. These signboards are not as per IRC. So this is the thing. Lastly, awareness campaign. This has been done in a very successful manner by very many, starting from Ashok Leyland. Right now, Avgat Kara, that is a colony-wide 21-day family focused house-housed campaign was done by Mr. Roadmark Foundation. And also city-wide first aid training campaign was done. How many days it was? I forgotten. City-wide thing. How many days? City-wide thing. हमने वो किया था. ब्लैक स्पॉट रेस्पॉन्डर भी हम लोगों ने मिनिस्टर के सामने किया था ना, ब्लैक स्पॉट रेस्पॉन्डर. That he was very much appreciative of that particular thing. So this is the thing which has been done. So how much the people are trained, and now even recently the thing has been published where the identified black spots, how much these measures can be so that the people who can really be the lifesavers. So that is one good thing we are trying to do it, other than good Samaritan things. So that these are the various things we are just done. So under the education, enforcement and emergency care. So the, and so this way we are done. Finally, overall summary is, this I already mentioned, so want of time I will not go to the part. But the vehicle safety, mobility safety, infrastructure safety, we are trying to do, awareness we are done. And in iRASTE Telangana, we are trying to do 100 buses ADAS are equipped, plus 10 buses DMS being equipped. And first driver training has been completed. Focus on insights for driving behavior on highways is there. And together I would say with the entire team of iRASTE, where Nagpur and Telangana is now India's largest study of ADAS for commercial vehicles. So that way 350 buses covering public and school fleet also, we are done doing it. Thank you. Sorry.
Yeah, thank you, Velmurgan ji. Maybe we'll take a few audience questions, right? Because we're running a little bit late, but any audience questions we'll take. Then we'll start the next session. Yeah. Dev, udhar mic de dena.
Good afternoon, sir.
Yeah.
Sir, I am with the transportation and logistics industry almost 15 years and mainly into the technology. So my question is related to, because you have done your ADAS on the buses. And if we talk about the drivers of buses, usually they have a specific routes and they have a specific time to run.
Yeah.
But if we actually see the accident, because you have rightly, your figure is almost right, because I'm already pursuing my doctorate. So your figure is right, between 40 to 44% is two-wheelers. But there's a one gap. If you see that this 40 to 42%, 37% of these fatal accident happened only because of the truck drivers.
Drunk drivers.
Truck
drivers.
Yeah.
Truck drivers.
And these truck drivers, they do not have no limitation of a time of driving it. Because they usually drive 14 hours in a day, they drive. Because the study the test what has been conducted, it actually may not be give you a very positive result, or may not give you the accurate result if it should not be deployed on the truck drivers, which have a different strategy and different working environment altogether.
Yeah.
And the signboards, what we are talking about to educate the people, is actually they are using or they are driving vehicle most of the time during the night hours.
Yeah.
And which these things will not be available or they are not visible to them at that point of a time. Maybe the speed, maybe some other reasons, maybe the lightning issue, maybe the board is not that appropriate. So what you have done on this, on this model, or how do you see that the government agency, what plans do you see that you are going to take forward to enforce as a law?
Yeah. Yeah, I got your point. I can just tell initially the issue, I agree with you, like bus, truck also should be one of the probe vehicle, can be there. In that case, it would have given a different dimension. But the point here is, we have done this study in the Nagpur city, in a city environment, and the periphery of the city, up to the periphery of the city, the buses travel. So the network is confined to that one. So wherein, as you rightly told, the truck, heavy vehicles can be allowed during major part of the day. Only light commercial vehicles are allowed. Heavy vehicles are allowed between night 9 p.m. to morning 8 a.m. So under that environment, we have only 2 hours data, which is coming through the ADAS thing. So we don't have the fullest coverage of the impact caused by a heavy vehicle like a truck on the other vehicle types. So that is one part we can, hopefully we will be able to address it when we do the this iRASTE Telangana one, wherein we will be able to cover that part. But other than that, one thing I want to tell, in some of the big or medium-sized fleet operators, they are trying to have this kind of what we call that online monitoring of their vehicles. So wherein they are trying to bring in some checks and balances. It is being attempted by the people, as you rightly say, that single or two vehicle owners who are, they may not come under that ambit, but so we can address, but not to the fullest extent for highways in a big amount, unless highways, those vehicles are all used as a pro vehicle.
Sir, we have a 27 lakh vehicles registered, heavy vehicle registered in India at this point of a time.
Correct.
Even in last year, I have done ADAS on 1500 vehicles, deployed ADAS on 1500 vehicles, that was of the Israeli company. And I have observed the result, I mean, and even no, the conclusion that, I mean, no, you build so many safety rules, you build so many things, but we are still lacking in the very basic part of it, that why can't these drivers have to be in a labor law? Why we cannot put them under the labor law? Until unless we do know that, I mean, whatever the infrastructure we try to build.
Labor law means what is it?
See, like, I mean, they should have some employment act. They should have something. No, they cannot. They are not supposed to run the vehicle for 14 hours. I mean, those things.
That's correct.
That thing has to bring in line. So the component of enforcement. One of the factor has to be added there. So it will be a very challenging in future.
Actually, this is a good lead-in question to the next session, right? Although our focus is on the public fleet, right? Talking about truckers, right? But next session we'll talk about, we have a set of results from this thing. How do we turn it into government policy generally, right? So let's get going with the next session. So I want to thank you, Velmurgan ji, right? So I want to invite first Mr. Harshvardhan Sharma from Nomura, who is the moderator, right? And then we have a stellar panel, right, which Professor P.K. Sikdar, Dr. S. Gangopadhyay, and Mr. Ekta Kapoor. Please, everybody.
Namaskar and a very warm good afternoon to all of you joining us today, the dignitaries with us on stage and friends joining us for this session. My name is Harshvardhan Sharma and I'm from Nomura Consulting. We are a management consulting firm and we work in the area of mobility especially. My focus has been on mobility aspects from connected, autonomous, shared and electric. And the panel which we are going to discuss about today is on how to lead the path forward on turning insights and data from projects like iRASTE into policy recommendations. So as very rightly pointed by Dr. Velmurgan in detail about Project iRASTE, it's very important to understand that all the data is at the helm with us and how do we therefore convert this into insights. I'm also joined by very eminent panelists today. Join me in welcoming Professor P.K. Sikdar. Professor Sikdar has been involved in teaching, research, and R&D management for road and road transport sector, including highway planning and management for more than 4 decades. He's a former professor of civil engineering and dean at IIT Bombay, as well as former director, CSIR-IGIB. He's a fellow of Institution of Engineers, India, Chartered Institute of Logistics and Transport, CILT, and Indian National Academy of Engineering. He is currently advisor, International Road Federation, and also president at ICT Private Limited. I'm also joined by Dr. S. Gangopadhyay. Dr. Gangopadhyay started his career as a scientist B at CRRI in 1979, took over as director of the institute in 2009, and retired in 2015. His field of specialization includes traffic engineering, transportation planning and modeling, traffic flow theory, traffic safety, and transport and environment interaction. I'm also joined by Dr. Ekta Kapoor, Director, NMICPS DST. Dr. Ekta Kapoor is a scientist F at Department of Science and Technology. She is the head of Frontier and Futuristic Technologies Division as well as National GLP Compliance Monitoring Authority. She's also the director of NMICPS program. So great. Before we begin and start discussing about how to convert policy into, how to convert data and insights into action, let me begin by sharing some of the insights from another study that my firm and I did some time ago. And I represent most of the view from probably the vehicle producers or the OEM side. So we've had the privilege of working with multiple form factors on commercial vehicles, light commercial vehicles, medium and heavy. And just as was pointed out, the challenge also from an operator side lies on the timelines at these operations. If you look at, let's say, fruits and vegetables segment of commercial vehicles, the TAT or the turnaround time is very specific. You show up at 3 a.m., load the vehicles, and after that, you are incentivized on how soon you touch the mandi. So the phrase that these operators use is mandi touch. So whoever reaches it first is going to get incentivized. Now, that's obviously a trade-off between safety, operator comfort, etc., etc. But there is a payoff. And similarly, if you look at parcel and courier segment, India is going through a stride of e-commerce today. Everyone has access to mobile data and therefore logistics as well. And in that aspect, TAT is important. Many operators expect data on where's my load, how soon am I going to get it, and therefore there is a variable pay associated with fast delivery of cargo. And of course, there's a trade-off. It's going to come at a cost of at least one parameter. So it's important to understand how we can balance it and have a sustainable sort of equilibrium between business, between safety, and most important, human life. All right, so let's delve into it. So starting with Project iRASTE, and a lot has been spoken about it, so I'll skip some of the sort of basics. But let me begin by saying that it is estimated that about 60 to 66% reduction in overall road crashes coupled with 40% reduction in fatalities can be achieved in Nagpur city network if the countermeasures are applied at the identified black spots, warranting immediate implementation by relevant road safety agencies. The lead fleet, in fact, has reported a 31% reduction in the accident rate in their ADAS buses, and 7 out of 10 drivers recorded above average scores by March 23. So this is a huge shot in the arm for the project and definitely paves the road for further improvement. So with that, let's dwell further. And maybe I can start with you, Professor Sikdar, to talk about some of the insights that projects like iRASTE can bring into policy development, and what are some of the challenges that one can encounter while doing so?
You see, the habit doesn't go. Good morning anyway. Well, teachers always like to speak standing. They don't teach sitting down. And that's why the habit is. Anyway, the question is, no doubt, multifarious. As Dr. Velmurgan has mentioned, that accident itself is having multiple reasons. Now, I try to look into the root of the problem. You see, the Indian driving population gets training from whom? Father, mother, sister, somebody tells them ABC, accelerator, brake, and clutch. These three things are to be applied appropriately, and steering, of course, eventually will come. You won't fall on the ditch. You have to keep the vehicle on the road. So with these learnings, driving is not accomplished safely. And that's the example why the latest data shows that 153,000 plus, almost 154,000 people got killed in 2021. The poor driving skill is the primary reason for majority of the accidents. Now, why I am saying so? You see, driving is not simply driving in a straight road. You are able to control the vehicle and hold it onto the lane or the road. In the critical situation, whether you can save yourself, handle the vehicle safely, those are the skills required. Now, ADAS or the CAS is able to help you on that. This poor skill of driving population can be provided with assistance, and that's why it's called ADAS, and that can do a good job handling the critical situation which cannot be handled by the learning of the drivers, which we have at the moment. They are not able to handle the critical situations. Now, critical situations are many. Some of the things you can't see. It has been shown by many kind of presenters, what I have seen in various presentations, that the truck driver, when he turned, he didn't see the child on the left-hand side because it is dark spot. He can't see that. So there should be camera, there should be sensor, which will tell him on the dashboard by, as they have been doing, by sound, voice, or kind of visuals, so that he can see that somebody is there. Now, we have the backing camera. When you reverse the vehicle, go backward, you have camera these days. And in some vehicles, you have got the sensors. It gives you choo choo, pee pee, some sound. And when you go too close, it will do it fast so that you know you are very close. Now, these are the driving assistance or driver assistance. Now, simple driver assistance probably will not be enough. We have to get into translating this alert into action as well, auto action. What I am saying that if crash avoidance, then it must automatically apply brake or reduce the speed. That's how the technology or the ADAS technology should be developing further. So as you have been saying, the vehicle OEMs and others, they should think in this line that how we can take the advantage of these alerts and go further to produce something which will be better for saving lives. And there are a large number of possibilities of various things which we can convert into actual actions, auto actions by the vehicle, proximity, lane departure. I mean, actually in what Velmurgan mentioned, that lane departure is there, lots of lane departure. Well, in urban area, in our case, somebody is coming from this side, somebody there, you simply cannot remain in one lane. You have to go, you have to reach home. So you will change lane. And that obviously ADAS will capture as a lane departure. You are going away from the lane. So these are the issues which are to be seen contextually. They are doing the Telangana iRASTE, and I'm sure they will find that adherence to the lane will be much better. It will not be like what has been in case of Nagpur. So situation may change. That what we need similarly, like lane departure and all that, and correction to it, exceeding the speed limit. It should be forcibly reduced. Then violation of stop line, red light. There should be ADAS developed or applied for these as well. There are too much of violations in the urban areas, particularly on these matters. And they should, of course, main problem is the infrastructure, our infrastructure. I mean, stop line, I am saying stop line, but where is the stop line? You go to an intersection, you won't find stop line. We are talking of lane departure, where is the lane? There is no center line marking, no lane marking in many of the roads. Few roads in Delhi has got good marking, but other roads do not have. So therefore, first and foremost thing will be to correct the infrastructure, to make it as per books. If you can do that, these technologies will work wonderfully, because these are available technology worldwide, and many other countries have been using it since very long. We are getting into it right now. Identifying pedestrian and animal on road is very, very important, particularly in the foggy time or rain or something like that. Even these days, ITS provides even the tire pressure. What is the tire pressure? Continuously it is reflecting, and if it is anything wrong with one of them, it will tell you on the dashboard. So simple alerts are required to be now, my suggestion, to be converted to the auto action, which probably can be given to the government, that they should provide to the OEMs for managing safety even one step further, rather than simply alerting the driver that, oh my God, you are going to hit somebody, apply brake. He may apply, he may not be able to, his sensory nerves, how fast it will work, it will depend on that, all of that. But if machine does, obviously it will do it in right time and do it in the right way. So that's what is the way I think should be considered. And then next generation autonomous vehicles are coming. Now, I don't know when they are coming to India because our infrastructure is so bad, so poor. I mean, because infrastructure has to be intelligent, then only autonomous vehicles can fly on them. Otherwise, I don't think it is going to come. Till we are able to make the infrastructure intelligent or smart enough to adopt autonomous vehicles. Thank you. I'll stop here for the time being.
Thank you so much, Professor Sekdar. Very valid point indeed. I think the technology adoption has to be done at all stakeholder level, and therefore it is important that everyone works in tandem before simply transplanting technology. Completely in agreement. And in fact, let me just also go to Dr. Gangopadhyay and delve about projects like iRASTE. What could be some of the policy interventions that can probably emerge out of such initiatives? In your experience, how can this be maximized into formulation of policies? Thank you.
Very good afternoon to everyone. The esteemed panelists, Professor Parida, and my dear colleagues. Actually, Dr. Velmurgan has quite aptly pointed out the 4 basic points which I was not knowing earlier. And I would say that as per your project, these are the 4 pillars on which, or the parameters on which you did the analysis. Now, of course, I will come to policy part little bit late, but I have 1 or 2 observations on the presentations that what Dr. Velmurgan has made. I think you should consider the private vehicles also, private cars. There is nothing that you only confine to the commercial vehicles, like at the moment you have considered the buses. I tell you why. Because the movement of the private vehicles is random. The way I drive my own vehicle today, or the path that I follow, may not be the same tomorrow. So that variation, the random part, you can always capture, whether in terms of your lane departure, whether in terms of your, not too much on the infrastructure, because that is basically fixed, and the other issues, which can be taken care of. Number one. Number two, see, lane departure or the lane discipline doesn't mean that one has to always drive on the same lane, depending on the traffic stream characteristics, what Professor Sikdar has rightly pointed out. And many of the national highways and state highways are almost like urban arterials now, when they pass through the semi-urban or the urban areas. So, in fact, that your argument that national highway and the urban arterials, that lane departure kind of, thing may not hold good when they are passing in the vicinity of the urban areas. It is well-known fact to each one of us. Now, I would be very keen to know that results of your Telangana study and how different it will be from the Nagpur study. Because you said that some of the data that you said, that reduction of that some of the drivers from out of 10, 7 drivers or something like that you said, yeah, reduction. So how much you want to achieve is number that in terms of numbers will be very interesting to see. Now, coming to the policy thing, of course, any policy that you frame, it depends on the database. And whether your database is correct, because now I think I was going through a sort of CRI calendar few days back, and the July month there is a, I think they are showing the vehicle counter cum classifier through AI techniques. So basically our artificial intelligence started in that manner, very fundamental thing of counting vehicles and classifying the vehicles. So we presume that data is perfect, although we don't know, because it is like a black box. We still don't know. Maybe on some sample points you can have some validation study manually going through, like what we did for your vehicle counter cum classifier through manually, whether they are capturing the entire traffic stream data. So that also has to be kept in mind. So policy, of course, will definitely require the strong database which you already have. Now, how best you could adopt a policy, because you yourself said that we all know it's a multidimensional problem, traffic safety, road safety. And I don't know how, maybe Nilima will know better, that how the driving behavior or the driver behavior can be captured. The way I behave in the morning when I drive is not the same when I go back home. There are thousands of n number of reasons, or very few reasons, whatever. So those things are very, very crucial for your policy purposes. So anyway, policy always can be framed, and I think there is always a road safety policy, one can look at and then one can prepare. But how best you could use this kind of data will be very useful to capture. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Gangopadhyay, and very rightly pointed that we have data at disposal, and it's also about use and deployment of the data, and second about enforcement of policy. Both are important. In fact, bringing you here in Dr. Kapoor about maybe the same topic on policy and how projects like iRASTE, we've spoken about the 4 E's and it's been talked about a lot. In your experience, how do you think the ecosystem can benefit from such initiatives, especially on the policy and regulatory side? Thank you.
Very good afternoon, one and all. At the outset, I would like to thank the organizers for such a detailed day-long program on a successful project like iRASTE. And I see that this will definitely become the future of tomorrow's transport mechanism. I'm proud also to say that the project is an outcome of not one, but it's a collaboration of academia, industry, as well as the government. When I say this, it's important to acknowledge all the contributors. And I think all of us know, but just to point out, the project iRASTE has actually been implemented at various levels, and it started with data capturing where numerous partners have contributed. CRRI, of course, has a lead role because it's bringing the things to reality. The Government of India under Department of Science and Technology is implementing a national mission on cyber physical systems. It's called NMICPS, National Mission on Interdisciplinary Cyber Physical Systems. I'm the mission director of that mission, and we have set up 25 technology innovation hubs in various technology verticals of emerging technologies therein. So these hubs are working on various emerging technologies like artificial intelligence, robotics, like quantum technologies, on the data science, data analytics, etc. And one of the technology innovation hubs at IIIT Hyderabad, which is called the iHub Data, has contributed quite a lot to the iRASTE project. This is one of the success stories of not only the government, the academia, but also the industry. I know there are partners from Intel who have also contributed to the same. I'm sure the project is, we all are excited, and it has a high impact to reduce the number of accidents, especially on our highways. The study at the Nagpur highway has already been completed, and we are waiting for the results to be out for the Telangana thing. It was heartening to listen to Doctor in the morning about all the success stories. I would also like to say that since this is a collaborative project, we can't achieve anything if we work in silos. It's very essential to have a policy making which will again involve a variety of stakeholders. And for that, I think we all have to move hand in hand, and it would definitely involve the technocrats, the bureaucrats, through the regulatory authorities and the standard making organizations. And finally, the Ministry of Road Transport, the road safety authorities would be accepting such policies. With this, I would also like to point out that India is not the only country which is working on such projects. We have listened to and we have read about a number of success stories and number of such projects going on in other countries, including the US, the European countries. In fact, there was an organization I would like to share with you from the Netherlands who wished to work with us on road safety. But for this project, the most beautiful thing I should say is that we have used our own indigenous technologies, and we have developed our indigenous technologies based on the data of the Indian roads. As we all may agree that there is a lot of difference in the data for the roads in India. Of course, in India also we have difference in the condition of the roads, the highways and the local roads and the roads in the rural areas and so on and so forth. But there is a huge, huge difference when we travel abroad and we look at the road conditions there. So I think for policy making, it will be really essential to concentrate on the indigenous conditions of the road and to have ready data to be accepted by the regulatory authorities and by the standard making organizations, so that a considerate importance is being given when we are formulating a policy which is acceptable by all and used for public welfare. I stop here. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Kapoor, for putting it all together. We have maybe 5 to 7 more minutes before we break for lunch. We'll be cognizant of that, and therefore we'll have probably one more question after which we can do a Q&A, and then probably break for lunch. Varma, this sounds about okay? All right. So this is open to all the panelists, whoever wants to take it up. 2 questions, part A and part B. Part A is about the key stakeholders who need to be involved in process of turning insights and data into policy recommendations. This is more to do with how to navigate through these key stakeholders and how we can effectively deploy data and maximize the usage. So which all key stakeholders should we engage with? And second is a more aspirational question, whiteboarding on what are some of the hopes and expectations for future of data-driven road safety policy. So anyone wants to sort of take it up?
For a change, I'll sit. To save time, actually. Well, I mean, this is very important. You see, our transportation system has very little intelligence available. And ITS, that is Intelligent Transport System features, are lacking seriously. And this one is something which is required, as I described, that to make up for the deficiencies of the drivers or skills of the drivers or handling a situation which is critical before this. So that way, it is very essential. Now, only thing is that there are, only 2 days back, we were in Bhubaneswar, and in a kind of one-day session, there are some startups made presentations showing excellent kind of intelligent systems to monitor the inventories of the road, defects of the road, signs, markings, everything inventorized nicely. A whole lot of things. Technologies are there and in our capability. We need to translate it towards solving the problem of road safety. That's what it is. I mean, we have not been using technology for any of these matters, in transportation matters. As somebody was saying that the driver drives for 12 hours, 18 hours, that needs to be regulated. Yes, these are all existing technology. It can be very easily deployed in trucks and such other commercial vehicles, and it can be done. And that will improve safety. That's linking to, I mean, all these e-features, what you mentioned, has a direct link to the outcome that is safety. That's how it will be. And in terms of stakeholders, obviously, the champion is here, our Honorable Minister. He is very fond of technologies, and I'm sure he will jump on it if you ask him that we want to implement in 10 other towns or cities and something like that, and you give us money. You see, today, India doesn't have shortage of money. Money is short only for irrelevant projects. Those things which are not relevant, money is not available. Money is short. But otherwise relevant, there is plenty of money. So we must cash on that. Thank you.
Right. Pretty valid point. And in fact, I remember we did a study with commercial vehicle operators some time ago. And contrary to the hypothesis that we had, that we asked them what are the key buying factors when you go out to purchase fleet. The opinion of the house mostly was they're going to ask for cheaper trucks. They're going to ask for trucks with infinite mileage. 86% of them chose safety. There is an acute shortage of vehicle operators, vehicle chalaks. 86% of the owners and driver owners themselves chose, we need a safe truck. Whatever it takes, there is a high flexibility on a willingness to pay. We tested that. So I think the onus also lies on that part of ecosystem where and then there is, I was just going through some sustainable development goals the United Nations has set up. So there is 3.6 United Nations SDG, which talks about the need for halving the road fatalities by 2030 and the right for safe, affordable and accessible and sustainable transport. So it's only going to happen when we have the layers of technology manning us. We are a developing nation at about $2,200-$2,300 per GDP. That's the per GDP earning that we have, and then it's going to go north. We have a huge headroom in terms of vehicle ownership, and not just at arterial roads. We also work a lot with the international agencies. And in Japan, I remember one of the initiatives which happened was where cameras were put at the vehicle for monitoring the potholes, and the users were incentivized for reporting. So this is, the onus is on the users, and then the municipalities will sort of work back and improve. So it sort of works out for everyone. Of course, for us, there's a vast expanse, but probably we can start with something small, and technology therefore can be a great leveler with us.
Actually, that parameter, I think, is not considered. Road characteristics of the pavement surface is not there. But I think somehow or the other, this parameter will come indirectly as a proxy. Indirectly as a proxy in your four parameters. Well, one has to find out how best it could be pointed out. Because nowadays, we are talking a lot about these pavement characteristics, and nobody knows what is going on. What if the road crashes because of the bad pavement characteristics? People are arguing with road safety engineers that you guys are not making good roads. So that is the idea. So maybe
We have to activate our organizations, the transport, road, enforcement authorities, or rather agencies. They shy off from the technology so far. They have shied off for various reasons, to save the skin, to tell you the fact. And the defects need not be analyzed in so much detail. Police will say that we will manage the red light jumping. They never manage. So like this, I mean, we have to have technology adoption, and then only we'll achieve all these what we are asking for. Thank you.
Understood. Thank you. And in fact, I remember we discussed about tire pressure monitoring system earlier. Surprisingly, we came across a very astonishing data. Today, we have electrification happening on the fleet, on passenger cars more, and then eventually intermediate commercial vehicles also. Most of us today get our air pressure checked at gas stations, at petrol stations. What's going to happen when it's more electrification? People are not going to check. Today, about 75-76% vehicles still run underinflated. And there's a direct correlation with road safety. With more electrification, you don't go to the gas station. How are you going to check tire pressure? Eventually, we'll have probably some incidents emerging from that. So I think these are some probably higher order questions which we also need to think about as we... Any final thoughts before we open it for Q&A?
Madam has spoken, so you all are quite...
Wonderful.
I have one small query to the panelists. technologies of things, ITS things, which can be made part of the, what to say, Motor Vehicle Act for amendment, which can be, with total guarantee we can go for it. Maybe ADAS we are testing and all these things people may say, but making it mandatory in vehicles to come that way, which is the one which we can think about mandating to be part of the motor vehicle amendment.
As part of the smart city projects, all the cities, 100+ cities, have built this ICCC, Integrated Command and Control Center. And all the only data they publish from ICC and publicize is that we have issued 30,000 challans last year. Nothing more than that. It is a very robust and powerful system. It can be used for hundreds of things, but they are doing just one thing. And that also, this money is, challan is issued, not fine collected. So we have to have a system of data that all these channels go to the right place. They are not going to the right place, and that's why they are not getting the money back, or money paid. So these are the issues. I mean, there are associated system, a big system, which needs to be corrected simultaneously with these kind of intelligent system. It's not simply one side is correct, the rest is we don't know where it goes. So that's how it doesn't work. Intelligent systems are all connected. They have to be connected and complete, and then only it will give results. Thank you.
Don't use ChatGPT.
I would just like to add to Professor Sikdar's comments that there is really a need for working together in collaboration. We just cannot achieve the targets if we are working in silos. And therefore, there is a need that we all talk to each other. What is being developed as an intelligent system should be shared, should be validated, and then brought to use with proper monitoring and, taking an action after that. So follow-up is also important. So we all need to understand that this is the most important, the collaboration between different, organized organs of the government, collaborations between different line ministries, and of course, the people who are implementing. Thank you.
Right. So I think due to paucity of time and some of our panelists probably have to leave, maybe we can
One more question.
we can take one more question. Someone can please hand over the mic to the gentleman.
I think he has to run. Thanks a lot, Professor Sikdar.
Hello,
Correct.
my name is Samir Gautam. I'm CEO of a company called Traffic Rewards, which is India's first app that incentivizes drivers when they follow rules. So we are also doing a project at Nagpur, and I'm actually curious to know, like, whatever are the findings which are there in iRASTE. Nagpur is also coming up with another project. It is a IITMS project, and state of Maharashtra is spending around 200 crores. So are the findings of iRASTE in sync with the specifications whichever are there in the triple ITMS project which is coming up now?
Maybe I'll answer that. Right? Sure. So actually, this is one of the things we want to do, right? That we are not engaged as yet, but part of the reason we organize this conference and we're doing all this outreach is, okay, we have done work, we have got some results, but now these need to translate into, right, other people learning from it and becoming policy things, right?
So complementary to that, I mean, so many good projects will be executed in the country.
Correct.
But then how those recommendations can come, because this session is towards that policy making, policy recommendations.
Correct.
So how can we because we are also doing something in the same lines. How can that come in the mainstream? Or, I mean, how can it be like iRASTE goes maybe pan-India or global, or traffic rewards also follows the same trajectory? How do we assure that? Otherwise, it will be one of a kind isolated project.
Correct. That's the reason so far, sir, our focus has been on execution of the project and technical things. The next 6 months, as we get towards the end of the project, our focus is more on engaging the policy bodies and the regulatory bodies so that this becomes something real that is implemented. Right? Thank you.
Just to sort of add up to Dr. Velmurgan's query on vehicle safety and how what can be added on CMVR. So one is the driver state monitoring system. So that's one inclusion which we can do. Second, we spoke about ELD. So ELD we are seeing globally, it is mandatory. In India, maybe in the CMVR, ELD, there can be an implementation element for it. And third is the risk-based insurance. So there have been discussions with IRDA about insurance. In the US, the actuaries, if you drive a car which is a red Ferrari, let's say, for example, the insurance premiums go up automatically based on driver profiling. We have driver scorecards at vehicles today. Probably the element of risk-based insurance. And for fleet operators, it's a major P&L. So commercial vehicle operators will definitely take cognizance of it. And that's where elements of AI and ADAS and such technologies are quite helpful of weaving it back, because all the data is there and can help with the definite economic outcomes as well.
I just have a last point. Like,
sure.
After 6 months, you will be in a better position for the results from the national point of view. So some of the major, like doctor has pointed out, the TBM, the width of the TBM and everything. So I think there should be some SOPs, final SOPs which can be implemented. And these are really, because at one city or one stretch, if you have done something and it is giving good result, we just have to replicate the same. So it should become the SOP for everyone. Why should we go to, again and again and teach engineer of another state and another city and everything? That SOP, I request that should be created and sent across for their capacity building as well.
Absolutely.
Maybe
I'll just,
very good idea.
yeah, I'll just answer that, right? So, I mean, so far, a lot of data we have is from the vehicle safety vector, right? But a lot of work is going on right now in implementing these DPRs. And we have Mr. Rajuwag from Roadmark who are doing a lot of the work on the ground awareness. So we expect to see a lot more results from that, right? And we are, I mean, you have all the executive report. We actually have 180-page detailed report, right? So this will all come out and this will circulate to everybody and try to turn that into policy. Absolutely.
All right.
Sure. Mike दीजिए.
जी धन्यवाद. मैं राजू वाघ नागपुर से हूँ और iRASTE के साथ में काम कर रहा हूँ. हमने 3 जो प्रोजेक्ट लिए हैं और iRASTE की वजह से हम वो कर पा रहे हैं, इसलिए मैं सबसे पहले iRASTE का बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद करता हूँ और उसके लिए आप सब लोग एक ज़ोर से ताली बजाएंगे, ऐसे मैं सबको रिक्वेस्ट करता हूँ. हमने जो ब्लैक स्पॉट पर डिज़ास्टर मैनेजमेंट सेंटर जो तैयार किया है, मेरे ख्याल से ये देश का पहला प्रोजेक्ट है कि जन सहभाग से दुर्घटनाग्रस्तों की मदद करना. उस ब्लैक स्पॉट परिसर में जितने भी वेंडर्स होते हैं छोटे मोटे, उनको सबको कलेक्ट करना, उनको फर्स्ट एड ट्रेनिंग देना, उनको डिज़ास्टर सेंटर के बारे में जितनी जानकारी दे सकते हैं और दुर्घटनाग्रस्त की जान बचा सकते हैं वो बताना. ऐसे हमने 20 साल में 8000 लोगों को मदद करी है और 500 लोगों की जान बचा चुके हैं. ये छोटा सा प्रोजेक्ट था, मगर iRASTE ने हमको सपोर्ट करने की वजह से अभी कल परसों में हमने उसका उद्घाटन लिया है और कुणाला जी हमारे साथ में मार्गदर्शन करते हैं और ये देश का पहला ऐसा डिज़ास्टर मैनेजमेंट सेंटर है, ऐसा कुछ पत्रकारों ने मुझे बताया, बहुत अच्छा लगा. दूसरी बात ऐसी है कि देश में कहीं भी सब तरफ तो चालान करते हैं, पैसे कमाती है सरकार, मगर यातायात नियमों का पालन करने वाले 100% यातायात नियमों का पालन करने वालों की संख्या कहीं पे भी नहीं है। वो नहीं बता सकते हैं कि हमने इतने लोगों को यातायात नियमों का पालन करने के लिए प्रवृत्त किया है। ऐसा कोई राज्य में नहीं है, कोई जिले में नहीं है, कोई शहर में नहीं है, कोई जगह पर नहीं है। तो वो हम iRASTE के साथ में काम करने वाले हैं और हमने एक सोसाइटी ली और उसमें ऐसा लोगों को प्रवृत्त किया कि वो यातायात नियमों का 100% पालन करें और 40% लोगों ने हमारी बात मानी और जो मानवीय गलतियां थी उनकी, जो दुर्घटना का कारण बनती थी, वो उन्होंने सुधारा और उन्होंने बोला कि हमको तो केवल पुलिस कागजात मांगती है कि अब कागजात है तो हम यातायात नियमों का पालन करते हैं, पर ये जो ह्यूमन मिस्टेक है, मानवीय गलतियां, ये तो हमको पहली बार पता चली है। तो ये बहुत ज़रूरी है। जब तक लोगों की मानसिकता, बिहेवियर नहीं बदलेगा यहाँ तक वाहन चलाने का, तब तक हम कितना भी टेक्नोलॉजी यूज़ करें, मतलब 2 करोड़ का अगर वाहन है, गाड़ी है, कार है, मगर वो जो ड्राइवर है अगर वो ठीक नहीं है तो वो गाड़ी का एक्सीडेंट करेगा। तो टाटा के साइरस मिस्त्री, कितनी महंगी गाड़ी थी मगर ड्राइवर की गलती की वजह से। तो हमको सबसे पहले ड्राइवर को तैयार करना पड़ेगा कि वो कैसा चलाता है। तीसरा एक छोटा सा और एक है कि फर्स्ट एड ट्रेनिंग, ये जन आंदोलन होना चाहिए। जो iRASTE ने हमको सपोर्ट किया और हम करीब 5000 लोगों को ये प्रशिक्षण दे सके। और अभी डिमांड है कि हमारे यहाँ, हमारी कॉलोनी में लीजिए, हमारे ऑफिस में लीजिए, हमारे सोसाइटी में लीजिए, हमारे संगठन में लीजिए। तो मुझे बहुत अच्छा लगा कि सपोर्ट अगर ऐसा होता है तो हमारे जैसे जो छोटे छोटे कार्यकर्ता होते हैं, NGOs होती है, वो बड़ा अच्छा सपोर्ट करेगी। और देश में फर्स्ट एड ट्रेनिंग अगर मिल जाती है, हज़ारों लोग तैयार होंगे तो लाखों लोगों की जान बचा सकेंगे। धन्यवाद।
Thank you, Rajesh. I think we'll wrap.
All right, so with that, we've come to the end of this session. If there are no further queries from the audience, I see one hand, maybe someone
Maybe one last one because people are waiting for lunch.
Yeah, sir, you are between them and lunch, so no rush.
Yeah. Please go ahead. Yes.
That you guys are using, and furthermore, are we using AI for infrastructural considerations also, and how are the governments taking your recommendations on the same?
So maybe there are 2 parts to it. I'll answer, right? The first part of the AI comes into the vehicle safety, where the camera itself, the AI algorithm, actually built over 15 years of work, and especially that camera was put in a Mahindra vehicle. And it went all over India, collected data for 3 years. So the AI algorithms, the detection algorithms are based on Indian data set. That's number 1. Infrastructure part, yes, this gray spot map you see, so we collect all this data and then we have used data analysis as well as some AI methods to come up with that gray spot map. In fact, we think that's one of the biggest contribution from this project, because black spots are places where people have already died, accidents have happened, right? Yes, we're taking some remedial measures. But what if we can predict and take some measures? That's what our gray spot concept is, where you can do some prediction based on all this data. So these are the 2 big AI elements in this project. And in terms of government accepting it, that's the quest we are on now, right? To get this into a policy recommendation. Please. Yeah, we can discuss over lunch as well. I think there are some hungry people here, maybe. Please. Yeah. Refer meeting to, okay, let's finish.
I'm sorry, I would just be taking 2 minutes. So I'm from Crazy Tales, and we have been publishing stories and writing innovative content for people. And what ma'am has told, that SOPs are very important thing. And as you have been doing something which is very essential, I think, for every day, because we know each one of us are out on the roads each day of our life. So this is very essential, wherein I would like to thank Mr. Gadkari ji, as he has made such innovative innovative roads and all. But जैसे कि आपने सुना होगा अभी बीच में there were some people who were traveling from Meerut to Gurgaon, and there were some mishappenings which happened due to a school bus which was coming on the way. So as ma'am has told that SOP is a very important part because it should be spread about as you have been going, and I think for every individual also this is required. So I would definitely look forward that if you could collaborate with you and definitely work on the SOP part so that this becomes a word of spread for everyone, wherein they can get some manuals and understand how to take care of their vehicles and on-road things.
Good.
So definitely, we'll definitely like to collaborate with you and work on if something can come out of this.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
That's a good lead into the afternoon session. I'll just make 2 points and then we'll go. We have a specific session on school safety in the afternoon, and we have 50 buses in Nagpur, so we have data and other things to talk about. And another one I want to highlight in the afternoon is a project called Traffic Rewards. We all talk about, challans and negativity, but a lot of people are following rules. What's in it if I follow the rules? So they have a really interesting project. Samir is here, will talk about where people following the rules get benefits, right? So good sessions in the afternoon. So we look forward to that. Thank you, panelists. We'll break for lunch.
Thank you so much. So just to recap, we will work in tandem. There is a need to break the silos, and also technology is at our disposal, but important is to convert those insights into action. So with that, thank you so much for patiently listening to all of us. Catch you later during lunch and networking. Thank you.
Folks, the lunch, if you go outside to the left, there's a big tent, right? So lunch is for 1 hour and we'll come back here at 2:20. Afternoon, everybody. We'll get started with our post-lunch session. So the first presenter is Mr. Jigesh Bowser, and he'll talk about iRAP, right? Jigesh has been working as road safety, traffic and transportation engineer in iRAP since 2013. I'll hand over to Jigesh.
Thank you and good afternoon. It looks like more challenging to have a session after lunch, immediately after lunch. Okay, can we please switch on these slides?
No, you can see this.
Okay, it's okay. So I'm going to talk about iRAP, that's the International Road Assessment Program, but also more important to today's session on the AI-RAP. So there's a lot of technology things going on in safety from infrastructure viewpoint, which I'll mention today. Let me introduce iRAP quickly. International Road Assessment Program, or iRAP, is a registered charity. It's a not-for-profit organization, global organization which is working with vision to have a world free of high-risk roads. iRAP does the inspection, rather iRAP has developed tools and process the protocols for the road safety inspection. Star rating of roads for safety, similar to, you must have heard about star rating of cars, for safety crash testing. Similar to that, roads have star rating, and iRAP has developed that process, the system, how you can star rate your roads. At the moment, more than 100 countries have used the star rating. More than 10 lakh kilometers have been assessed using the iRAP star rating methodology. And iRAP has got several country-based programs. Like we have India RAP, which was established in year 2017, and there are many other country-based programs also in Asia. We have China RAP, and a few more. Thailand is also coming up with their own model. Malaysia for risk assessment. So that's the brief background about iRAP. Now we have heard today, this morning, and I'm sure before also you have heard about the decade of action for road safety. And one of the target is to reduce the number of fatalities and serious injuries by 50% by year 2030. So the Global Road Safety Action Plan developed by UN and WHO, that gives the way, or it shows you how you can achieve this. So you know what is to be achieved, but how it is to be achieved. So for that, they have given 12 global road safety performance targets. These 12 targets talk about every aspects of road safety, be it enforcement or legal system or awareness, etc. infrastructure also. So number 3 and 4, which is shown here on the screen, target number 3 and target number 4, these two targets particularly talk about road infrastructure, how you can measure and manage road safety on your network. Target 3 is for new roads. New roads means if we are expanding a road, say single lane becomes 2 lane, or we add more lanes and similar. So that's a new road. So when we are doing a new road design and new road construction project, the new roads must be designed in such a way that it achieves 3-star or better rating for all road users. So on the scale of 1 to 5, 3-star is considered good, safe. Obviously 4 and 5 are very good, but 1 and 2-star are high risk, which is to be avoided. Target number 4 is for existing roads. So the roads which are already been constructed under operation and maintenance stage, for those roads it says that more than 75% of travel should be on 3-star or better rating. So that is a key point, more than 75% of travel, that means where your traffic is more than 75%. So if we say entire India road network, we need to map wherever 75% of travel is occurring. So that is the key point here. So that's about the two types of roads, existing roads and new roads. Now star rating, the star rating of roads is very easy to understand. You can see here in the color 5 ratings, 1-star, 2-star, 3, 4 and 5-star. Color coding tells itself, black and red are high risk, orange and above, green, yellow are safer, 3-star or better is good. So the star rating is done for 4 different road user groups. You can see there, vehicle occupant shown by car, motorcycles, pedestrian and bicycles. So what it tells, the star rating, it represents level of safety offered by the road infrastructure to its road user. So for example, a particular road section, if you see it has got say 4 lanes or 6 lanes, very nice median, shoulders, good lane markings and all safety features. It may achieve 3-star, 4-star or 5-star for vehicle occupants, but at the same time, if there are pedestrians present there and there are no such facilities for them as footpath or crossing, street light, etc., the same road section may get 1 or 2-star for pedestrian. So that is the way it has to be different. Star rating has to be different for different road user groups. Now these star rating are very objective way of measuring level of safety. I mean the process, the data which goes in, it's very objective. It is based on a standard process which can be repeated several times and on all types of roads. It can be done for urban roads, star rating can be done for rural roads, high traffic volume like expressways or low traffic volume road as well. So all categories of roads it can be done, and it is similar to road safety audit. It is a we say proactive approach of road safety. So there are 2 ways, proactive and reactive. The black spot approach is more reactive, where crashes have already happened and there you go there and then try to address. So that's a reactive way. Road safety audit, star rating, these are proactive way. We don't wait for crashes to happen. We just observe the site situation, the conditions, and if there is a risk, we identify risk. If there is a risk, we have to address them. So we try to find out solutions to mitigate the risk. So that's a proactive way of road safety. It is not based on crash data. So for example, one road more crashes are happening, so we give it 1 or 2 star. It's not like that. It is totally based on the road infrastructure data. It can be also used for middle income countries, low and middle income countries like India and other countries. So the model has been developed, actually it started somewhere in Europe, maybe more than 20 years ago, with just car occupant in focus. And then slowly it evolved. World Bank came in with some funding to develop it for Asian type of situation where you have mixed road use, where you have bicycles, pedestrians, everybody on the same road. So that is how the model has been developed to suit with the conditions that we have here. This is the overall process. I'll try to explain quickly. So what you see there, data collection, it starts with a vehicle mounted with a camera and GPS, which is run on the road to collect data. Data is just the video and GPS data. That is the bare minimum thing required. Sometimes you can use the network survey vehicle, the full network survey vehicle, which is having more equipment like laser profilometer and so on. Then the next stage, you see the desk work. A person is, you can see a person is sitting on computer. That is what we call coding. So the people, trained people, accredited, certified people, they view these video images and extract 50 plus road attributes for every 100-meter length. So each 100-meter length, a set of data is required to be extracted, and that is stored in a file. In addition to this data, we also require some supporting data. That is the traffic volume, for example, which cannot be just recorded by running a vehicle. Vehicle operational speeds, 85th percentile speed of traffic. Road crash data, it is also required to prepare the investment plan or to find out solutions, not for star rating. So this all data, it goes into a software. The software is named VIDA. So the software has been developed by iRAP. VIDA means life in Spanish language. So it's a life-saving software. That is how it has been named. So the data goes in VIDA. VIDA is an online software. Anybody can use it because iRAP is a charity. It's free of cost. There is no license. Nothing is to be installed. You need registration, your account, and then you can access the software. Although people need proper training how to use it. So the software processes data and it generates star rating, number 1 shown there. And then it also gives road condition. So the tabulated way of data which goes in. For example, on this road, how many intersections, how many lanes, delineation, that is the lane markings and so on. And then number 3 shown there is the Safer Road Investment Plan, SRIP, we call it SRIP in short, which is a solution, to improve safety. What are the treatments which needs to be done? It is based on the economic analysis. So every treatment has its own effectiveness in reducing crashes. So it does the estimate of how many lives and serious injuries can be saved by doing these treatments. It gives details, location specific, because every 100 meter has got GPS coordinates. So it will give you where, what is to be done with a tentative cost benefit analysis. And then these are used for the implementation purpose taken up by the road authorities. Sometimes a design is being prepared if a road project is going to happen, that is expansion. These treatments can be included in the road design and so on. Star rating of the design can also be done. So similar to road safety audit of designs, star rating of design can be done. And then last thing you see there is the post-construction assessment. So after the construction is complete, you can run the vehicle and do the process again to compare what was the star rating before improvement and what is the star rating after improvement. So that's the overall process. Now this is a typical network survey vehicle mounted with camera and so many equipment. Sometimes we use this kind of smaller camera, so no network survey vehicle is required. It's a small camera. It has got GPS and video, wide angle view video. That's the camera. That is the that's my business card actually. So it's the size of business card, very small camera. We often use it for small road networks. We used it for Mumbai urban roads and many other locations. So that is the different type of equipment you can have to collect the data. Now these are the type of road attributes which are extracted manually by looking at the video images of the road survey. Like horizontal alignment, you can see curvature, number of lanes, roadside objects, what is present on the left side of the road, whether it is tree or pole or slope or whatever, crash barrier. There are so many types of objects. So type of object is seen and then identified. And there is a standard form, iRAP specification form, a drop-down menu which the coder selects appropriate attributes from there. Lane width, number of lanes, condition of the road based on visual observations, delineation, that is the lane marking. Is there a good marking, center line and edge line marking? Intersection type, is it 3-leg intersection or 4-leg intersection? Is there a roundabout, traffic signal, street lights, channelizing island at the intersection? In urban, semi-urban area, we may have street light, footpath, pedestrian crossing, traffic light. So all these are some example, but it's a 52 attributes list, which is recorded for every 100 meter. And right now, generally in a traditional way, that's being done manually. This is one example from a NECTO design guide. So NECTO has developed a street design guide, how to design your guides so that, how to design your street so that it becomes safer for all road users. So you can see here the left side is the traditional way generally we have our streets, and the right hand side, which is a better designed street, and the star rating are shown there with a specific speed and traffic volume, both intersection and the streets. So star ratings, it's a very good guide available. If anybody is interested in urban street design, you can have a look there. We have done about 32,000 kilometer assessment, star rating of roads in India till now. You can see different states are covered, many states are covered, and in collaboration with sometimes consultants, sometimes with the road authorities, public works departments, ministries, NHAI, World Bank, and so on. So still 32,000 kilometers is a small figure. We have 1 lakh kilometer of national highways alone. Anyway, this 32,000 presents some national highways, some state highways, some urban roads also, like Mumbai city roads and so on. Okay, now coming to the focus of today's event, what do you think, how the 2030 looks like? Where are we going? We are in decade and decade of action. We are in 2023 already. So population is going to be 8.4 billion, this world level. The urbanization is going to increase, electric vehicles and maybe autonomous vehicles in some countries. AI and automation and robots and everything is going to be there. 1 trillion, we are going to have 1 trillion internet connections by year 2030 in India alone. Climate change, that is another challenge. And how do we see ourselves? How do we put road safety into this perspective? That's challenging. 500 million disabilities, that's huge. We are going to have so many disabled people. So that's also some part comes from the road safety perspective. Okay, so the AI-RAP is the Accelerated and Intelligent Road Assessment Program. So where some part of data collection is automated with the help of machine learning and all, so that the time is taken less, because right now the manual stage of coding which I mentioned, that takes a lot of time. Accuracy, we have to check the accuracy at several stages. So with the help of machine learning and all data, it can be reduced. So the point is, reliable way of data capturing in an automated way, plus which is scalable. So maybe pilot projects, it is less, the covered road network. There are some pilot projects going on. However, it has to be scalable to the entire road network at the global level, and also with the same level of accuracy. So that's the challenge we have there to achieve AI-RAP. So there are so many things: satellite data, vehicle data, LIDAR, so for example, we have Android phone. Every one of us has Android phone, and it generates a lot of data. It goes to Google or Apple or wherever, and that data can be used to get a lot of information, origin, destination metrics, or speed, or volume, and so on. So why not that data can be used? Because when I mentioned 50 plus road attributes required for IRAP, some of them can be easily collected or easily gathered from some of the providers. They already have this data. So right now, under the accreditation, so IRAP has a process of accreditation. So for I mentioned the software VIDA, which is free for use. However, if you want to process data, you have to have accreditation, certificate of training that you know how to use this software. So that's the accreditation. Similarly, for AI-RAP suppliers, so how it is coming up, the companies which has got this data, or they have ability to convert the data, whatever data they have, like Google Street View, they have video images. Some of the companies are collecting LiDAR data. Some of the companies like Uber, TomTom, they have road map based data, speed, flow, etc. So that data, if they can convert it to IRAP specification, that's the whole process of AIRAP accreditation. So these companies, they say we have some data and we can specifically code or automate 10 IRAP data points. Not all 52, but we can, some of them say 10, some of them can do 5 and so on, and gradually they keep increasing. So these data is going to be available on a common platform. So for example, if you are road authority and you want to star rate a particular road in your road network, you go to this platform and see for this road how much data is available, who has what data, and then you can buy data from there. You can have a mechanism with them so that you can use that data, and remaining data maybe still it comes from manual stage, but gradually it's going to improve. So the manual part is going to reduce, and at a certain time it will eliminate. So right now there are three companies. NDT has done a big project, big assessment in Australia, a very good pilot, and then the pilot went to a full-scale implementation. So this is an example of LiDAR data. So LiDAR is a kind of radar. So you put a machine on the vehicle, and it prepares cloud points. So it sends the waves, and waves are thrown back when they reflection based on any object, it comes back, and the machine prepares a cloud base. So this is one example. You can see a pole and a wall like situation there. You see how it's moving. A pole is there, pole is detected, trees, and the wall on the left side, that is also detected, footpath. You can see median and so many objects, and you can train the machine to identify these objects automatically. So rather than manually doing it, it is being done on an automated way. Another example here, they are going to show how it can be used for slope measurement, the side slope. So that's a railway line. It can be done on any even roads also it can be done. So you can measure slope, and you can also create a 3D terrain type. And the uses are limitless. It's not only road safety. There are so many things you can use this data when you go to specific road design or road construction and maintenance and so many things. So that was just an example how they are going to use the data. But the NDT, the pilot project which I mentioned in Western Australia, so they did a pilot with the government, collecting the data with the help of LiDAR and like that, and then converting it by the machine, automated conversion to the required data. And now the government has given them a larger network of over 19,000 kilometers, where they are going to do this automated process. Using LiDAR and the cloud-based imagination system. So the image learning process and all that. This is going to lead safety assessment of the main road network of over 19,000 kilometers, which is built into the road safety action plan of Western Australia. So they have an action plan, and they say we are going to do road safety assessment, systematic assessment, star rating of this main road network, and then we are going to implement solutions which are identified in this way, the economically viable safety treatments. So this assessment is going to be useful for the road safety action plan. So 2030 vision, what should be our vision for the end of the decade when we reach there? So the first thing, if you remember the target number 4 for existing road was to have 75% of travel on 3-star or better. We don't know currently where is our 75% of travel, 75% of vehicle kilometer traveled, 75% of pedestrian travel, pedestrian walking, and so on. So with this data, it is possible to identify that road network or road links where the 75% of travel is happening, and how to convert it to 3-star or better. So we can implement the safety solutions to improve it. Manual coding, if we talk about IRAP specifics, is going to be eliminated, and the automated coding will be available on the scale of all the roads at the global level. There are enough providers, like I mentioned, Google, TomTom, and so on. They need to develop their capability, and the market for them is not only IRAP. It's so many things are there when they go to the market. And this is available in almost all countries now. It's happening at very fast scale. All this technology, phone actually started everything, Android and Apple, but now it is everywhere. So autonomous vehicles are also coming. So this all new roads, again, for road safety from infrastructure perspective, is to say that all new roads should be 3-star or better. We should not, or we should at least try to avoid 1 and 2 star, eliminate those 1 and 2 star. And this IRAP star rating can be used as a global KPIs for road safety in all manners. So that's the vision for 2030. So that was a very, very brief about IRAP, and also about AIRAP. Any questions? I'm happy to have any questions. Yes, please. Mike.
Yeah. Hi, this is Mangesh from Asim Infrastructure Finance. What I wanted to know is, have you attempted aligning this particular rating with the rating that NHI is doing for its national highway network? One.
Sorry, align the rating with?
The rating that the NHI is doing for the national highway network within the country. Have you attempted any such thing, or do you have any plans to do that? And second thing is, what's the sort of cost that is to be incurred, say per kilometer, on a per lane kilometer basis or something?
Okay, so first question. Now the rating being done by NHI, it has got, it's very different. The parameters, if you look, these two are very different, so it cannot be compared. You can't compare apple with orange. So they have some infrastructure related attributes, but they also have then very important, obviously, like hospitals or the reaction time by the ambulance. If a crash happens, within how much time ambulance reaches that spot, and so on. There are so many, it's more comprehensive. This IRAP star rating, it's only focusing on road infrastructure attributes, the 50 attributes which I showed as an example. So it cannot be compared that way. That's
you're talking of operationalizing this for also various phases, like design phase as well as construction as well as the operation phase. So different phases can have different parameters, and I'm aware of the rating parameters in the NHI rating. So I don't think, I mean, if your objective is assessing the road safety of the infrastructure itself, the input parameters won't be much different. I mean,
no, very much different.
They could be
very much different.
Can you just give an example?
Yeah. So, for example, intersection. In the NHI parameter, how do you define and take intersections?
How do you fine. See, if it's a new road, if it's a new road or an operating road, generally, what's the amount of traffic which is there below that? Depending upon that, intersections are provided, right? And depending on the volume of the traffic, underpasses or overpasses are provided.
So,
on
okay,
that.
so now we are going into the different area where what should be there, whether an overpass, underpass, flyover, interchange, what should be there, that's where we are going. But here, being objective, IRAP assessment, you have to record what type of intersection is present. We are not thinking about what should be there. The star rating is based on what is present here. So 3-leg intersection, 4-leg, right turning lane is there or not, channelizing islands, street lights, pedestrian crossing and all facilities. Again, it doesn't mean that if I say at an intersection, right turning lane is not present, that doesn't mean I am saying it must be present. It's not like that. So star rating is one thing, and then comes the solution.
Let me just interrupt here.
Yeah.
See, here when we are talking about, since NHI deals with national highways, so the rating system is in accordance to the national highways, right? So I think what you are comparing is somewhat city kind of a traffic also. So if I just take the subdomain of the national highways, then the parameters would be almost similar. See, until the time it is designed, it will be certain parameters, and once it's operational, then it's more of signages and whether there is actual increase in traffic volume.
Still,
and therefore the road performance in terms of accidents happening and crashes happening at those intersections.
Yeah, that's a different thing.
So it's a mix of all these three.
So
things.
from infrastructure viewpoint, there are many more parameters going on from when we talk of IRAP, only infrastructure focusing 52 attributes. In the NHI rating, it's more comprehensive, not only infrastructure, but it also covers other parameters. So it's very different. So if you look at the rating result of one road, IRAP star rating and NHI rating, it's going to be different. Because the parameters, definitely we can have more discussion later. I can explain in more details what are the parameters and how it affects star rating. We have a star rating demonstrator online where we can do star rating in 5 minutes of one particular location, putting all road attributes. So that way it's very, very different. So yeah.
Actually, to add on the Bowser's answer, in IRAP, in design normal standard, we have a 5 meters width for the median width. But they have different parameters. If you have a 12 meters width, what is the rating? And if you have a 1 meter, 1.5 meters width, what is the rating? A totally different scenario, the inputs are required for that. So it is not that our own standards, if we give input in the IRAP, we will get the same rating.
Yeah, can I ask a question?
Yes, please.
One last one, Ravi. We'll move to the next session. Yeah.
Only one question, last question. Myself, Dr. Ravishekar. My question is a simple question. Like, I think more of the parameters you have taken and you are evaluating the one discrete variable, that is like rating. So sometimes what will happen, the parameters which you have taken may not be a static nature. Maybe the changes are there. So I think you have one time giving the rating, probably the rating may not be the actual rating. So rating will be varies. So have you considered any kind of changes of the parameters in your data sets or something? So have you any kind of idea or maybe concept on that one?
Yes, so some of the parameter which can change quickly with the time. Very simple to understand is the road surface condition, road markings. These are the things. Number of lanes and type of intersection, etc. are not going to change very frequently. In the NHI project, we did assessment of national highways in 3 states. And after our report, NHI got implementation of the low cost safety treatments, basically focusing on the road markings. So in many of the roads, road markings were not present or were faded, and they revised some road surfacing and road markings freshly done, and then we revised the results with that by changing the data. So that is possible. How much frequently it can be done, maybe then NHAI or the ministry has to come up with a policy that every year we do. For example, road asset management is happening, data collection is happening at 6 month or a year interval, and the same data can be used for star rating. So if that mechanism is in place, we can have star rating of all roads, all national highways every year. That's the frequency we can go. Yep. Okay. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Jigesh. I foresee you and Mangesh talking a lot during the tea break. Okay, our scheduled next presenter couldn't make it. He had a family emergency, so we'll go to the next panel session, right? A very interesting session on school safety, right? School safety next. So I request Mr. Prashant Roy to come over, and along with him, the panelists, Ms. Mukti Advani, Ms. Juby Jose, and Mrs. Ruchi Verma, please. Yeah. Maybe you can sit in this corner, Prashant. Let them sit. Yeah. You have your schedule. You'll go first.
Okay. Absolutely delighted to be in an almost all-women panel. I'm the exception. And to take up a subject which is, I think, of fairly sufficient widespread interest, school bus safety. Well, not school bus, the school safety, which includes school zones, school buses, and not just school buses, of course, all kinds of transportation, actually, which tends to be used, and I suspect that overrides the number of students actually going in school buses, 2:1 or something like that. There's been a lot of very interesting data and discussions around which is drawing from the iRASTE project. We had a chance earlier in the year, in fact, to use some of that data and to have a very focused discussion on the impact of technology interventions, specifically for school transportation. A lot of interesting things came out. I think I'll have a chance to maybe put some of those questions in. I don't want to jump into them at the outset. But clearly, it's a very high concern area. A lot of the pressure on schools for putting in the technologies which they're supposed to, but they don't always, or there are financial constraints or whatever, CCTV, GPS, etc. in buses. There's pressure from parents to do that. In terms of data, it's pretty worrying. The last year in which there was data from MORTH, there was something like 11,200 kids who died on the roads. That was 2019. After that, we went into the pandemic, so that was a safer 2 years for students and for all road mortalities. But that's more than 30 kids a day dying on Indian roads. That's kind of very, very grim. And I think the question I'd like to just put to the panelists, they'll, of course, there's an introductory comments, and I think there are a couple of quick presentations that we'll go through. But, the question is, how do we reduce this? What does it take to reduce this from the data, from the information we have, projects like iRASTE, the policy measures? There's a bunch of policy measures, including aimed at school children. A lot of them are around the bus itself and the construction design, etc. of the bus and the way it looks and feels and so on. But there are many other areas and some fascinating work in school zones and safety around the school, the buffer zones, the infrastructure around and so on. So I'm going to start in no particular order. I don't know, Ruchi, are you geared up to start first? You have your video is queued up too. So could I ask you to go ahead? Ruchi Verma, Humankind, and I'll ask you to, when you're speaking, also give I think your video explains a little bit about what Humankind does and the work that you're doing in school zones.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Ruchi. I'm an architect and urban designer by training. And for the past 3 years, I've chosen the path of social entrepreneurship and looking at how do you bring impact in road safety with communities, especially looking at schools. We did discuss this number of 11,000, and I started with this perspective of if you break 11,000, it would come to the 2018 data basically was revealing that 45 children are dying daily. And if that is equated to something from a classroom, you are losing a classroom a day. So everybody who's working on education is trying to bring children to school, and everybody who's working in road safety know this data. And there was a bridge that needs to be created. So we started this program called Crosswalk, where we are looking at how do you look at bringing children to school safely, but with children and communities rather than just a top-down approach. I usually show these two maps with our partners from Trip Center. A lot of data is already available, and also strategies are also there. The map on the left shows all the crash locations in Delhi, and there's no single street that you can say that, crashes are happening only on arterial streets or sub-arterial. They're happening everywhere. And on the right, there was this study done in 2014, I think, where if you just create safer school zones, a buffer of 2 kilometers that children can cycle, walk, families can just walk down to school, you're creating a safer Delhi. And if science says that, then why is this happening, where children are still growing up around inaccessible streets? Our school-going years basically are all unsafe, unhealthy, unsecured, and short-lived. And finally, we've all, from our school days, become parents or grandparents, are imposing that inherent fear of going out independently to our children. And so shrinking childhood is a real concept. Evidently, in schools, when I started, I saw that there was a lot of education and awareness programs. But again, this study shows that education campaigns are least effective with young children. And also, they have only low-intensity messages, are lecture-oriented, and information-only in nature. Also, if there's nothing concrete happening outside, no campaign, benefits. And so we decided to co-create the school zones through 3 steps. The first one is we co-design the school zones through data, and that's the heart of the conference. The second is we catalyze the community. So school children, communities, grandparents, there are so many stakeholders in a school ecosystem. How do they all come around that? And then finally, how do you show impact by working with government and lead this change? And so I've got a very short video to show what this program looks like. Last year, we started working with the Transport Department of Delhi government, and we have been trying to pilot our work in 11 schools. Why 11? Because Delhi has 11 districts. And so we thought that let's look at how one school zone can be created in every district, and thereby learn about both public and private schools, girls' schools, boys' schools, morning schools, evening schools, and just get an understanding of lives of school children in the city. I'll just play this.
The Transport Department is initiating the Safe School Zone project in collaboration with Humankind and the Transportation Research and Injury Prevention Center of IIT Delhi. To carry out the project at the school level, the Transport Department, with the help of Directorate of Education, instituted Road Safety Clubs to support a long-term traffic safety and school accessibility roadmap, provide 21st century skills and civic leadership to every student. To make school zones safer, cleaner, and accessible to everyone, road safety clubs adopt a simple process. First, develop a data-driven approach by collecting school travel data from students and parents with the help of community volunteers and student alumni. Second, co-designing the school zone via an experiential road safety curriculum, bringing creativity, problem solving, life skills, and civic leadership at the center. To bring community ownership along with children, the staff, the school management committee, or the parent teachers association are also engaged to take inputs and to develop safe school zone models. Lastly, with the help of the administration, the transport department partners with the PWD and the traffic police to take these models from paper to reality and transform Delhi through safe school zones. The transport department is initiating the safe school.
Yeah. So what does this work actually look like? In terms of looking at data, we have been collecting across school systems, demographic data, their travel modes, the location, the socio-emotional data, and also measuring change of life skills as communities are involved. So you look at, we have travel profiles, we even look at how children want some kind of change and what is the intensity, but also social emotional data. For example, in one of the schools, about 50% of the children were feeling fear while coming. And so that is a real challenge because safety is personal, as we all know. How does that data influence design on a national highway, on a subarterial? And these are visions that were created by school communities for their own school zone. So no two school zones would be alike. Obviously, features are alike, but that is what gives the community ownership and a drive to have a long-term understanding about safety and impact. This impact then gets created into taking the whole school, voting behind the proposal, engaging senior and junior and parents to, get involved, involving the RWAs, involving how does work zone safety look like, how it will be created, how school traffic management will happen, giving the power to school authorities to actually localize traffic safety and traffic management at their end. And data is continuously collected by the school with the parents, because once this road safety club is formed, it has representation from all of them. The project that you saw in the video is getting executed. This is Delhi's first student-friendly street, designed by a group of students in class, when they were 9. Now they are in class 9. And what they had wanted was segregated footpaths, segregated cycle tracks, areas to sit, play, calming, and this is now becoming a reality. It is not only on paper, and you see how children absorb the entire process of, what does it mean to be a safe, safer environment. So you see them coming up with bulletins, videos. In nutshell, we are humankind, and we are looking at how do you co-design school zones with children, school communities, and government. And obviously, in partnership with TRIP Center, we are achieving the goal of target 3.6. And so if any of you is interested to join hands and co-build school zones, we are here. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Mukti, will you go next? You've been also very deeply into this space and, your guidelines for safer commute to schools. So look forward to hearing from you, and I think we'd love to then get a little deeper into understanding the practicality of this sort of zones and safer commutes. Over to you, Mukti, from Principal Scientist, CSIR-IGIB.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for this introduction. I will be brief. Okay.
So this is our road network of India, and FPC is just basically majority of our roads comes under the category of rural roads. When we see the accidents happening on all these roads, one is the category rural, everything else is urban. So this data are basically for 2015 to 19, and it shows the trend of decreasing, and that's good thing. Avoided this corona period, and trend will continue, of course, the similar way, and that is good sign. What makes me worry, or what we may all have to think about this graph? Yes, it is decreasing, but it's decreasing if you see the gap in rural as well as urban. In urban, it is decreasing, maybe because a lot of effort being put on urban roads like Ruchi or many people are enrolled in the urban area, and we are able to bring the number of accidents down. If that is the reason, awesome. Another possibility is we are expanding our rural network. This I will just skip. This is we are increasing road network, and most of them are in the rural road side. So another possibility is that we are, whatever increase in rural road network, we are adding new roads, and they are increasing the number of accidents. So maybe whatever creating new is to be corrected. Most commonly we have seen that every new road, new expressway, new highway, whenever it has been constructed, in first few years, many accidents happen. Is it kind of a settling time? But we can't afford to have it. We can't say settling time for road safety. So whatever newly getting developed, we have to be very extra careful. And as she mentioned, like schools have everywhere. In India, we have school on highway, as well as we have school on rural road and arterial road, collector road, PMGSY road, everywhere. And that's why, that's what even the data indicates, nearly 4 to 5% of accidents are around school area, irrespective of what kind of road it is. It is nearly the proportion is the same for all roads. And that's why this is for prepared. In this particular document, which was released very soon in 7th of July by the same minister who's visiting today. Earlier, this document was there, but it was mentioning only about what a child should do. It was manual for school children. Obviously, that is not accepted. So new document, it mentions that what all stakeholders should do, what a traffic management agency should do, what a traffic engineer should do, what a traffic police should do, what maybe is little bit of what a parent should do, and what a child should do. I think even without display, I will keep continuing because it's more of understanding. So what we have covered in this document, this is called Guidelines for Safer Commute to School. It includes all stakeholders, even what Ruchi was also mentioning. All stakeholders are equally important and equally responsible. But only thing, school has to be the nodal agency so that everyone, because the problem around school is not known better than the school itself, the teachers, the principals, the children. And that's why what it's being suggested in this. And more than that, earlier in theory, we in conceptualized words, we knew what is a school zone. In this particular guidelines, it's IRCSP 32, we have defined what is a school zone, exactly what distance from this, considering school as a center, what radius should be considered is to be a school zone. So it's all tables are given. If NH, 500 meter are considered to be a school zone. If arterial, something else. It's a highway with service lane, it's something else. So all this information has been given apart from I think most of us do practice in terms of engineering correction or the traffic calming measures. But apart from it, whoever wants to contribute identify something else to be added, most welcome. I think this is the last slide just to convey that these are all stakeholders who have to contribute. And in this particular document, the role of each stakeholder is being detailed out. So that's all. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think that's a very fresh perspective, and there's a lot to implement out there, I think, coming on from those guidelines. Jubi, could I come to you next for your introductory comments? Jubi Jose, Director at Intel, and deeply involved with the iRASTE project. from which so much of the discussions and data today are emerging. Jubi, over to you.
Hey, good afternoon, everybody. I have the unenviable role of being the third of 3 speakers, but I'm going to talk about technology, which is a little different from the aspects that the previous speakers have covered about. So hopefully it adds some variety to the topics being discussed. So glad to be here. My name is Jubi Jose. I'm a director at Intel. I have been associated with project iRASTE, mainly with the vehicle safety vector. Vehicle safety is the first section of the reports that you have in the carry-ons that you have. If you have any observations or need a discussion on the findings and the details in the report, happy to have an offline conversation. So today I'll talk about our project at Nagpur. And when we went to Nagpur, we really wanted to start with an input from the stakeholders that what kind of fleets should be part of the vehicle safety vector. We've started with the focus on passenger transit vehicles, which means buses. I think in the morning there was a question about trucks and how they should be a focus area. But as a theme, Nagpur started off with a focus on passenger transit buses, and with Nagpur Municipal Corporation buses being the first study fleet selected. Now, the stakeholders, they also came back with an input that 1 out of 5 buses sold in our country is a school bus. 20% of the buses in a country are school buses. And this is a sector which, or this is a section of the buses which have the highest and the most stringent requirements on safety. So with that comment back or the feedback, school bus became the second study fleet that we incorporated in iRASTE in Nagpur. So with that, we started our installations in school buses. As you know, school buses, the school transit is typically operated by private operators, and we had a partner selected for the work in iRASTE, and 50 school buses were selected for the study pilot in Nagpur. Now, all of us know that the accident rate of school buses are actually quite less, right? We know that. Now, it is also important to understand that the accident rate is less by design, not by accident. It is the deliberate measures that are taken by every entity in the ecosystem that results in school buses having the least accidents. So as you can see here, the school management has a sticker on every bus that they operate, proud to be a safe driver. That's a part of their intervention to inculcate safe driving behavior in their drivers. We all know that ARAI, via their AIS standards, automotive industry standards, AIS 63 is dedicated for school bus regulation. And it has 11 separate parameters that a school bus OEM has to incorporate before they are certified and ready to go on the road. So with that set of intervention, now our vehicles are also considerably more safer than they were, say, a decade ago. But now the problem arises in another area. Right? You fix one part of the problem goes to another area. And that's where the driving behavior comes into play. Right? The vehicle can be as safe as you want, but it all comes down to the driver who is driving it. And this really comes out because this is a study done by Morth itself, that 85% of accidents have an element of human driving behavior that contributed to that accident. It could be in the form of overspeeding, it could be lane indiscipline, it could be tailgating, it could be driver distraction. These are all elements of driver behavior or driving discipline, which has become a significant part of why accidents happen today. And in taking cognizance of this, it's actually appreciative that ARAI in their AIS 63 specification, the 11th parameter specifies that you need to have speed governors. Right? Overspeeding is one of the driving behaviors that needs to be controlled, and the technology intervention for that has made its way into AIS 63 in the form of speed governors. Right? And that's typically around 45% of school buses in the country today will have some form of speed governors. I think the rest is still catching up. So in that context, the ADAS device, so which is the device that you see in the center of the windshield here, the ADAS device became the second technology intervention in school buses in Nagpur that addresses the problem of driver behavior. or driving behavior and how you can make improvements or assist the driver to make improvements in driving behavior. So I'll share a couple of observations that we have. I'll not get into too much of detail. I'll leave it for the panel. I'll share with you 2 observations from the fleet. One is with respect to forward collision. So we call these as near-miss events. Right? Forward collision is when an alert is raised because it is sensed that you are in a potential collision zone with the vehicle in front of you. So this graph shows that the school bus study fleet that we have, it roughly registers 2 near-miss events for every 100 kilometers. Sounds quite low. It frankly is low if you compare it with Nagpur Municipal Corporation buses, which is significantly higher. But it is also important to take cognizance that 2 near-miss incidents every 100 kilometer also means that there are 25 near-miss incidents every month, right? Considering the distances that the school fleets travel. And there are studies in the in US which have shown that for every 300 near-miss incidents, it's likely that it can cause 1 major accident. Right? So that's the pace at which, this is like a breeding problem. But we probably not got to where we want to, but at least this, now we know. Right? Earlier, a near-miss wouldn't have been registered by the school administration because unless there is a dent in the vehicle, there is no near-miss, right? Unless somebody reports. But now we know. This is one insight. Now we wanted to get deeper into what are the driving behaviors that are causing these near-miss events. And that's a snapshot here. So you see that the topmost driving behavior or indiscipline which is registered is unsafe distance, which means tailgating. The second, and which is a little alarming, is lane departure. Now, before I comment into lane departure, I want to clarify a small misinterpretation which was there in the morning sessions about how lane departure works. So there was a misinterpretation in the morning session that in India, lane departure cannot work, especially in an urban environment, because you need to cut lanes, right? Which is a fair point. In cities, you cannot get to where you want to on time if you don't cut, right? But that doesn't generate a lane departure warning. A lane departure warning is generated only if it is an unsignaled lane cut, which means that you have not used your indicator to give indication to the vehicle behind you that you are doing a lane cut. So only an unsignaled lane cut results in a lane departure warning. Secondly, lane departure warning is not generated at 10 kilometers per hour or even 30 kilometers per hour. It is generated only at speeds of higher than 50 kilometers per hour, right? At least for the device which was used in the study in Nagpur. So given that it is generated at a higher speed of higher than 50 kilometers per hour, and it is indicative that the driver did not use the lane the lane indicator before changing, that does qualify as a lane indiscipline. Right? So it is actually a little alarming that lane departure warnings is the second highest alerts that are registered by school buses in Nagpur. The third is pedestrian collision. But I want to leave you with this, that enforcement. I think in the morning we spoke a little bit about enforcement. So typically it is suggested enforcement is an effective mechanism, but we have found education is better. Drivers do respond well when they are instructed, when they are given the right instructions on what are the driving disciplines that are important for the job at hand. So with that, I'll close here. Rest of the comments are open for discussion in the panel. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Joby. And I think that's a wonderful and wide range of perspectives converging to the same question as to how can we reduce that 11 or 12,000 children who died in 2018-19, and what is required. We know there's a lot of analysis, there's a lot of data. A pilot project like this brings up, so I think some fascinating points there that the near misses. I mean, so far, if you go by simply the data saying that, okay, there are not that many accidents with school buses, clearly that suggests that, okay, all's good. But near misses, so in aviation, which is supposed to be the safest way to travel, near misses are a major issue, and near misses are investigated, they're reported. And if we have the technology to, study, to understand when near misses have happened, and if a school figures out that in its school fleet there are some 20 or 30 near misses in a month, that would be pretty worrying versus looking for the dents, like Juby said. So let's start with, taking up this question of the school zones, okay. In terms of, so if you were to just bring back that question, how do you reduce that child mortality on the roads? And take up the school zones, for example. What are some of the things that we could actually be doing? And I'll put this to both of you, and in fact, all three of you, in terms of making this happen in a practical way over the next few years. Because we've seen some of the, there's a lot of fairly good technology standards. There are, standards which ARAI has worked on, the AIS standard. Many of them, from there to a mandate or an implementation, is a pretty long haul. Okay, and even when there is a, there might be a mandate saying that there should be an ambulance every toll plaza, etc., but the implementation, etc., isn't there. So what would you, from your learnings and from your recommendations on the school zones, what are some of the things that can be done? And we want to come later to the question of, okay, who will do it, what is the involvement of the school, the community, who will pay? I think that's a very significant question which comes up. Given the fact that schools aren't always in defined zones, they're in residential complexes, they're on highways, they're pretty much all over the place. So would you like to just start off with that, and Ruchi?
Yeah, basically, this is, we are calling a school zone, but any area, when we would like to have particular area to be safe, the safety is directly impacted through the speed. So in the school zone, the first thing is to ensure the speed limit of 25 kilometers per hour. And that's what the main key thing. And every engineer knows, traffic engineer or transport planner, whoever working in this area, they know how to reduce the speed. By applying all these traffic calming measures, can be ensured. Now, only thing is we don't ensure because we prefer to have as high as possible in terms of speed. But considering the school zone where pedestrians, especially the children, can move from anywhere to anywhere, teaching them the red lights and all this, as Ruchi was also mentioning, educating children is not something which is going to help us. So we are basically enforcing all the drivers, including parents, school buses itself, everyone, that you have to calm down. And this is being ensured, one, through traffic calming measures, and another is when someone is approaching towards school zone, we have proposed too many kind of yellow things so that someone is able to understand that now I am approaching to a zone where I have to be extra careful than any other road user. And this is, various ways already been included in the document. It indicates that, you can't have a wide roads where you can keep moving at the speed of 70, 80. You can't have it irrespective with the NH or anything. So this is the primary things what we have included in this document.
Ruchi.
Yeah, just to add to what Mukti has said, I just want to show some perspectives from the ground. So we've been speaking a lot about, because our policy is centered towards buses and vans, we miss out on a lot of children who walk and cycle, and if 50% of Delhi you see, they are all government school children. There are no buses there, there are no vans there. So automatically you have pushed them out of the policy. And in their case, they all come walking from their nearby area. Some of them even walk because of the preferred school choice. Some of them are even walking about 40 minutes. So the idea of a school zone is, first of all, to give a child-first approach, a city that honors that, a family, a school unit, a government that honors that children are prime safety. And this is a school which, in terms of education, we all see that as temples of education. But in terms of the streets or access, we've missed out on that point. So how do you create inclusive streets if you've already created inclusive classrooms? That is a point. How do you make it equitable across both private and public schools? Because maybe the policy has missed something out. And then how do you ensure every child, because you have right to education. Every child has right to education by right to street. So that's why the
So
schools
yeah, so I just want to just reiterate my question. So I hear you on this, but which of these, what do you think is doable in, if you, we are sitting in 2023, if in 2024 we want to reduce even 10% of that child mortality on the streets, what do you think is doable out of these?
Speed, like Mukti said, that's why I was just adding to it. It's conflict and speed. These two are the ones that you have to work on if you really want to make things safe. Then you start on the embellishments or, making the ambient quality better. So creating really low zones, because if you talk to parents of young children, everybody's petrified of high speed around.
Okay, so I do want to, I'll just leave this question with both of you and then I'll come back to this, that, the practicality in all different situations. Now, you showed that graph with the rural, graph going up significantly. You have a lot of schools in, rural areas, typically around highways. You see the kids actually either walking down or bicycling down or maybe piling into some auto rickshaw or something like that. How do you actually address that, and is it practical to do speed reduction in all of those zones and highways? Is that something that we are heading to? I'll come back to that. Jubi, I want to ask you that, from what you said, and clearly you've been working in a very active pilot, what's doable from some of those things? And also, when we spoke about school buses, so you have the technology in the buses, so there's obviously improved safety in the buses. Presumably there's a spin-off of safety for pedestrians too, because you're looking at, studying pedestrian behavior from the anti-collision devices. Does this translate into improved safety for school zones? And I think that's something that you've also written about in a paper, so I'll come back to you on that too.
Yeah. So I'll put it this way, that clearly, so vehicles are an important part and the infrastructure is an equally important part. That's why when we did iRASTE, vehicles are a focus area. The ability to predict the risk of an area is an important area, and the ability to fix the defects of an area is an important area. Now, to your question of what is implementable, right? I think I'll reiterate one statement which I keep thinking about in the context of schools, that school is relatively safer. I would say relatively safer. School transport is relatively safer by design. Right? It didn't happen by accident. It's not by chance. So, and given the fact that we still have 11,000 kids dying on the streets, which means that we are not done. There are interventions and actions that are continuously required for us to reach the target of zero. There is nothing, nothing other than zero deaths that is acceptable in this space. So one thing, especially from vehicles, I'll leave the comments on the infrastructure to the other two panelists. For vehicles, one immediate and one effective intervention that we have seen from our school study in Nagpur is the ability to assign a performance score to the driver. Right? So all these near-miss incidents, all these indisciplinary measures like lane discipline, tailgating, if you're able to objectively say via a performance score of the driver, all of you know about Uber, all of you rate Uber drivers after a trip, and that plays a key role in the performance of how drivers behave and perform during a trip. So here, one of the effective interventions that I personally have seen is the ability to attribute a performance score to a driver and use that not as a stick, but as a coaching input. Now, I'm not even saying that this score can only be done with an ADAS device. No, it can even be done with GPS devices. Right? GPS trackers are there in most of our buses today. So even start with that. Use the GPS tracker on the devices, collect the 10 attributes that a GPS device is able to give you, and start with the performance score. Tomorrow you may be able to enhance the score with ADAS devices, other devices, driver monitoring devices, whatever. But start with the performance score, and that is a readily implementable measure that can be undertaken today.
Okay, so that's a great point, and so you're saying that there is a sort of on-the-job training which this technology plays a role in, because there's the performance score, then there's the alerts when there's a lane departure or there's a collision, etc. those are aggregated, and so that is helping actually, because a lot of the commercial vehicle drivers we've seen, the training is inadequate, and there's maybe some initial licensing process and which is reviewed every 3 years or something. But this is a great way to actually measure and enhance their training. Again, something close to what happens with pilots in aviation, maybe nowhere near there, but on the lines of that. That's fascinating. I'll come to you on this, the question I was asking, and also this thing of, the municipal, for instance, the Nagpur municipal buses, their collision sensing devices. How can this translate into data which makes school zones safer, which makes other city zones safer?
I think first I will answer the previous question, because we have 4 E's. As of now, this poster also represents 4 E's, but we strongly believe it has a sequence. It is a engineering, education, enforcement, and emergency care. This is in a sequence in terms of priority. It indicates basically until your engineering is correct, education has no meaning, and you should not jump into the enforcement. And emergency care is something when already accident happened. But unfortunately, maximum efforts are being put on enforcement first. Something happens, just start enforcing people. So that's the way we are handling almost every place. And when we start, we understand the engineering is important, and then we educate. I honestly understand that enforcement requirement will be very less. And when we were discussing about who will fund or who will implement it, actually road owning agencies are already there. In every city, road owning agencies are there, traffic management agencies are there. It's not like we are not asking something new to be implemented. We are just asking whatever you are implementing, check out your priorities. So it's nothing new to be brought in. Only thing the priority is to be shifted from high speed to low speed, and that is known to everyone. Like I'm working, but I work to work with some understanding. That is only to be developed. And like CRR always provide road safety audit programs, training programs to all these agency people. So that is where we convey these all aspects, that while designing a road, while managing a traffic, what all things you should be considering. Now with respect to ADAS, I'm also part of iRASTE. So we know it is a helpful device. It is helping improving the behavior of a driver so that timely proactive actions can be taken up. Now it's a school bus or any other bus or any other vehicle rather, even trucks, wherever we adopt it, it's definitely going to help a driver. But until, as she was also mentioning, it took time to make driver understand that what the device is, and it's not a camera or CCTV to capture your errors, but to support your decision so that timely you can do the better driving. So definitely, even if we have it in our own system, our own vehicles, it is going to help for every driver.
Does that help also with improving the safety in zones and for pedestrians? For instance, if you get a lot of data which are basically gray spots or danger zones, maybe that gives you. I'd also like to know that from the gray spot, black spot data, etc. What sort of thing happens in terms of engineering, which is one of the E's that you
Interestingly, within this iRASTE project itself, we are getting gray spot. Then we checked it, even gray spot keep changing during the day. So interestingly, when school opening or closing hours are there, you will see more alerts on this particular area. That means it becomes risky because all of a sudden, many pedestrians are on ground now. So then we know that this particular location is otherwise okay for vehicles, but as soon as the too many pedestrians are jumped in, it becomes unsafe for that particular duration. So then what is to be done? It's a kind of temporary solution for that, maybe through traffic management part. Because it's not, and some gray spots are completely safe during daytime, but nighttime it's an issue. So then it's in terms of engineering correction, it's a different way. It's a basically visibility issue, so illumination is to be improved. So depending on the location where the gray spot is, the duration, and even the timings, some related solution is to be suggested. That's what we are actually doing there.
Okay, I'm going to, this question is still with you on the practicality, and I also want to ask you about the scalability of the kind of designs that you're working with. Again, same question, how do you accelerate the reduction in mortality. But I just want to also bring in questions, right? We have less than 10 minutes, so if we have some questions there, then we can integrate them into this round. Yes, sir, do we have a mic which can go over there? Unless you just speak up and, we'll hear you.
Hi, good evening, everyone. Sushant from Mahindra Logistics. I'm handling around 3,000 vehicles, commercial vehicles in Delhi. So my question is that we are talking about proactiveness and by providing driver rating and star ratings. So have you thought about providing an open database to all the employers for the drivers that whether if a driver has committed some accident which is high risk or a low risk, and in turn the employer knows that he is a high risk driver and we do not employ him, so that in future or in instance when he's driving and he's taking the school kids, so that is avoided proactively.
Yeah. We are not there yet. Actually, that's a good suggestion, right? It's like something you carry on your resume when you apply for your next job.
Right.
We are not there yet, right? Because there is no uniform way of scoring performance of a driver today. However, what this is, at least from my experience in Nagpur, what I see is, you may not be able to judge when you're hiring a driver, but you can quickly sense within 2 weeks of the driver's driving on the job that what score is he getting and where does he fall in the range of the rest of the drivers. How this helps is for fleet that have huge churn in their drivers, like the NMC fleet. School bus frankly doesn't have too much churn in their drivers. But the NMC fleet, the Nagpur Municipal Corporation, sees a lot of churn. Drivers come in, drivers go out. So today, the trainer has to wait. There are 2 touch points that the trainer has. One is when he takes the entry interview. Second, he will do some spot checks once in a while. But he essentially is waiting for an accident to happen before coaching the new driver. Right? So this now, within 2 weeks of the performance on the job, now you have a metric. Where do you fall? Are you my very good driver, average, or a weak? Right? So that is where we are today. We are not there yet where you carry the score on your resume and go to your next employer.
Okay, thank you.
But I think one follow-up to this would be that, would different municipal corporations, for example, they could be looking at least a similar scoring system. It may not be a standardized system. Because I know that, people who are, for example, they've driven for Ola or Uber or whatever, they're applying for a job. They say, oh, I had a, 4.6 star rating.
That's where we need to get to. Even if we don't know the pedigree or the caliber of the driver on selection, within 2 weeks you should be able to know. Right? Otherwise, we are doing a disservice to ourselves.
Right. I'll take in one more question and then come back to Ruchi on the scalability. Yes, Mr. Velmurgan.
No, actually, one small thing, as actually Mukti was showing about that crash data, which is on the increase on the rural roads, which is there is a mention in IRC also about it in the new document. Because basically the issue is every time we should not be thinking about engineering measures alone or otherwise IT measures alone. Simple, common sense things. Like if there is, because in some of our rural roads, invariably you may not have a good dedicated path for the pedestrians to walk or cycle in the school zone area itself. But at least the available soft shoulder should be a maintainable condition and they should walk in the reverse direction of travel. So that they see the vehicle and travel. Actually, they will be more, cautious about upcoming vehicle. So even if somebody is coming fast, so that kind of basic measures also may be one of the thing. Like, in fact, we don't have a signboard in IRC as such. You have to walk in the opposite. If there is no, footpath, walk in the opposite direction like that. But we made a mention in the document, I remember. So those kind of things are also important. Like at the end of the day, your ultimate aim is to reduce the fatalities. So that can.
Is a rural area or rural road?
Rural areas.
That is as per Marth. Marth data is rural area means rural roads also. No,
Yes.
maybe MDR road. Yeah.
Correct, yeah.
Yeah,
So-
MDR road, ODR road, everything, even national highways, state highways, everything.
A lot of the highways pass through villages and through past schools.
Mark data gives in a very generic fashion. They don't give.
And to add, see, when we talk about enforcement, right, it's not about cutting a challan. Enforcement can, you can actually gamify enforcement a little bit. So, for example, right now we are running a challenge in Nagpur saying zero LDW challenge. Right? Take it for a month. We are not doing it in perpetuity. Can you run 1 month generating 0 lane departure warnings? Which means that you need to do 2 things. One, put the indicator. You can change lanes. Nobody is preventing you from changing lanes, but please put the indicator. Right? Especially when you are changing lanes at above 50 kilometers per hour. So it's a zero LDW challenge, which in an attempt to gamify the enforcement of driving discipline. That's currently ongoing.
Is that working?
We'll see.
We'll
This
see.
is the first week of
All right.
results that will come out.
We'll come back
We have
to
a
that.
leaderboard of drivers coming out.
Yeah. Ruchi, can I come back to you on this question of the scalability of the work you're doing, how quickly you know it can be scaled and how?
Yeah. So what I showed you was all from the field, but happy to give an insight of what is happening behind the desk. We started with this one school. It took us a long time to understand the system properly within school. But then when we started working with the city, so 3 departments are involved, where transport department is the lead agency. So transport department, education department, and public works department, they are involved. The district road safety committees, according to the Supreme Court, we have to have district road safety committees now under the lead agency. So they have been activated. We did a pilot of 1 school every district so that the district also understands what it takes to do school zones. And as we speak, the CM had announced a 100 school scale up this March. We also have road safety clubs in every school now, which was, so, you know, sometimes things go slow if you have to study the system. But then, now it's about what has the education department to do to stand behind the project, what has to be done by the public works department, what has to be done by the transportation department, where is the data gap, where is the knowledge gap, where is the policy gap, and things can go quicker. So when we're talking about scalability, in a safe systems approach, you need to map your pegs well. And so, like Mukti had said, the design is a big factor. Understanding who has been left behind out of policy is a big factor. We are all working towards sustainable development goals. So leaving no one behind is a commitment we've all taken up. And so the scalability, I'm assuming, is it is very much possible if a government is behind, has an intention to make Delhi one of the safest cities, or at least make it safest for their children, starting with schools. And hopefully, if the IIT Delhi study is right, we'll have a safer city by doing safer schools.
Okay, thank you so much. I think we are kind of out of time, so I know there were a few other questions, but I think we'll have to wrap and maybe do this over tea. So I think we've had a very interesting set of discussions on reducing the mortality of children in road accidents from where we are over 11,000 a year, 30 a day, down to something less than that. And we've approached it from 2 sides. One is in terms of the design and construction and implementation of zones, safer zones, safer commutes, and using technology typically in the vehicles, but you know, that translating into safety, improved safety for not just the vehicles, but also for pedestrians and for people in the zones. There's a lot of other dimensions to it we haven't been able to touch on, including the so many other vehicles which actually transport children and they're not school buses and so on, but I think that's for another day. So I'd like to thank all the ladies on the panel here very much, and all of you for your questions. And thanks very much. And back to you, Kunala.
A very important topic and a very illuminating discussion. A big hand to them. Okay, then one short announcement and then we'll break for tea, right? So we've been collecting a lot of data as part of iRASTE Nagpur and iRASTE of Telangana, and we're doing a lot of analysis on the kind of, yeah, thank you. I don't know why you bought here. So we've been collecting a lot of data and we've been doing our own analysis on the insights, but then, we're just a small team. So what we're planning to do is actually have this data, right, available to a lot of the developers so that we can have, a lot more insights from other people who can do it. So we have Dr. Anbumani, who is the mobility lead at INAI, who is going to talk about the challenge.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm here to talk about the INAI Data Analytics Challenge that we are opening today. So what is this challenge about? It is a challenge on using data for road safety, and it is primarily intended for students and researchers. So, but if we welcome all kinds of interested enthusiasts who are please come and join. It is open to national and international participants. So here is a representation of everyone. I said everyone. Yeah. Yeah. So maybe I should have said open to all. Maybe that's yes, open to all. So here is a representation of where the data is. As Verma said, it is from our Nagpur and Telangana projects. The data that we are sharing through this has date, time, location, and the speed, and an event that happened. So we have over 1.8 million events that we are sharing through this data, and from 130 vehicles operating 24/7 over 30 days. So it's a very short segment of our data from vehicles plying on city roads and national highways. These were the events from AI-based devices, which are the collision alert and the driver monitoring systems. So how do you participate? So given the large scale data that you get from in this challenge, you analyze and you come up or identify these patterns and problems related to road safety, and possibly propose solutions based on these insights that can be deployed on field. Right, and the participant is free to supplement with any additional data. This could be the MORTH black spot data, or the hospitals and schools that are networked that are around, or any other road infrastructure that is in this, about the given data. So here are, when and why. So the dates are, and the challenge goes live today. And the last date to register is 10th of August. It's 3 weeks from now. And the challenge period is from 10th of August to 1st of October. So the participants are expected to submit their report on the findings by 1st of October. And the results will be announced by the 15th of October. So why do you? There are prize, cash awards has given us prizes. The first prize is, we are happy to announce that it is 1 lakh. And the second prize is 50,000, and the third prize is 25,000. So please feel free to come join and participate. Most of us or all of us know the irasteNXT website. So if you go to the same page, instead of the registration link, you will see the challenge link. So please feel free to share it in your network that this is a challenge that is started now. So, and we have the partner. We are also partnering with Fruit Punch AI. So who will be able to mentor? So you can look up their team also. So with that, if there are any questions, there is an email on the website. Feel free to write to us, and we will share the winners, who the winners are, by 15th of October. Thank you, and all the best to whoever is participating. Thank you.
Thanks, Anbu. So we'll break for tea, and then we have to, I know, yeah. For the other participants, right?
We can have a break actually to stretch.
Yes.
For quite some time.
Absolutely.
Maybe 5 to 7 minute break.
Absolutely. So, yeah. And then we have two very important sessions coming up. Right? A 10-minute break. Okay. Taipei, right? So this is a very innovative project in which they used ADAS devices to do digital road survey in Taipei. So the presenter is Mr. Tim Chen. So this is an online presentation, so I have a recorded video from him. We'll play that.
Hello, everyone. My name is Tim from Taiwan TMS.
Sound.
It's my honor to share my experience in this conference. Today, I will show.
Speaker is not here, but we'll clap for him, right? So we are actually using similar technology in iRASTE project, right? I mean, the ADAS device is there to help with road safety, but the same camera is actually capturing all the road infrastructure information. So we can do continuous digital infrastructure monitoring this way, right? So that's another side benefit of that. So the next project is very interesting project. You know, we always talked about it in the morning, you know, enforcement, challans and all that, but a lot of us follow safety rules. There are no benefits. Why should I follow safety rules if there are no benefits? So Samir will talk about the very unique project they have implemented here in Nagpur, right, called traffic rewards. Right? On to Samir.
Good afternoon. So, Traffic Rewards is India's first app that incentivizes the good driving behavior. And I was discussing this with no, I think I had given it to you. So we have been discussing the 4 E's in the road safety, but this morning I got my 5th E from Govind, and that is encouragement. So that is a word which is tossed by Govind. Thanks to you, Govind. We are going to see how following rules can actually bring you rewards and how the society is coming forward to contribute to these rewards. This is something really interesting. We'll begin with a small 3-minute video, and after that I will take you through the presentation. No, no. And we have implemented it at 10 squares in Nagpur. Last year in May, the entire infrastructure was ready, and almost for a year, the whole system has been tested. And last month only, the Honorable Union Minister for Transport, he inaugurated the project. Already the users have started onboarding, and the initial response is really very positive. So let's just see the video, and then I'll take you through the presentation. Okay. So traffic rewards, as I said, if you drive safely, you will get rewarded. If you follow traffic rules, you will get the reward points, which you can encash across 100+ brands. So this is how the traffic reward controllers or systems are installed at 10 traffic junctions in Nagpur. So the upper side you see two receivers or two sensors. These are the RFID sensors. And on the pole you are seeing one box, a controller which is designed by us. So all these, this entire thing is assembled at our Nagpur facility, and then we installed it in May 2022. Nagpur is famous for its extreme weather, and it has sustained all the three weathers of Nagpur, and it has been working flawlessly since then. So in the last 1 year, it has scanned more than 2 crore tags, 20 million tags. It has scanned 4,69,000 unique vehicles, and on an average, a vehicle has been scanned 40 number of times. So this is our control room, in which we can see a lot of data about these vehicles, live statistics, like how many vehicles have been there since morning and all that. This is a live graph. Every 20 seconds, it gives the report, like how many people are following the rules across various signals. This is a data as per the signal. And this gives the status of all our apparatus, all our devices at various locations. So we can see what is the temperature, what is the memory usage, and what are the other parameters. And all these parameters can be controlled from our central facility. This is how the app looks. So on the top, you can see there are points which are there. Maybe the screen is small. So like I got close to 5,000 points, and those I can encache across various brands. So these are the 100 plus brands, and right now there are 129 brands to be precise. And these are spread across various categories. So there are 12 categories: lifestyle, jewelry, food and dining, entertainment, like that. So there are brands across various categories. And when we approached the brands, we were very skeptical, like what will be their response. But as rightly said by Verma in the morning, that whenever we go with a right intention, the society also gives back. So we have got all these brands putting up rewards of 35 crore rupees for the benefit of the citizen of Nagpur. You might not have heard that a petrol pump giving free fuel. So all the dealers in Nagpur, they have come together. This is not a company-sponsored reward. So all the BPCL dealers, they are contributing in this cause, and they are offering petrol worth 100 rupees free for every four-wheeler driver. Bajaj Alliance has come up with a plan wherein they will be giving 20% discount in the next year's renewal premium. And there are, like, I came from Nagpur in this morning, and I got a 2,000 rupees discount on my flight. So this is courtesy to the traffic reward. Lot of them, like Puma, Raymond's, lot of brands are there. I'm just showing some of the brands. And we are targeting the brands which are popular among the youth, because as the Honorable Minister keeps on mentioning, the youth between 18 to 35, they form the 65% of the accident density. So these are the various brands. So this app was launched on 3rd of June, that is last month only. And within a month, we have seen 20,000 plus downloads already. And these are all organic downloads. We are not using any paid media as such. So this, what they have to, in the presentation, it is mentioned that you will be given a tag. So this tag we are distributing now online as well as offline. So online, as I mentioned, 20,000 people have already registered, and these tags are distributed to them by courier. And offline, we have been approaching various government offices, colleges, schools. 470 plus organizations are approached till now, and distribution camps are arranged at all these locations. 50 plus interns are engaged in this activity. So these are the pictures of various offices. Even the Nagpur police is supporting this cause. Some of the dealerships also, car dealerships, they are now making it compulsory to their new car holders, car buyers. Going forward, our entire stack is ready, and we just need the approval from the government, and it can also be integrated with FASTag. In Nagpur, we are going to distribute 1 lakh RFID tags for free. Obviously, it is sponsored by the government, but then it also can be integrated with the FASTag. So when we scale up across other cities, we actually don't need to put up tags on the four-wheelers. It's already there on social media. A lot of people are liking it. It has got more than 10 million views. And everywhere, like we have got people from across India, they are asking that when this initiative is coming to their city. So people are actually liking this initiative. So what's the road ahead? So the pilot is, the result will be out maybe 6 months because it's a pilot study which we are conducting, and we'll be considering multiple parameters like what actually happens in the behavioral change. And so this actually can be implemented across various cities, and this will, apart from helping the people follow the rules, it is going to enhance the image of the government, because otherwise traffic laws, everybody thinks that there is a challan or a fine associated with it. And this, when we go across India, we can bring more and more incentive partners to this, and we can work better schemes also. And we already done the end-to-end execution is done by us, and we can execute it at any scale now. So that's all about traffic rewards. Thank you. If you have any question, I'll be happy to answer them. Yes, sir.
Yeah, I think everybody has the same question.
So actually, we have been invited by the Ministry of Road Transport, and a presentation was given to them. So obviously they are looking for the results, like what will be the change in the behavior. Once that report is submitted, most likely this may be scaled up across India.
And what are the charges for this?
It's free. It's free.
Free of cost.
And most likely it is going to be free all the time. We don't want to charge the user.
What kind of tag are you using to identify, means like whether you are using the FASTag only or a special tag for your application?
For this, because two-wheelers are also there, so we have got a RFID tag which is having a same configuration of a FASTag.
So existing FASTag can be used and your
Yes,
tag
existing can be used, but right now we are using our own. Our integration with FASTag is complete. The moment we get the approval from the government, FASTag can also be used. Yes, sir.
So the sensors which you are using is to follow those people, only those who are not crossing the stop line, not for the overspeeding or something. Are you?
Actually, yeah, sorry.
Are you planning to add upon more sensors? Like in Delhi, we have sensors for getting a challan if you overspeed. So something related to the speed also, like, because
So
right
a lot
now
of time we keep on getting this suggestion that why don't you penalize the people who don't follow the rules. So our standard answer is we always want to be a company which works on the positive reinforcement model. So there are already so many of you are here to penalize the people. So going forward we will maybe give the rewards for wearing the helmets, wearing the seat belts. That's our philosophy. Maybe some of you may not like it, but then there has to be somebody who gives only the rewards. So we are the rewards guys.
the thought is very nice. I really appreciate it. But that suppose, like, you should add upon more sensors with the various helmet, speed, and other things also. Yeah.
Sir, we will detect whether you are wearing the helmet, but we have made it very, very clear that we are not going to penalize. Even on that envelope, we print it in the bold letters. Otherwise, nobody will take our app. Nobody will download it. No? Let me tell you, a lot of people are having that, they are skeptical whether actually we are taking the data from them or not. So we have to do a lot of positive reinforcement things, like every week we arrange a campaign, we invite some dignitary, give the prizes, a lot of things have to be done. Otherwise, people don't believe that government can actually do something like this. Seriously. So this project is sponsored by the government, but then going forward, we have deep interest from insurance companies. BPCL is ready to pump in some money. So, and going forward, we will be like using the incentive partners to pay us money. Absolutely, absolutely. It's a long tail model, so not easy to make money. So I was just sitting beside a guy who finances Indian roads and airlines. So he was very deeply asking me questions. So maybe I will get money from him. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Samir. Thanks a lot. I think we only have the 4 E's. I think we need to come up with some term with E to add this, right, rewards to our E's. So talking of E's, right, our next panel, we have a power pack panel. Sorry? Incentive starting with E. Yeah, incentive starting with E, yeah. Maybe something like that. Encouragement is there. Encouragement, yeah, there you go. Yeah, maybe that will do, right? But I think this is good, right? We always talk about penalizing, but something like this, right? So if you see a lot of the comments, everybody's like, when are you coming to my town, right? So everybody wants these free rewards, right? So with that, let's move to the next one. The next panel is Tech with 4 E's, right? So we have a very power packed panel. So I'll hand off to our moderator, Govind, who is the program manager for iRASTE. He'll take it from there.
Thank you, Verma. I think being the last batsman in the field, but one big advantage I have is everybody's waiting for the finale. So I have a captive audience. Thank you. So the discussion, how much time do I have? Half an hour?
Well, the minister's resi team just came. So 5:30 to 5:45, the minister will come.
Okay, so I'll just, we have a hard stop at 5:30. The discussion, I'd like to keep it as open and interactive as possible. But to set the stage, the discussion will be on the 4 E's. If you've been here since morning, you know what the 4 E's are. And Mukti also summarized they have to be in a sequence, which is engineering, enforcement, education, and emergency care. I mean, there's also a 5th E, which I did not coin. It's called encouragement, and I think Samir already talked about it. There's also a 6th E, which is a bonus. We will have time, we'll come back to that. So the panel today, I have Professor Geetam Tiwari. I think most of you probably know her. No introduction is needed. But she's currently the TRIP Chair Professor at the Department of Civil Engineering at IIT Delhi. Emeritus Professor, thank you for correcting. She was appointed honorary doctor by the Chalmers University of Technology, Sweden in 2012 for her research on transport. She and her research group have contributed knowledge on urban traffic patterns of various vehicles, public health effects in urban environment, and also the relationship between the municipal infrastructure and traffic safety. I heard from one of her students that she stopped counting the number of papers that she has published is probably about 250. So it may be more. And also, as far as her research is concerned, it has led to the introduction of the bus rapid transit system in Delhi and guidelines for the design of highways and streets in urban environments. Please welcome her, madam. Our next panelist is Mr. Akhilesh Srivastav. He's a globally renowned technology leader, an eloquent speaker, and a best-selling author also. A member and advisor of the top international national organizations, 27 years of experience in leadership positions in infrastructure development and digital technologies. Served the Government of India for more than 27 years. His expertise includes infrastructure, highway, electronic tolling, new mobility, logistics, etc. And he's also very fond of, he's also one of the members of the policymakers who introduced FASTag. We talked about FASTag before. And he's also a proponent of GNSS-based FASTag system, please. Trolling system. Thank you. Thank you, Sir Akhilesh. So I go to the next panelist. Just give me, I've got the latest one from him. Dr. Nivruti Rai is our next panelist. He is the CTO in Genesis International Corporation, an advanced geospatial company having headquarters in Mumbai. His current interest is to develop digital twin for urban infrastructure using LiDAR, optical, and panoramic imaging data sets. Dr. Roy has done his MTech from IIT Roorkee, PhD in IIT in Dunbar, and MBA in disaster management from IP University in Delhi. So I don't think we could have a better person on this panel. Please welcome Anirudh. Talk about young people and the accident data that you've been shared and entrepreneurs. Our final panelist is Nisarg Pandya. Is he? Is he? Okay, please come. CEO and co-founder of DriveBuddy. He runs a company which is an AI-powered driver and fleet safety platform. He is an electronics engineer and has the vast experience in working on IoT technologies, computer vision-based products. His products are, gaining customer interaction adoption and successful deployment of ADAS product in India. He has been the driving force behind DriveBuddy, and he's scaling up the product to meet the global demands. Okay, so now that the introduction is done, I'd like to set the stage so that I can invite each speaker to talk about the 4 E's. I think being in technology, all of us who are in technology pretty much know what we can do. But when it comes to road safety, you will all realize very quickly that technology is not everything. Technology is just a tool which helps meet the end goal. And imagine in automobile parlance, you have a 4-cylinder engine. And these 4 cylinders have pistons, in each one of them. Only if all 4 cylinders work, the output torque will be what you expected. One of them doesn't work, obviously it won't work. So I think these 4 E's are engineering, enforcement, education and awareness, and also emergency care. Unless they work together in tandem or work together efficiently, you will not get the output result, which is basically reduction of accidents and reducing the loss of lives. Most technologies will understand that very quickly, that the realization has to come in. So without much further ado, I would request Professor Geetam Tiwari to talk about her insights and thoughts on this topic. Yeah, it's up to you. You want to sit
there? Thank you very much for inviting me to this very exciting event. So I have 3 major points for this panel discussion. First thing I want to kind of give a reminder to everybody. The first line that you have written there is accelerating the safe systems approach. So safe systems approach rests on 3 very important principles. And the first one happens to be understanding the frailty of human body. Second is accepting human error. And the third one is derived from there, that we have to make forgiving environment. So now so remember these 3 principles. Safe systems is not about talking about different systems. It is this understanding. Even if a person makes a mistake and violates a formal traffic law or rule, but for that mistake the person should not die. This is the fundamental of safe systems approach. Second, now we come to 4 E's, the main topic of this panel discussion. actually in current research, the latest research theories, we don't talk about 4 E's or 5 E's or any E's. Because what we talk about is there is emergent risk to different subsystems that are interacting together. So simply we are saying that the road environment and the soft laws, regulations, etc., which comes under enforcement, understanding or knowledge, emergency care, and there are many other things, which interaction of all this is resulting in certain risk of the system. So the current research lies on understanding the emergent risk. Call it 4 E's or 5 E's or n number of E's, we don't know. But it's the emergent risk we have to understand. Most important now that we are talking about AI, we have a lot of interesting technologies these days which are collecting a lot of data, a lot of useful data, and I think that is where we have to see that how we start using this technology to actually give us benefit. And my take here is that we definitely have advantage because of course we do have examples from globally from many countries where they were able to reduce deaths without AI, without big data. However, since today we have the technology, it can help us expedite many things. And I think the most important thing here we have to focus is this big data or AI or technologies can enable us to understand the emergent risks in the system that user is operating and use that to actually come up with structural changes. So it's not about, actually this whole discussion we just heard about rewards. But remember that, a lot of unsafe situation happens, lot of risk we face in traffic crashes is unintentional. It's not because purposely people are all the time jumping red light or doing sudden brakes, etc. There are many things happening around it. Someday you are in a hurry because your near one is a hospital, an emergency situation, and you forget that you should not be speeding. So there are many other things which are responsible for our behavior. So I think that we can really make use of these AI and new technologies to understand the current emergent risks, use that for bringing about these structural changes, which means do we need to revise some road standards? Do we need to plan roads differently? Do we need to, in certain context, the road environment requires different performance from different people? What is our understanding? How are we going to change it? That is where I think we need to focus. And with this new technology, AI, ML, all these, we can actually start raising the unknown questions. Because right now, conventionally, the way we have looked at 4 E's, we keep talking about, enforcement, engineering, this, but there are many unknown situations which we don't know. None of these address that. And I think this current technology may enable us to identify those unknown questions. And once we can ask the right questions, I think as engineers, we are creative enough to come up with many different solutions for that. So it is really about asking the right question. If number of people are, you find what is called a black spot, a lot of crashes are happening, can we understand what are the structural changes we need to bring about there? So it's not about just penalizing people. Why are certain road stretches encouraging people to violate speeds? So these are the things I think we should really focus, and I think we have this very good technology and we can make use of it. And I think there is a whole field of new research asking new questions lies in front of us. Thank you.
Mr. Akhilesh, can you let us know have your thoughts.
Thank you, Mr. Govind, and thank you, ma'am, for raising the correct things which I was to coin, ascertaining the risk. Ladies and gentlemen, by very small background, when I started this road safety, which was a program initiated by World Economic Forum, earlier to that I was at NHAI looking after the road construction, IT, and FASTag was one of the program I was involved. I said we'll be talking road safety in a different way, and that's how this program was named Road Safety 2.0. Next generation road safety married with a technology. A lot of people ask me question, Arey bhai, what are you talking? Road safety is a highway engineer job. Where comes technology? It's not going to help. You are unnecessarily wasting your hangover of FASTag, and IT hasn't gone. But ladies and gentlemen, let me tell you, we did a lot of pilots. I interacted with many startups who are doing, and what Samir just showed. Similar app was developed by another company which is called Humsafar, which was promoted by World Economic Forum. We did many pilots. One such, Nisarg, he will be talking about driver buddy. These technologies has tremendous potential. They can change the landscape of the road safety. The pilot showed a result like up to 90% reduction in the accidents. Fatalities in most of the cases was literally zero. Of course, the set was smaller, 15 to 20,000 drivers were being tested. That too in test conditions. So probably we cannot say that this amounts to a generic reduction in the with the use of technology, but certainly it raises a lot of hope. It gives plenty of opportunities for technology to make inroad into the road safety. I will be talking one road safety AI use of. Here we were doing a pilot along with Intel with the Delhi Transport Department, DTC buses. In the pilot, when we showed the result of Mobileye to the DTC authorities, the MD and the Transport Secretary, even we met the minister, Delhi government minister, everybody was amazed to see how technology, actually this was doing two things. Both camera, one front-facing camera was detecting the vehicle in front, lane departure, and it was alerting the driver. So basically it was doing a collision prevention. Second camera was looking inside the driver and monitoring the driver's behavior continuously, like whether he is feeling drowsy, his eyes are getting closed, he is using phone, seat belt is there or not, whether he is distracted or not. And in one case, I will very quickly say, a driver was, and then buzzer alert used to come to make the driver attentive. One driver was talking, or DTC bus driver was talking to somebody. He was not focused, not looking in front. He was talking to somebody on the side. Suddenly, a scooter came in front of the bus. And that was less than 0.6 seconds, which was a threshold set by the collision prevention camera. And a buzzer started because the driver was, and with the buzzer, he just looked and pressed the brake. And with the last moment, the accident was saved. Had this not been the technology, this was a certain accident. So there are many stories, the examples I can discuss with you. So in nutshell, what I, with the pilot says, the various startups like one enforcement, he's again using technology, a simple way of technology. AI got a tremendous use in road safety to identify what ma'am was just saying, the unknown risk. We do not know what, and this unknown risk, only technology can tell you. There is another study which says if a driver is alerted just 2 seconds prior to the accident, probably 65% of accident can be reduced. And I think iRASTE also did similar thing in the Nagpur pilot. But how you're going to detect 2 seconds earlier? We are not the horoscope reader, or we don't know. We don't predict the future that such time accident is going to take place. The technology, the AI, the processing, analytics can tell all these things. So there is a big scope. What I make a recommendation over here based on these. One, the ADAS system must be made mandatory to all the four-wheelers. That should be mandatory because that saves life. Second, the safe driving score, what the gentleman was talking, it is mandatory to track the drivers on real time, encourage the good drivers, penalize the drivers who are not performing well, put a threshold to the driving score, rank them. And third, which use AI to identify the road surface, the riding quality, the potholes, the design faults into the road. These things, if an AI can do, we did a pilot with Ola Mobility Foundation, where we could very well identify which are the accident-prone areas, where the road condition is bad, and these are again communicated back, and road safety index or road quality index can be created. So if these 3-4 things are done with the use of technology, I am sure we'll achieve this target of reduction 50% accidents much before than what has been stipulated 2030. So I won't be taking much time. I think we'll be waiting for. Yes. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Akhilesh. Anirudh, Dr. Anirudh, your opening remark, please.
Yeah, thank you for inviting me. So let me put the bottom line here. Minimal accidents, almost no accident, that is what we desire. Minimum fatalities or injuries, that is what we desire. And we also desire that everybody should be safe and happy. So anything that you would like to manage, we need to measure. So the basic background from where I am coming is the mapping technologies, where we measure the real world. So from the earlier days, most of you may know, may not know, Survey of India is 257 years old. It's the oldest survey organization in the whole world. And their whole objective was to do the topographic mapping. We learned the technique very accurately. The tools and technologies are evolving. And from the chainage mapping, plane table surveying, now we have come to a stage we can do a lot of things through remote sensing technology. So in the current phase, if we are to actually do a good job for measurement of the roads, finding the geometric accuracies, latest tools and technologies needs to be captured. We need to adopt those. And rightfully have seen from the morning various tools and technologies where we see not even one, multiple convergence of technologies are actually happening, and that is where we are bringing the result. So where I am coming from, we are a company, Indian company, doing this job of measurement for last 25 years. Good part and bad part. When we told that we have been doing this job, we are mostly doing this job for most of the global giants, be it Apple, be it Google, be it Facebook, but we were not allowed to do this mapping in India because of the security restrictions, rightfully. So a number of delegations have been taken through the industry forum to the government, telling that why as an Indian company we are not in a position to do the mapping here in India, whereas we are doing the same thing all over the world. And we put the delegation with the right cause. And then 15th February 2021, Government of India came out with the guidelines. Guidelines is very clear that whatever is available and one can see through the whole world from the satellite data, Google, let that be free for everybody. Why should we restrict companies to do the work? And the basic policy that came out is that anything which is less than 1 meter spatial accuracy and 3 meter of vertical accuracy, only Indian companies can do. And they can license the data to the foreign companies. But the foreign companies are free to do the work which is 1 meter and above spatial accuracy, which otherwise they can also get from the satellite data. That is how we realized that after investing so much, we have got close to 104 mobile mapping vans equipped with 360-degree panoramic view and the LiDAR. We have got 3 manned aircraft. And now we are free to map this country. We get a permission from Director General of Civil Aviation in 7 days. Earlier, this kind of security vetting used to take years, several months. Some companies even waited for 2 years, rightfully. But now situation has been relaxed, negative attributes have been given to the companies, and we are free to do the things. And that is how a lot of Indian companies now started content as a service. That means rather than waiting for the government to publish an RFP, which is English translated into a digital work, now you create the digital work and show it to your prospective customer, that is what we are having, empanel yourself in GEMS and get it sold. That encouragement is there today from the government. Having said that, the beauty is that we started doing this content service. Close to 7 lakh line kilometer of 360-degree street imaging we have done. 27th July 2022, perhaps you have seen, now those who use Google can also see Google Street View coming into your mobile phones. So data has been produced by us. We have licensed that to Google, but Google is only visualization. Content is still with us. At least 4 of the active startups, they have started working with us to add value on top of it and then create a product and give it to the respective urban local bodies. Advantages, because I'm not going to talk long because time is also 5:30, other speaker is also there. So there are several things and advantages. If you would like to give it to somebody which is less than 1 meter, permission is there. You can still give it through the API services, but not the raw data. So the fundamental remains that when you create a very accurate geometry, you can predict there is the bushes and the trees coming up. You can see the black spots through the LiDAR. Tunnel, what is the height? You cannot keep on measuring. Today, one of the very important aspects I would like to see. Whole of Delhi getting flooded. You have got the best of the hardware, best of the software, you do have the best of the people and the modeling. Why still this condition is happening? Because you do not have a very accurate digital elevation model and you do not have the correct knowledge of the stormwater drains. These are the only 2 factors. The best of the satellite data that can give from ISRO or from elsewhere, the vertical accuracy that you give is 7 feet. That means 7 feet plus minus ka pata hi nahi hai. Nobody will tell you that. When you do it with a LiDAR kind of thing, you get a centimeter level accuracy. And that is how you'll know at least the tire of your car is getting immersed or not. That is the beauty. So objective is very clear. We do have a lot of objective in which the visual aspect is also there. Engineering aspect of the infrastructure is also there. And I very confidently I can say, when all these players can come together, create some innovation through discussion, this kind of conferences, through the networking, with a common cause, definitely we will succeed. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Anirudh. I invite Nisarg.
Thank you so much for inviting and giving a podium for sharing a word. So I'm Nisarg, as my introduction is already given, so I'll not spend time on that. So when we talk about road safety, I have been watching drivers throughout the ADAS devices last 4 or 5 years now. We have been collecting a lot of data and we have been, in my opinion, the driver safety or a road safety, what we talk about is usually like, when we want to solve a problem, we have to first identify the problem, what exactly is the problem, where it comes from. The second part is so it goes in a way that you spread across horizontally and then find the particular space and then dig deeper vertically. So this is how the scaling happens. So when we go with a, like, we usually have worked on commercial vehicle drivers, usually with the heavy vehicles, and I will give very simple example about road safety. Like, we all order from Amazon, Flipkart, and all any of e-commerce companies, and we buy a stuff whichever comes fastest. Like, if somebody is delivering today, if somebody is delivering 10 minutes, we prefer that over somebody who is going to deliver tomorrow. When we map this to the whole logistic ecosystem, that's the level of pressure the logistics system is working on. And that pressure comes ultimately onto the driver, be it a two-wheeler driver who is doing a last mile delivery, be it a mid-mile delivery driver who is doing a warehouse to last mile, and a long-haul driver who is doing a city-to-city transport. All this pressure comes to the driver, and that's where they happen to make mistakes. And these mistakes are then converted into the large number of fatalities, and then ultimately we have a large number of accidents happening across the world. So this is the hard reality which is there already. How do we solve here is, first of all, if we talk about the accident, as ma'am rightly said, it's always about somebody's in a rush. And that ultimately results in a mistake. So how do we avoid the rush? So one typical problem, and this is not fully solved yet, it is again take some time, but in my knowledge and in the driving standard which are defined, there are 4 techniques for any driver to go ahead, which is called IDPE, which is identify, detect, predict, and then execute. The 2 of them are now made available or enabled by the technology. Whenever you install any kind of ADAS device or any kind of camera device, it does identify, it does detect, and then it tells you what to do. So that you can react on that alert, or you can react on whatever assistance has been provided, and then execute. If you do this right, then the accident can be reduced. We have seen the real world examples happening on the Indian roads right now with the Indian drivers who are assuming or presuming themselves in a way that whenever we talk to a driver, the typical response we get is that, we have been driving since last 20, 25 years. How the device will make me teach better. I know driving myself. I don't need any coaching. This is a typical mindset of all the drivers we see, which is very common thing, and which is natural thing also, because nobody has been telling drivers so far since last 3 years, before 3 years, that how to drive. Because it was all the coaching was happening was about generalized driving. With the help of technology, the education part, which we are mentioning about the education, one of the E's of 4E, which is all about how to educate. So it's again a simple example, people and parents put kids to tuition because they want the personalized attention for the kid, which is very, very similar, can be mapped to the technology also in a logistics sector, that when you want to coach a driver, we are not supposed to coach them in how to drive. What is a generalized way of driving? It is always about where you are making a mistake and where you can correct, which has to be more personalized. And that solves one of the problem, and that can be definitely be resolved by the ADAS technology, can be used by any other technology, be it a GPS, be it a camera-based device or anything else. The second part and the first part, which is more of engineering. So these all devices are now also getting into the OEM fitted mode, like XUV 700 and all the vehicles which are coming from MG has now ADAS devices available inside the vehicle itself. These are devices are nothing but the enabled by the ADAS and the technology of artificial intelligence and a computer vision, which has been there since long, but it has been practically now evolved or getting evolving into the Indian ecosystem, where it needs a lot of localization from the Indian ecosystem. The third point and the most important point, which is about also the engineering which comes on the road engineering part, because one of the key reasons why a lot of accidents are happening on the road is also the commercial vehicle truck drivers or long haul drivers do not getting enough resting period, or they do not have enough resting places, which is also the work of the government, which can be kind of eventually done better, because the most bigger problem with drivers is that they have to reach at a certain point in a specific fixed time. If they don't reach, they will be penalized. If they have to take a rest, there is no place to take a rest. So they instead continue driving, which results in a fatigue, which results in an accident. So these are all things which are linked together, and it can be solved first with the road engineering, second with the engineering inside the vehicle. The third, which is the most important part, which we call it as education, which is a personalized driver coaching, which will help drivers to become better. And a driving has to become a profession which is more of a desirable profession, instead of a person doing nothing can become a driver. So that has to change. That is already different, and the ecosystems are different in other parts of the world also. But India has to evolve as driving as a profession. And that happens when we lift up the driver as a pilot of the airplanes. And when that happens, the overall accident reduction can also happen with the collaboration from all the E's. So I'll sum it up here, and we'll have a further discussion. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Nisar. I think from all the 4 speakers, it is very obvious that all of them agree that technology is going to accelerate the end goal. I think there's no disagreement there. But Professor, I come back to you. You just mentioned that there are many unknowns and we don't know what they are. Can you elaborate on what are those unknowns, and you think technology can identify them and also close the gap?
So unknown means even I don't know. But let's see. Let me give you an example of an expressway. So we have been making a lot of high-speed expressways in India. And when we start, and their actually safety record is quite bad. So you start wondering what is happening, because they are supposed to be global standards. If we have very good data in terms of how the vehicles are behaving on our expressways. And something quite simple, the technologies which were being described earlier, where the speeds are over the speed limits, where they are stopping, where they are facing conflicts. This is all can be done by this current technology. If we have this database in detail, and the advantage of this big data is that we are not depending on small samples, so the information we get is going to be very robust for any statistical analysis. There we start finding that how come there are a lot of crashes happening, a lot of conflicts happening, where we have, say, entry or exit ramps. And then you go and find that actually the buses are stopping there, where they are not supposed to stop. Because the highway standard, expressway standard is not meant for people waiting on the shoulder of an expressway and buses stopping there. So this is something that globally this doesn't exist. But if it is existing, this is a reality in our condition. I think as road designers, this gives us a new area to research. What is the solution for this? How do we make our expressways safe for these pedestrians? 10 to 15% deaths on our expressway is involving pedestrians. They should not be there at all. It's very unexpected. One very quick, another example, and look at eastern or western peripheral expressway around Delhi, and you find that, again, your big data will show you how many places the trucks are just, vehicles are stopped on the shoulder. So shoulder is not meant for stopping vehicles on these fast speed roads. And then you go and understand what is happening, because there are no rest areas, so vehicles are stopping, coming down, and there are dhavas and other things down, at the another level. So completely different activities happening there. Lot of these kind of information we have to understand, and then come up with, I would say, new standards for our expressways.
Okay, great. Good point. Go ahead, please.
Yeah.
I have a question for you. I know that to implement technology in engineering is a no-brainer. But like Professor also said, it's not about implementing technology in one sector or one of the E's. It's about the whole solution or system-based approach. Do you think that technology is used in non-engineering as much as it is used in engineering? All the stuff we're talking about is vehicle safety, gray spots. What about other aspects of the system? Is the technology being used according to your opinion?
Yeah, thanks, Govind. That's a very pointed question, and a very good question as well. If we talk about technology use into the all 4 is perfectly fine. But the one biggest factor contributing to the road accident, which is generally left attended, which is we think that NGOs will be training drivers, making them more responsible and all. So that driver behavior I call. And the statistic shows over 80% accidents takes place because of that. That may be overrated because overspeed is generally written by the police authorities without going into much detail. But let's not dispute that. Anyway, it's more than 60%. That's a big number, and it is just left to the NGOs or some people to impart knowledge to the driver, educate them and make them aware. Here technology can help. The technology like what Mobileye is doing, it is collision prevention alert, which is it's giving it to you. You are about to collide, and that was as example I gave you. It saved in the last moment only. Collision, not then looking at the driver behavior tracking, whether he is using mobile, he is distracted, he is drowsy, and again alerting the driver, converting into these things into a safe driving habits with a safe driving score. These are all non-engineering, but these cannot be done otherwise also. So here technology plays very, very big role. And in fact, I will say the biggest contributor to the accidents is that only, where technology can in fact change the landscape itself. Yeah.
Great. Dr. Anirudh, let's talk about emergency care. I know that it's inevitable. From your point of view, the infrastructure, the mapping, does that include any of the features which helps that segment get the patient close as quickly as possible? What are the technologies that you think that will be suitable?
Yeah. So what is emerging right now worldwide, and the definition is evolving, is now creating the digital twins. So it is just the 3D accurate replica of the real world features, and it has got several steps. And first aspect is the geometry, as I told you. But the geometry cannot speak for itself that I am a road. There has to be an attribute data which needs to be linked. And this data primarily resides with the line departments. It's very important that the line department start sharing this data and linking these attributes with the basic geometry. Next part, which is like government has spent 15,000 crore for integrated command and control center for 100 smart cities. Now this has to be monetized. So what is happening today in this smart city ICC? That people are actually, and there are multiple cities who are actually doing and tracking these accidents, like Chandigarh Smart City I've seen, Varanasi I've seen. They're doing a fantastic job, but not all of them. Good practices needs to be replicated. So what is the next step is the IoT, Internet of Things. All these sensors should talk to each other and gets linked with these 3D accurate maps. And that is what we call living digital twin. Next is the AI/ML. So anything that you see is automated that can make the life faster. So rather than human dependencies needs to be reduced. And the last part, which is most important part, is the predictive simulation. What is that you are doing out of this whole gamut of data and technology if you cannot predict what is going to happen next, in next 1 minute, in next 1 hour, next few days? And that is purely based on the trend that you see over the past. And there are multiple, multivariate statistical analysis actually is into the play, and multiple universities are working in the US. We're working very closely with most of them to inherit those things and create innovation and co-create value. So these are few facets which I thought I should highlight.
Okay, thank you. Let me go back to Nisarg. I think is one of, when we discussed about this panel, you had an idea about caring for the people who are involved, not only the victims, but also the people, for example, the drivers. Can you talk about that? How does it, where does it fit in into the grand scheme of things?
Okay, so it's basically when we talk about technology, the technology can be involved in all of these technically. So when we start from the engineering, which we talk about the engineering part of ADAS or the AI or the IoT technology. Now, whenever it happens, so first of all, these are called proactive or preventive mechanisms of reducing the road accidents. That's the first part of it. Second part is that whenever these kind of things happen, the notification that is called, we call it as a vehicle to experience or a vehicle to infra communication which can happen, which is the second part of it. Like, you know, any kind of accident happen, the roadside assistance team should be getting a notification, then, you know, the spot should be identified, as sir rightly mentioned, that you can reach or you can like, you know, provide the support as fast as possible. That is the second part of it. The third part, which is very important, and I think that is where India is lagging a little bit, because India has currently somewhere around 50% penetration of insurance. So why accidents are so much burdensome for everyone is because not everyone is getting insurance. Not everyone is insured. So insurance is, like, you know, very low penetration right now. How can you encourage people to go with insurance as well as utilizing the technology in insurance? So there is a lot of talk about happening in a usage with insurance, where there are two provisions which are given right now, which is technically in the own domain section, is already approved in by IRD, which is like pay as you drive and pay how you drive. So pay as you drive is a very simple scenario, like in COVID, like, you know, we had a lockdown, and if you're not driving the vehicle, you can shut off your insurance and you don't need to pay the full premium for the year, which is one of the advantages of it, that, okay, it's basically I'm paying for what I'm using. The second part, which is pay how you drive, and this technology is widely adopted across all the nations, including UK, US, and many other parts of the world, which is also the, like, you know, it's basically pay how you drive. So what we should do as a, like, you know, technology provider is that there is this risk which is involved at every places. When a person is driving, the vehicle risk can be assessed about the drivability, if the person is capable enough to drive or not at a particular point of time. That is the first part. The second part, which is the insurability of the overall fleet. If we talk about the commercial vehicle aspect, which is like the insurability, that how the fleet as overall is doing. The third part, which is very, very futuristic in the, like, you know, coming time, maybe in a decade, that when we talk about the autonomous vehicle, how do we identify how to make autonomous vehicles work in India? So it's basically identifying the ability to drive. Is it, or will it be able to drive autonomously in India or not? That can be identified by human drivers only. And that is where the technology can play a major, major role. There is also the incentive part of it, like, you know, what is the advantage of linking insurance, linking other segments also into it. It's basically, there are different customized products which can be built. Like simple, at Drivebuddy, we are trying to come up with a customized insurance product for all our fleet customers. Like, we have been collecting data for 1 year. So we have the data for the whole fleet or for one driver for 1 full year. So now I know, based on 1 year data history, that, okay, what is the risk associated with that particular driver, which ultimately helps me in predicting underwriting. The second part, which is like, as a fleet overall, there are a lot of cases and a lot of fleet companies which go for a minimum losses on their own without claiming the insurance claim, which is ultimately, we call it as a business interruption coverage. So we use technology, and we also link it with insurance, that if you use technology, some level of losses will be covered. Either if it comes up, like, you know, it's maybe probably up to the amount of 1 lakh rupees, like, you know, it can be covered by an insurance company by a customized product. The third part, which is more about incentivizing and encouraging the driver in a way that every driver should be provided personal accident coverage. So these kind of products can be attached along with the ADAS product, which can bring in a lot of change, because for any company or any commercial fleet company who wants to adopt a technology, the first thing which comes to their mind is that, what is the cost? And why should I pay for it? So there has to be a reward. So what is the reward? That reward for any business is like, what is my ROI on it? So if I'm saying that, okay, I'm reducing your accidents by 50%, that is no real value for a company, because ultimately they were having that number of accidents before also, they were having that now also. But what is a tangible benefit which I am able to see? So the benefit has to be seen by different indirect losses which can be reduced. So if you use the technology, your overall accident reduction will reduce. If you link it with insurance company, the claim coming to insurance company is also reduced, which is also benefit to the insurance company. So that way insurance company can also incentivize back the commercial fleet company. That is how the whole circle of all different stakeholders can be created with the usage of technology, along with the enforcement, along with the engineering part of it, by providing a lot of data, whatever is coming out of these devices, for doing road engineering and all the other stuff.
Thanks. So just to summarize, we are running out of time. Looks like all the panelists agree that technology is definitely useful. It's a great tool to accelerate the progress and to get to the end goals, which is reduction in accidents. But some points which I've noted down are that Professor Geetham mentioned that there are a lot of unknowns that we don't know, and technology should be used to really figure out what the unknowns are. And then the other point which I've gathered is that technology should be able to predict things before it happens. That's where the value is going to be. So at this point, I'd like to open it up to questions. If you have, we can take a few questions. Anyone has any questions?
I will take from what he said from your discussion. He said in the morning, which I agree, accidents are reducing, but the fatalities are not reducing. Because when we read in the newspaper, in one accident, in one bus, 20 people died, something like that. So in this direction, something can be done with the technology?
I will answer. See, the crashes, fatalities are increasing because there is a factor called crash factor, which is increasing. In spite of that, now is around 38, the average. So, yeah, I'm also added, yeah. So this, and the reason for this fatalities increasing is the over speed. One of the major reason, I will say, apart from others. That can be very well checked with the technology. Technology can very well tell the over speeding, give alert, direct them not to over speed, and as well as connect with the enforcement authorities to correct it. That's very much, that's very much, and that's what we proved in pilot also at various places, that this gives a lot of, if a person is known and he is incentivized, it helps a lot to reduce the fatalities.
Yeah, so quickly, actually, I would say that we do not have correct numbers of accidents. They are heavily underreported. Fatalities are more reliable, but if you look at other sources, Government of India sources, so there is one source, SRS, which is by Health Ministry. It is, even the deaths are 50% more than what is reported by police. And globally, it's been known that actually non-fatal crashes are heavily underreported. So when we say accidents are decreasing, but deaths are increasing, I don't think it is giving us the correct picture at all. I mean, both are not clear what is, but however, fatalities, if you say per 100,000 population, it seems to be flattening.
Yeah.
The rate of increase is quite low.
That's
It is
correct.
still not downward trend. So, and since we have more confidence in fatality data, so that much we can say.
Yeah.
In last 10 years, 15 years, that seems to be flattening.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
it's still slightly upward.
Yeah, yeah. Actually, I fully agree with you. The number of crash data, we are purely relying on police data. But at the same time, this last 23 years data, if it's starting from 2001 to till today, the crash reporting is the main source there. With that, there is underreporting. I fully agree with you. Even despite that, continuous underreporting may be happening since last 15 years or 20 years, but still the crash data is showing that decline from 2011 to this thing, which is not happened in fatality at all. Fatality, on the contrary, that's the reason, as you rightly told, this deaths per 100 road crashes. That data for many of the states, especially these industrialized states, or the states, as you rightly told, which is having the expressways and dense network of national highways passing through, they are contributing for more number of fatal crashes. That means one crash invariably resulting in multiple deaths. That is actually, and that means that is some sort of speed is becoming a big issue.
No, we don't have that data.
No, sir, madam, I'm generally telling that
what happens that once there is a bus crash or something, it gets a lot of newspaper
No, I'm not
attention.
telling about bus at all. I'm telling. I'm not telling about bus. With that
Actually,
bus.
if you compare data from 15-16 to say 22.
21 now,
no,
latest
or
20.
19, 21, leave aside 20.
20, yeah.
So there are 10 states where the numbers have come down. But there are another 10 states where the numbers have drastically increased.
Increased, yeah.
So overall, we are not getting
Exactly,
much
that's why it's a big research we need to really do, understand why some of the states are reporting. One PhD itself can be brought out in a proper way, why this kind of trend is happening last for 20 years, especially fatalities. That is why we are not able to bring down any level. At least crashes are coming down with the same trend of underreporting. That's what I am assuming, underreporting is there in 2001 or today also.
I think what
That's
Velmurgan, I think your point is well taken. What Professor is saying is that that is where technology can come in. Either you get the correct data and we can take action based on that. So she is suggesting that maybe some tools or utilities where this, yeah.
No, let me tell you, please. Tamil Nadu data is very interesting actually. And that is the danger with this kind of technology also. Because in 16, 17, they started reporting 20, 25% less. And they even got an award for that. And last year, Tamil Nadu government has reported to Government of India that our numbers are under revision and we will give you new numbers, and the new numbers are showing not that much decrease at all.
Decrease is there, not that much.
And no, it's very little decrease and actually, so they are saying that if you insist that we have to reduce it, it's very simple, we will not report it. Yeah. So we should not insist on that.
Exactly.
It is much better to get better, good quality, accurate data and then intervene.
Yeah. Ma'am, I have two questions from you. First about Tamil Nadu. In Tamil Nadu, last month and last to last month, my company has got 2 contracts out of bidding from NHI for road safety. One is from Krishnagiri to Karur. So there is a section called Thumbipadi to Krishnagiri, which is with L&T. There is a fall in the road from one point to other point, 90 meters, and many people died. When I went there, the L&T people have a big notice board which they write every year how many people have died in that location. There is long length, but the fall is 90 meter, very steep fall. From one point to another point, when we come down, the gradient is 90 meter.
Maybe the length of that is very...
So now the NHI is trying to build another road parallel to that. So what they are doing? Because my first question was in that regard. When people die in a car or truck, a collision, many people die at that place. So they are stopping this is no technology, only human behavior they are trying to do. Stop the truck and tell them this is a dangerous section. Instead of signboard, they are stopping the trucks and cars and telling them go slow. And there is a continuous announcement of public address system. This is how they are controlling, which is happening. Now they have reduced fatalities gradually. Now,
much better technology is IRC 99. You just go and institute some traffic calming and ensure that nobody is speeding.
That they have done. They have put the...
Because that is the most effective
rumble
technology.
strip. They have done everything there. Now they are going to build another road. NHI is going to build another road. Second question is iRASTE. This data collection is happening in all the states, I think. First was Tamil Nadu. What is your comment on that? Is happening? It is a good thing, bad thing, data collection of crash. So kindly give us good thoughts on that.
I would say iRASTE is very good because, I'll qualify my statement. What iRASTE is doing is whatever police was doing manually earlier, the same thing is happening electronically. Plus the additional things they are doing is that they're asking road owning agency, RTO and health hospital to upload additional information. So I think the good part of it is that electronic database is being created. But it can be only as good as what you upload. So I will just tell you one very interesting experience because we are doing a lot of work with Border Roads Organization people also. And this person said that he is responsible when there is a crash, police informs him, and similarly you will have officers in NHAI to verify the location of the crash because lat long has to be uploaded. So that officer said, when the phone call comes to me, I make sure that it is not, I just do plus minus 100 to 100 meters so that it is not in BRO jurisdiction. Okay. So we said so much for accuracy. So the thing is that it can be only as good as, so I think installing in people who are involved the importance of good data. It's not about penalizing anyone. It's not about finger pointing. It's about what I was saying earlier, understanding the system risk, and together we have to find out how we reduce that risk. Instead of saying that this person is at fault, that person is at fault, that is the part we have to do, and technology should help us do that.
Assuming that 70% data which is being fed in iRAD is good, let us assume like that. So will it help in crash investigation in future as compared to the past? Now you have better data set, more attributes, collected by police by tablets, etc. They go to the site, or there's some road councils are also meeting on that data. There is a new scheme which has happened that on that crashes, road council, district council, they meet. So will it help? That's my question.
I mean, my take on this is that it has actually started in 21 only, late 21. We should wait and watch, and we should do thorough evaluation. Then we will completely understand how much is usable and where we still have to do a lot of troubleshooting and improve it.
So shall we tell the minister when he comes, there should be a performance audit, what is happening from 21 onwards. Let's forget what happened in the past. Let's, as a recommendation of this house, because he is very vocal on performance audit. He always says in NHI also there should be performance audits of the officers.
Okay.
So let us give him this
Sure,
suggestion.
we'll take that feedback. Thank you so much. I think I got a signal to wrap up this meeting. You have been a good audience. Thank you so much. Please stay here. Thank you for all the panels also.
Welcome to the conference, Gadkari ji. I also invite Ms. Nivruti Rai, Professor P. Jain, Professor Parida, and Mr. Kishore Ramishetty to join Minister ji on the stage. Again, one big round of applause, right? Mr. Gadkari ji. So welcome to the iRASTE conference, sir. This conference, we had it since the morning. We had a lot of sessions to talk about all the progress we have made in iRASTE Nagpur and similar projects which are using technology for road safety, right? So I would ask Professor Parida to make some opening comments.
Thank you. Esteemed Shri Nitin Gadkari ji, Honorable Minister of Road Transport and Highways, Government of India, Mr. Ramishetty, Vice President Intel, Ms. Nivruti Rai, CEO Invest India, Professor Narayanan, Director IIIT Hyderabad, Shri Kunal Verma, CEO INAI, distinguished delegates, other dignitaries in the hall, I would like to extend a warm welcome to all of you. Our global status of second largest road network in the world has been very well appreciated. In a recent meeting with the Russian Road Research Federation, they were very appreciative of this fact. They are very closely following this kind of development. And this has been possible because of the visionary leadership of Honorable Minister Shri Gadkari ji. And road sector has grown in leaps and bounds, absorbing innovative approaches and with the openness to the technology. This project, iRASTE, was kick-started by Honorable Minister in September 2021 with a focus to develop AI-based solutions with the deployment of ADAS driver monitoring system for improving road safety. The project is very unique in terms of the collaborative model with the participation of Intel, IIIT Hyderabad, CSR Central Road Research Institute, Mahindra. So in the team, expertise and capability of all participating members have been utilized in a very synergistic manner. So while there is a lot of debate regarding AI, like in what way it has to be used or what could be the possible benefits, this project is a good demonstration of application of AI to identify gray spots for remedial measures, especially for Nagpur, then understanding driver aberrations in a very logical way so that the driver training can be geared up in those lines. The study methodology has matured through a huge database, then dissemination through different platforms, including this particular iRASTE Conference, so where it has been possible to interact with a lot of stakeholders. And I'm sure this approach to road safety is going to play a substantial role in the mission safety so that the accidents, fatalities can be reduced to 50% by 2030. So with that, once again, I thank all of you for your kind participation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Parida ji. Now I request Professor PJ and Director IIIT Hyderabad to say a few words.
Honorable Minister Shri Gadkari ji, Nivruti, Parida, Professor Parida and Kishore on the stage and all the friends here. I'm very glad. It's been 2 years. In September 2021, we had the launch in Nagpur by Gadkari ji himself, and he gave us very tough task. He said, don't tell all other things. I want road accidents and the fatalities to be reduced by 50% in the 3-year project period. So, sir, we have a lot of data now from Nagpur, and analysis is happening. Data comes to our IIIT servers every day, lots of data, and we are seeing very good progress. There are 30% reduction in accidents in just this short time in one of the major bus renders, and we'll see more of it. We started a similar project now in Telangana on highways, on the roads that go to Bangalore, Vijayawada, etc. And that data has just started coming in also. So in 2021, when we said AI to be applied for these kind of problems, people, at least people at large, did not know what AI was. Today, of course, in the last 6 months with ChatGPT and all the other things, there's nobody who doesn't know AI or doesn't know that AI can solve the problems. At least the expectations are very high. But I think transportation sector is very ripe because it touches every man, woman, child, uses the roads and have dangers from it, have positive use for it. So how to improve the experience in the road or vehicles touches practically every citizen. So when we started this project with INAI, Intel, etc., we had said population scale impact, and this is one of the problems with highest population scale impact. And we are doing many other things in IIIT. We are creating data sets for the Indian roads for research. The largest data, India driving data set we call it, that's available for the world to use. This is cars and auto rickshaws and bullock carts and whatever is on our roads will be in this data set. Otherwise, the data sets come from West, nice clean roads and good lane discipline, etc. So that's the data set for research. One of my faculty members also was working on the impact of high beam, how the high beam technology can be improved so that the driver safety, again, the truck drivers suffer a lot in the night driving with high beams. So what can be done to reduce the the pain of the truck drivers using technology. That many such projects are possible. I think this is just a beginning. We are looking forward to a long journey of applying technology, AI and data analysis to a whole range of problems in transportation and other areas, and IIIT will be very glad to be partners in that. I thank you for your continued support and look forward to more developments ahead. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor P. Jain. I request now Kishore Ramishetty, Vice President Intel, to say a few words.
Thank you. I think first of all, Shri Nitin Gadkari ji, thank you for coming. And my fellow dignitaries and everyone here, today, honestly, I'm living my dream, which started about 2 years ago, which was like a little sparkle in the eyes of a few of us here who are sitting in the room. And we went to Shri Nitin Gadkari ji's residence in Nagpur, and then we talked about this project. And I've always dreamt of today, after 2 years, coming over here and then talking about the achievements that the iRASTE team has done. What has started, like I said, as a sparkle, has come up with some spectacular results. What I wanted to show you guys is maybe a simple glimmer of one specific activity. Is it going to work? Okay, maybe you can see the slide out there. It's not coming up here. What I show there is the expressway between Hyderabad and Vijayawada. So in this expressway, the team has come up with an analysis of what are called hotspots. So these are all the hotspots where potential accidents can happen. And if you see that, you can notice that there are these black spots in there. So these are where the accidents have already happened. Now, if you even closely more look at it, the hotspots there are specifically about lane indiscipline. So 1 in 2 black spots on that highway are because of lane indiscipline. And the team has figured it out because they had this technology where a driver, when he doesn't put the indicator and then when he cuts into the next lane, that's what is flagged as lane indiscipline. So these lane indisciplines on our super express highways are actually causing these 1 in 2 black spots, which accidents are already happening. So that is one of the phenomenal insight that the team has come up with these artificial intelligence. At the end of the day, the technology can only throw light on these kind of insights that are not available anywhere else. And it's up to us to kind of use these insights and then actually make an impact on the lives of people on the road, right? And what's my dream? What's my next big dream is actually looking at maybe 100 iRASTE projects. Now there is an iRASTE happening in Nagpur and the second one happening in Telangana. Maybe we should have 100 iRASTE projects across all of the country and then make our expressways and accidents accident-free and then fatality-free. So with that, thank you very much, sir, for your support. And then we look forward to kind of taking this journey forward to the next stage. Thank you. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you, Kishore. I now request, I have to get used to the new title. She used to be, right, our Intel leader. Now she is CEO Invest India, Ms. Nivruti Rai.
Good afternoon, everyone. And Shri Nitin Gadkari ji, thank you so much for giving us this opportunity. 2 years ago, like everybody said, we met in his house. Besides eating Sauji food, which Kunal helped us with, I loved it. Spicy, but very good. But we took another spicier mission, how to get, accidents on the road and therefore fatalities reduced. I have a big dream that Shri Nitin Gadkari ji saw, 0 deaths on Indian roads. Now let me tell you a little bit about India. You all know it, but it's a lovely way to share what my dream is. India is the 5th largest economy, 3.2 trillion, and we have dreams to make it 30 trillion by 2047. India is the 4th largest automotive market. You'll see all of these statistics that I'm telling you in terms of countdown are very important for what we are doing. 5th largest economy, 4th largest automotive market, 3rd largest startup nation, 2nd largest network of roads in India, 6.2 million kilometers of roads in India, and the largest population. My dream is to say the number one country where infrastructure is so safe that there are 0 deaths happening on the road because of road or driver mistakes. I also want to tell you, Kishore gave you a lot about what we are doing in terms of AI, what we're continuing to do in terms of AI. When we met the minister, sir, we said at least Nagpur sees some 250 collisions and deaths in a year. How can we make it 50%? How can we reduce it and then work towards 0? And Varma here tells me one of the fleets has actually seen 31% accident reductions. So we are working towards our goal, and I really believe that there will come a time when I will say number one country for the largest network of roads and the safest infrastructure. Let me tell you one last thing, and then I will let the minister, sir, address all of us, which we are waiting for. Every day when you travel, about 50 kilometers, which I do, going to work, coming back, sometimes even more than 50 kilometers, you encounter at least one gray zone. At least one gray zone. Imagine a truck driver that drives 8 hours. He can drive 200 kilometers a day, experiences 4 gray zones. Let me tell you another statistic. If we encounter one gray zone, which I do 50 kilometers a day, the probability of getting into an accident is more than 10%. 100 people go through that gray zone, 1% meets that accident. That's how important this technology is, and how important, many startups to come up with trying to solve this problem. Now, when I was Intel India, I was loving driving this technology, and when I'm in West India, I want to see the safest infrastructure to bring in people, because one of the 3 things that people complain about is Indian infrastructure. So let's save our people, let's bring more investment into India, and let's dream the 32 trillion by 2047. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Nivruti. So as Nivruti and Kishore mentioned, right, this project started with Ms. Gadkari's initiation in September 21. Not only that, right, over the past 18 months, right, he's been constantly helping us with any of the help we need. And recently we had a big event in Nagpur, a Good Samaritan event organized by Roadmark, and he was there. So he's been always there, right? So without any further delay, I request Mr. Gadkari to address the audience.
इन्वेस्ट इंडिया की सीईओ मिस निवृत्ति राय, CSIR के डायरेक्टर प्रोफेसर परिडा, IIIT हैदराबाद के डायरेक्टर प्रोफेसर नारायणन, वाइस प्रेसिडेंट इंटेल इंडिया मिस्टर किशोर रामिशेट्टी, सभी सम्माननीय अतिथिगण और उपस्थित सभी भाई और बहन, iRASTE ये जो एक्सपेरिमेंट प्रायोगिक तत्वों पर नागपुर में इंटेल के सहयोग से हुआ था, उसमें निवृत्ति राय जी ने काफ़ी इंटरेस्ट लिया था। जब इसकी शुरुआत हुई तब मुझे इतना विश्वास नहीं था कि इसके कारण इसका कुछ परिणाम निकलेगा, पर अभी जब हम इसका पूरे एक्सपेरिमेंट का जब एनालिसिस किया गया तो इसमें से 31% एक्सीडेंट बचाए गए। और इसलिए सबसे इम्पोर्टेंट चीज़ यही है कि हमारे देश में 5 लाख एक्सीडेंट होते हैं, 1.5 लाख लोगों की करीब इसमें मौत होती है, 3 लाख लोग इंज्योर्स हो जाते हैं। पर डे 1130 एक्सीडेंट और 422 डेथ्स, हर घंटे पे 18 डेथ भारत में हो रही है। अगर इसका कंपैरिजन करेंगे कोई लड़ाई के साथ, कोविड के साथ, जातीय सांप्रदायिक दंगे, कानून व्यवस्था के कारण हुई, सब के अगर अध्ययन करेंगे तो इसकी तुलना में मरने वालों की संख्या कई गुना अधिक है। और इसलिए ये बहुत ही सीरियस विषय है कि जिसका सोल्यूशन हमको निकालना अति आवश्यक है। देश में ऐसे भी देश है कि जहाँ 0% एक्सीडेंट है, एक समय वहाँ भी होते थे। और इसलिए स्वाभाविक रूप से हमें सबको ये कोशिश करनी पड़ेगी कि इसमें हम डेथ्स कैसे कम करेंगे, एक्सीडेंट कैसे कम करेंगे। जो हमारे इकोनॉमी का लॉस है वो करीब जीडीपी की लॉस ऑफ जीडीपी टू द नेशन 3.14%, ये भी काफ़ी बड़ा है। जो इंडिविजुअल फैमिली का लॉस होता है, जहाँ के घर का पढ़ा लिखा लड़का लड़की उनकी डेथ होती है, वो तो बहुत बड़ा है। और इसलिए स्वाभाविक रूप से जो लोग 3 लाख लोग हाथ पैर टूट जाते हैं, वो ना नौकरी कर सकते। अनेक बार ऐसी स्थिति है कि उनकी अवस्था आर्थिक दृष्टि से बहुत बुरी हो जाती है। तो एक सोशो इकोनॉमिक प्रॉब्लम भी बड़े प्रमाण पर हर साल देश में निर्माण हो रहा है, इतनी गंभीरता इसकी है। और वर्ल्ड में अभी हम लोग 2nd लार्जेस्ट है एक्सीडेंट में। और मुझे लगता है ये बात निश्चित रूप से हमारे लिए अच्छी नहीं है। इसमें टोटल नेशनल हाईवे जो हमारा है, इसमें देश का जो रोड नेटवर्क है उसमें से 2.4% केवल नेशनल हाईवे है। और इसमें से 36% एक्सीडेंट, 60,000 डेथ ये राष्ट्रीय महामार्ग पर होते हैं। और इसके साथ साथ जो स्टेट हाईवे है उनमें भी होते हैं। अभी पार्लियामेंट में क्वेश्चन पूछा गया तो मैं इस स्टैटिस्टिक का अध्ययन कर रहा था, तो एक बात ध्यान में आई कि एक्सीडेंट में मेट्रो सिटी बहुत आगे है। दिल्ली, मुंबई, कलकत्ता, चेन्नई, बेंगलोर, इसकी भी संख्या बहुत बड़ी है। और इसके साथ साथ हमने ये तय किया था पर उसमें सफलता नहीं मिल पाई, अभी भी मिली नहीं है। पर हम सब लोग मिलकर जो प्रयास करेंगे तो उसमें निश्चित रूप से कामयाबी मिल सकती है। उसमें से हमने तय किया था कि हम 2024 समाप्त होने के पहले 50% डेथ्स और एक्सीडेंट कम करेंगे। पर अभी तक जो कुछ काम हुआ है, कोशिश कर रहे हैं हम सब लोग, फिर भी ये सफलता हासिल होगी या नहीं होगी, इसके बारे में आज भी संभ्रमित अवस्था है। मैं ये मानता हूँ कि ये अगर दूर करना होगा तो हमें सबसे पहले ये ढूंढना पड़ेगा कि एक्सीडेंट्स के कारण क्या है। मुझे बड़ा आश्चर्य लगता है कि हमारे यहाँ एक ही स्पॉट होता है, उसमें अनेक लोग मरते हैं। और इसमें रोड इंजीनियरिंग में जो डिटेल प्रोजेक्ट रिपोर्ट बनाते हैं, वो जो लोएस्ट है उसको काम मिलता है। और उसके कारण इतनी गलतियां हैं कि अभी कभी कभी मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि पहले जो डीपीआर की गलती है उनके मालिकों को ढूंढकर उनके ऊपर 302 भी रजिस्टर करना चाहिए, इतना गुस्सा आता है। यानी घर में बैठकर गूगल पर बैठकर अलाइनमेंट पक्की करते हैं। आपने टेक्नोलॉजी दी तो उपयोग, और इसका कारण बहुत बड़ा प्रॉब्लम है कि हमारी रोड इंजीनियरिंग में काफ़ी सुधार करने की ज़रूरत है, जिसके लिए अभी हम लोग लगातार कोशिश कर रहे हैं। दूसरी बात जो विशेष रूप से हमारे सबके मन में सबसे आवश्यक बात है कि हमारी जो सिस्टम है, आज मैं आ रहा था रोड से तो मैं देख रहा था कि पति ने हेलमेट पहना, पत्नी ने हेलमेट पहना और बीच में एक 2 साल का लड़का बीच में रखा था, वो बीच में था। तो मैंने कहा कि इनका एक्सीडेंट होगा तो इसका क्या होगा। थोड़ा हेलमेट पहनने लगाने में भी थोड़ा सा सुधार हुआ है। दूसरी इम्पॉर्टेंट चीज़ है कि जो रोड वन वे है वहाँ रॉन्ग वे जाना, लीन डिसिप्लिन का पालन नहीं करना, ये एक्सीडेंट का मेरे हिसाब से एक बहुत बड़ा कारण है। परसों मैं ये जो दिल्ली मेरठ पर जो एक्सीडेंट हुआ, जिसमें एक स्कूल बस और उसके ऊपर एक गाड़ी आई और 6 लोग मर गए, इसमें वो स्कूल बस जो तो खाली थी पर रॉन्ग साइड से आ रही थी। मैं रोज़ मेरे घर पे निकलता हूँ नागपुर में, उसी चौक पर रोज़ मैं, ऐसा दिन नहीं जाता कि वहाँ रॉन्ग साइड आता ही है, कोई ना कोई चलते ही रहता है। तो लोगों की सबसे बड़ी समस्या है कि कानून के प्रति डर भी नहीं और सम्मान भी नहीं। और हमको ये जो रोड लेन डिसिप्लिन का पालन नहीं करते या ट्रैफिक सिग्नल को भंग करते हैं और जब वन वे होने के बाद भी अपनी गाड़ी डालते हैं, इन लोगों को आइडेंटिफाई करके ऐसी सिस्टम करेंगे कि अगर उनको तुरंत इसके बारे में फाइन होगा तो ये बहुत इम्पॉर्टेंट है। मुझे लगता है इन छोटे कामों से भी काफ़ी बड़े प्रमाण पर परिणाम निकलेंगे और इसके लिए आज बड़े प्रमाण पर हमारे सिस्टम को जो है, टेक्नोलॉजी को हमने यूज़ करना चाहिए। ये जो इंटेल ने AI पावर्ड टेक्नोलॉजी, एडवांस ड्राइवर असिस्टेंस सिस्टम, ये जो की, ये तो निश्चित रूप से अच्छी है और इसमें भी ड्राइवर वार्निंग सिस्टम भी है। अब काफ़ी सिटी बसेस में और इसमें इसका उपयोग हुआ और नागपुर में करीब 1100 NMC एंड स्कूल बसेस के ड्राइवर्स को ट्रेनिंग भी दिया गया। ये भी बहुत इम्पोर्टेंट है। परसों मैं जा रहा था तो मैंने तय किया कि जैसे मुझे दिखा गाड़ी जा रही थी, मैंने अपना गाड़ी रोक दी, तो मेरे साथ 15-20 गाड़ियाँ होती वो भी रुक गए। मैंने बोला उसको लेके आओ इधर। मैंने कहा क्यों आप ऐसा जा रहे हो रॉन्ग साइड? नहीं आई एम सॉरी। मैंने बोला क्या सॉरी है, मरने के बाद सॉरी का क्या उपयोग होगा? तो प्रॉब्लम यही है कि इन लोगों को कैमरा में नंबर को और इनको कैच करके इनको तुरंत फाइन शुरू करने से भी बहुत बड़ा फायदा होगा। तो लेन डिसिप्लिन और ये जो वन वे होता है उसमें कानून भंग करने वाले लोगों की कार्रवाई भी होगी तो भी परिणाम बड़े प्रमाण पर मिलेगा। मैं ये भी मानता हूँ कि रोड इंजीनियरिंग में और ऑटोमोबाइल इंजीनियरिंग में जो सुधार करना है वो काफ़ी बड़े प्रमाण पर किए गए हैं। ये जो iRASTE जो रोड मार्क फाउंडेशन यहाँ है राजू वाघ, तो ये पहले बात तो एक्सीडेंट ही ना हो। और हमारे यहाँ इतने प्रॉब्लम है कि अभी हमारे यहाँ क्रेन अभी एक्सीडेंट हुआ, तो वो एक्सीडेंट के बाद प्रॉब्लम में होता है कि जो लोग बस कोलैप होती है, अभी मैं भी धीरे धीरे, मैं कोई इस विषय का एक्सपर्ट नहीं हूँ और मेरी भी गलती हुई कि ये बसेस की बॉडी बनाने वाले हथौड़ा वाले जो लोग हैं ये 5-7 साल से मेरे पास आते हैं और मैं हर बार उनको मुदत बांट दिया, गरीब लोग हैं। अब मेरे ध्यान में आया कि एक इतना बड़ा ग्लास ऐसा जो वॉल्वो की और बड़ी बसेस है फॉरेन की वो लगा रहता है, उसके बीच में कोई पिलर नहीं, कोई स्टील का एल्यूमिनियम का रॉड नहीं होता और जब बस का एक्सीडेंट होता है तो वहाँ बाजू में एक हथौड़ा रखा है, वो ग्लास को फोड़ सकते हैं। पर हमारे यहाँ जो होती है जो स्लीपर कोच, उसका डिज़ाइन ही ऐसा बनाया है कि कोई बाहर निकल ही नहीं सकता। तो अभी हमने इसके डिज़ाइन के बारे में और इसके बारे में निर्णय लिया कि अभी कोई मुदतवार नहीं, बस ऐसी ही बनेगी, ये कोड का ही फॉलो होगा। तो मुझे लगता है कि हमारी भी जो कमियां जैसे ध्यान में आते हैं उसको सुधारने की कोशिश हम कर रहे हैं। एक एक्सीडेंट होने के बाद, अभी ये जो परसों एक्सीडेंट हुआ उसके बाद कौन सी एम्बुलेंस कितने मिनट में पहुंची इसकी इंक्वायरी की और 1.25-1.5 घंटा तो उनको निकाला ही नहीं गया। और उसमें प्रॉब्लम है कि जब आए उतरे लोग एम्बुलेंस से, वो कंपाउंडर थे, उनको वेंटिलेटर लगाना मालूम था, ऑक्सीजन सिलेंडर लगा, पर उनको बस से निकालना कैसा नहीं है। तो बीच में एक कंपनी में मैं गया था, उन्होंने जर्मन से कुछ टूल लाकर एक 10 मिनट में बस को कैसे टूल उपयोग करके काटना और लोगों को बाहर निकालना। अगर मैं ये कहूँ कि अभी जो एक्सीडेंट हो रहे हैं उसमें 50% मौतें जो बस के होती है, इसका कारण बस गिरने के बाद कुछ लोग एकदम नहीं मरते, जिंदे रहते, पर हम उनको 2-2 घंटे 3-3 घंटे निकाल नहीं पाते। और इसलिए अभी मैंने उनको, हमारे डिपार्टमेंट को कहा कि एम्बुलेंस में ये बस कटिंग अच्छे टूल्स कैसे हो और जिस कंपाउंडर को आप मेडिकल साइंस की भी उसकी मान के कैसे वेंटिलेटर लगाना, ऑक्सीजन सिलेंडर कैसे लगाना, ECG तुरंत निकालना, ब्लड रोकने के लिए क्या करना, उसी के ट्रेनिंग में होना चाहिए। क्योंकि इतने लोग हम नहीं कर सकते कि बस को कटिंग कैसे करना, वो टूल का उपयोग करके और निकालना कैसे, ये भी करके वो एम्बुलेंस करनी पड़ेगी। अभी जो स्टेट गवर्नमेंट में 108 टाइप जो है, उनको ये कहना पड़ेगा कि आपके पास टूल भी होनी चाहिए और उसके जो कंपाउंडर्स है वो, क्योंकि हम इतनी बड़ी मैन पावर नहीं दे सकते। हमारे टोल नाके पर क्रेन खड़ी रहती है, लोग होशियार हैं, मार्केट में भंगार से क्रेन खरीदते बनाते हैं, उसके ऊपर पेंट लगाते हैं और क्रेन लगा के रख देते हैं। मैंने NHI चेयरमैन को पूछा कि तुम्हारी कौन से क्रेन टोल नाके पे चालू है, तो मुझे बताओ, तो मैं देखने के लिए जाऊंगा। अब एम्बुलेंस जो है वो भी पुरानी एम्बुलेंस खरीदते, उसके ऊपर ऑयल पेंट वगैरह मार देते, एक कोने में खड़ी कर दिया, हाँ नियम हमने कर दिया। वो चलती है क्या, उसमें इक्विपमेंट क्या है? इसलिए सिस्टम के जो प्रॉब्लम्स है वो उसको लगातार आइडेंटिफाई करके सुधारना, और जो NGOs इसके लिए मदद करते हैं उनको मदद करना, ये तो विशेष रूप से आवश्यक भी है, और हम लोग मिलकर कोशिश करेंगे। ये प्रॉब्लम ये है कि ये जो हमारा परिवहन ट्रांसपोर्ट का विभाग है ये कॉन्करेंट लिस्ट में है, तो ना भारत सरकार को पूरे अधिकार है ना राज्य सरकार को है, दोनों को है। जो सेंट्रल लिस्ट होती है वो राज्य के अधिकार के विषय होते हैं, जो स्टेट लिस्ट होती है वो सेंट्रल लिस्ट, जो सेंट्रल सब्जेक्ट्स होते हैं वो भारत सरकार के अधिकार में आते हैं, और स्टेट लेवल पर जो लेजिस्लेशन होता है वो राज्य सरकार के साथ होता है, और ये कॉन्करेंट में दोनों भी कर सकते हैं, कॉन्करेंट लिस्ट है। तो इसके कारण राज्यों का भी सहयोग उतना ही आवश्यक है। अभी जैसे एक्सीडेंट NHI पे होते हैं उसके लिए निश्चित रूप से मैं मंत्री हूँ, हमारी जिम्मेदारी है, पर जो कॉरपोरेशन के अंदर यानी दिल्ली, मुंबई, कलकत्ता, चेन्नई, बेंगलोर, इन ऐसे बड़े शहरों में होते हैं, उसमें म्यूनिसिपल कॉरपोरेशन होती है, वहाँ के इम्प्रूवमेंट ट्रस्ट होते हैं, तो स्वाभाविक रूप से हमें उन सब लोगों को एक्टिवेट करना पड़ेगा। और नेक्स्ट जनरेशन जो फ्यूचरिस्टिक टेक्नोलॉजीज़ है फॉर रोड सेफ्टी, उसमें आप लोगों की भूमिका सबसे इम्पॉर्टेंट है। विशेष रूप से आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस बेस्ड सॉल्यूशन फॉर इन्फोर्समेंट ऑफ लेन डिसिप्लिन, रॉन्ग साइड ड्राइविंग, ये आप जरूर दीजिए। दूसरा जो है ओवर स्पीडिंग एंड डिटेक्शन ऑफ सीट बेल्ट्स इन व्हीकल, अभी हमने सामने भी किया और पीछे में भी किया है। देखो कभी कभी मैं ये मानता हूँ कि अभी हमारे रोड के बीच में डिवाइडर रहता है, तो मैंने हमारे इंजीनियर को पूछा कि तुम ये समझ ही लो कि इस देश के 90% के लोगों की आदत यही है कि डिवाइडर के ऊपर वो छलांग लगा कर कूद के ही जाते हैं। अब तो कैसे है क्या है ये बात छोड़ दो, पर तुम ऐसी परिस्थिति पैदा करो कि कितना भी बड़ा प्लेयर भी होगा और छलांग मारेगा तो भी जा नहीं सकता, ऐसी बीच में बनाओ ताकि वो जा नहीं पाएगा। और अब मैंने उनको कहा कि लोगों को ये जो बीच में आप रोड क्रॉस करते हैं उसके लिए एक स्कूटर और साइकिल भी ऐसा स्लोप वाला पूरा फुट ओवर ब्रिज बनाए, और एक तरफ एक 6 लोगों की लिफ्ट बनाए और उसके ऊपर सोलर लगा दे, और जो दिव्यांग है, सीनियर सिटीजन, वो पैदल नहीं जा सकते, पायरी चढ़ नहीं सकते। तो धीरे धीरे मैंने कहा इसी प्रकार का एक डिज़ाइन है, उसकी कंपटीशन बुलाओ और यही डिज़ाइन सब जगह करो। तो ये विशेष रूप से शहरों में जहाँ एक्सीडेंट ज़्यादा होते हैं उसमें ये रोड क्रॉस करने में बहुत बड़े प्रमाण पर लेन डिसिप्लिन में, तो इन लोगों के लिए वैसी सुविधा बनाकर करने के बारे में आइडेंटिफाई करके उन एजेंसी को अलर्ट करना चाहिए, उनको इवन पब्लिश करना चाहिए मीडिया में कि इनके गलतियों के कारण लोग मर रहे हैं, ताकि उनके ऊपर प्रेशर आए। और ये मीडिया को भी इसमें कॉन्फिडेंस में लेना चाहिए कि दीज आर द रीज़न कि इसके कारण यहाँ इतने एक्सीडेंट आज तक हुए हैं। हमारे यहाँ वर्धा में नागपुर से हैदराबाद रोड पर हिंगनघाट करके गांव आता है, और वो गांव में ऐसा है कि गांव के अंदर से हाईवे जाता है, तो हाईवे जाता है तो पूरा कॉस्ट बढ़ेगी, इसलिए उन्होंने क्या किया, हाईवे बीच में उतारा और फिर 1 किलोमीटर ऐसा ओपन रखा, दोनों बाजू में गांव है, तो रोज लोग क्रॉस करते, 50 लोग मर गए। और जब परसों मुझे पार्लियामेंट में क्वेश्चन आया तो मैंने कहा मैं तो ये बहुत बार कह रहा हूँ, अब होता ही नहीं। तो पता चला कि ये जो रोड है ये हम लोग इनविट में बेचने वाले हैं, इसलिए वो नया आया हुआ आदमी करेगा ऐसा लिख दिया कि नहीं, तो रुक गया। फिर मैंने उनको कहा कि तुम्हारा लड़का और बच्चा मरेगा तब तुमको अकल आएगी क्या? ये बोलना मुझे अच्छा नहीं लगता। ये है तो जब आएगा तब आएगा, आप इसको तुरंत फ्लाईओवर को मंजूर करो और इसको जोड़ो। तो बहुत सी कमियां हैं, इन लोगों को आइडेंटिफाई करना चाहिए और इनको कोई भी गवर्नमेंट हो कोई उनको एक्सपोज करना चाहिए पब्लिक में, क्योंकि उसके बजाय अवेयरनेस नहीं बढ़ेगा। दूसरा जो है कि एक ये नया समृद्धि महामार्ग पर प्रॉब्लम आया, मैंने उसका अध्ययन देखा। ये फटीग इंडिकेटर्स एंड स्लिप डिटेक्टर्स फॉर ड्राइवर्स, ये भी, इसका भी स्टार्टअप में अगर रिसर्च होता है तो ये बहुत उपयोगी होगा, और कम कॉस्ट होगी तो ही लोग लगाएंगे। अगर कॉस्ट बहुत ज़्यादा आएगी तो उसके लिए थोड़ा सा टेक्नोलॉजी का उपयोग करके कॉस्ट रिजनेबल होगी, ये देखना पड़ेगा। ये फॉरेंसिक पोस्ट क्रैश इन्वेस्टिगेशंस, ये भी, इसमें भी उपयोग हो सकता है। आइडेंटिफिकेशन ऑफ ब्लैक स्पॉट्स, हाई फर्टिलिटी जोन से बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है। जहाँ जहाँ बार बार एक्सीडेंट हो रहे हैं वो स्पॉट्स को आइडेंटिफाई करना, और अभी तक 5 साल के रिकॉर्ड में कितने लोग मरे, ये पब्लिक इन्फॉर्मेशन को देना। हमारा एक स्टैटिस्टिक विंग है, वो पहले 7 साल के बाद हमको रिपोर्टिंग करती थी, और पर अभी एक नए आदमी आए, बोले हमने सर बहुत सुधार किया। हमने, तुमने क्या किया? बोले हम 3 साल के बाद रिपोर्टिंग करेंगे। मैंने क्या बोला ये तो मैं आपको नहीं बता सकता, पर यानी ये जो कई फायदे नहीं, मैंने बोला 8 दिन में जानकारी मिलनी चाहिए। और कल परसों जब मैंने किया तो अभी हमारे डिपार्टमेंट ने ऑर्डर निकाला है, तो स्वाभाविक रूप से ये हमारे लिए ब्लैक स्पॉट, हाई फर्टिलिटी जोन्स, ओ स्पॉट्स, इसको पब्लिक अवेयरनेस, NGOs, सोशल ऑर्गेनाइजेशन, इंजीनियरिंग कॉलेजेस, एजुकेशन इंस्टीट्यूशंस, प्राइवेट NGOs, इन लोगों के सहयोग से हम करेंगे, और ये सब बातें लोगों के सामने लाएंगे तो लोग निश्चित रूप से पब्लिक प्रेशर भी बढ़ेगा। ये जो चेकिंग सर्विस कंडीशन ऑफ रोड्स एंड ब्रिजेस, ये भी हम कर रहे हैं। एक IT का उपयोग करके ब्रिज का लाइव पता चलेगा कब गिरने वाला है, और उसका एक सेंटर बना रहे हैं, और वो स्टेट गवर्नमेंट को भी ऑफर कर रहे हैं। ब्रिज टूट जाते हैं, लोग बह जाते हैं पानी में। आज ही मैंने कहा, हिमाचल के मुख्यमंत्री आए थे, हमने उत्तराखंड के और आसाम के भी, दोनों से मैं आज बात कर रहा था, तो मैंने कहा टनेल्स, ब्रिजेस, जो ब्रिजेस हर साल पानी में जाते हैं उसका अध्ययन करो, क्यों जाते हैं। और सबसे प्रॉब्लमेटिक है ये लैंडस्लाइड्स। उसमें भी जब जानकारी निकाली तो मुझे मिली कि एक ही जगह पर वही हर साल होती है। तो मैंने कहा इसका अध्ययन करके कहाँ होती है ये करके उसको इम्प्रूव करना पड़ेगा। तो मुझे लगता है कि इन बातों में जो एक्सीडेंट्स हो रहे हैं, फर्टिलिटी हो रही है, उन स्पॉट को जाकर कितने हुए, क्या हुए, और इसके बारे में कौन सा डिपार्टमेंट है जिम्मेदार, को क्यों नहीं कर रहा है, इसके बारे में कहीं ना कहीं पब्लिक अवेयरनेस और इसके बारे में तकरार करना, लोगों को बताना। अभी मैंने एक सांसद के अध्यक्षता में एक एक्सीडेंट निवारण कमेटी हर जिले में बनाई है। वो काम उसकी होती, मीटिंग नहीं होती, तो उसमें भी काफ़ी लोग काम कर रहे हैं। तो मुझे लगता है कि इसके बारे में भी हम लोग कुछ करें। प्रायर अलर्ट सिस्टम फॉर लैंडस्लाइड, हिल एरियाज, फ्लड सिचुएशन एंड अर्थक्वेक इंसिडेंट्स, उत्तराखंड, हिमाचल, कश्मीर, इसके लिए हम इसका अध्ययन कर रहे हैं। दूसरा सबसे इम्पोर्टेंट चीज़ है पार्किंग की। अभी ये दिल्ली में तो मुझे होशियार भी लोग हैं, ये सब बैठे हुए हैं, और धन वाले, पैसे वाले भी हैं, घर अच्छा बनाते, इटालियन मार्बल लगाते, पर पार्किंग नहीं करते घर में। सब जैसे हमारी सरकार ने और हमने इनके अधिकार के लिए जैसे पार्किंग रोड बनाया, इनके अधिकार का, ऐसा समझ के चलते हैं। मैं सीरियसली सोच रहा हूँ कि जो रोड पे गाड़ी खड़ी रहेगी उसका फ़ोटो निकाल के देगा, उसको भी 10% जो फाइन होगा उसका अवार्ड मिलेगा, और इनसे फाइन लगेगा। ये काम हम शुरू कर रहे थे, इसका एक्ट बनाकर, क्योंकि ये भी स्टेट और सेंट्रल को मिलके करना है। तो बड़ी बिल्डिंग बनाते तो अंडरग्राउंड पार्किंग बनाओ। तो यहाँ ये जो अनेक उपाय है, जिसमें कुछ जगह फ्यूचरिस्टिक जैसे टेक्नोलॉजी, आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस का उपयोग करके सॉल्यूशन निकालने होंगे, और सभी स्टेक होल्डर पर we need to create cooperation, coordination and communication between the stakeholders. और being a democratic country, जिसके कारण ठीक से नहीं हो रहा है उसको पब्लिक तक उसको पहुंचाना पड़ेगा, अवेयरनेस खड़ा करना होगा। और ये सब प्रयास सरकारी स्तर पर, रिसर्च, इंटेलिजेंट ट्रैफिक सिस्टम, सबका उपयोग जब होगा तब निश्चित रूप से हम इसमें कामयाब होंगे। ये काम कठिन है पर असंभव नहीं है। अब धीरे धीरे काफ़ी अवेयरनेस लोगों में इसके कारण बढ़ रहा है। और मेरा विश्वास है कि निश्चित रूप से इस इनिशिएटिव के आधार पर इसको एजुकेशनल इंस्टीट्यूशन, यूनिवर्सिटीज़, अभी हमने सेलिब्रिटीज़ को भी लिया है, कैंपेन कर रहे हैं और प्रतिज्ञा लेकर बच्चों ने करना, ड्राइविंग ट्रेनिंग सेंटर्स खोल रहे हैं, खूब बहुत कुछ करने की आवश्यकता है। पर यह केवल सरकार के द्वारा नहीं हो सकता। अलग अलग प्रकार के इसके बारे में जिनको संवेदनशीलता के रूप में जो लोग इसके साथ जुड़े हुए हैं, उनके सबके सहयोग से हम सब लोग मिलकर प्रयास करेंगे और हम लोग अगर प्रयास करेंगे तो सफलता निश्चित रूप से मिलेगी। मैं आप सब लोगों को बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद देता हूं कि इस कॉज के लिए आप लोग सोच रहे हैं, सॉल्यूशंस निकाल रहे हैं और उसको इम्प्लीमेंट करने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं। इंटेल ने भी ये जो iRASTE का जो प्रोग्राम किया उसी में से एक है, उनको भी मैं धन्यवाद देता हूँ। निवृत्ति राय उनको भी देता हूँ। हमारे हैदराबाद IIT के डायरेक्टर बैठे, उन्होंने भी अपने बच्चों ने, उन्होंने लड़कों ने काफ़ी इसमें रिसर्च किया, उनको भी धन्यवाद देता हूँ। और निश्चित रूप से आप सबके सहयोग से आने वाले समय में निश्चित रूप में सुधार होगा, इसी बात का विश्वास व्यक्त करते हुए मैं अपनी बात को समाप्त करता हूँ। धन्यवाद।
Thank you, Gadkari ji. While the Nagpur project is almost 18 months and in 2 years we'll finish it, maybe we'll extend it. We're also doing it in Telangana where we're focused on the highways, while Nagpur is on the urban area. With the combination of these two projects, right, we hope to have a blueprint for any kind of network so that North can take it as a model to implement across the country. Right. I request Professor Parida sir to give a small memento to So one final vote of thanks to everybody. So it's been a very, very good session today, right? We had a lot of, beyond iRASTE, we had a lot of other projects, right, which are using technology for 4Es, right, and advancing road safety, right? So as I mentioned, Minister Ji has been a big proponent of this project right from the beginning, right? He made it happen, he continues to support us, right? And we had very promising initial results from Nagpur. The combination of Nagpur and Telangana, right, will give him a very good report that can be replicable across the country, right? And thanks everybody for coming today. Thank you.